Old school.
We're live
Right? Yeah.
here on this 1 a.m. I guess you would call this an early Saturday morning.
Yeah. Is this your shoot the
So
shit
yeah, I
weekend?
apologize. So yeah, I apologize to everybody. Well, if anybody does join in, tonight
Yeah.
was supposed to be a tribute to Trevor from Black Dahlia Murder, and I'm gonna hold it off till Sunday now because I'm not quite ready to do it yet.
Yeah.
There's a couple albums I need to hear that I haven't heard from Black Dahlia Murder yet,
Yeah.
and I've been
Which
going through and listening to them all in a row.
yeah.
So, and I'm up to
Which
the album ritual right now. So, got a
which
couple
I
more
will not
albums to go.
which Ben, I'll let you know now since we're live, y'all. I will not be joining Ben Saturday. I ha- well due to my uncle coming up to visit me on Sunday as like an early birthday present. He's gonna take me on a train ride. There's a place up in Reading. I think it's called the Reading and Northern, like Reading and Blue Mountain Northern Railroad. I love trains, so I'm going on a little tangent for a sec. But
Ooh, sounds
so
cool.
yeah, so me and him are gonna taking a little like excursion train ride, 3 hour train ride up to Jim Thorpe, and then it's like a 3 hour layover, and then it comes back. So it's like a little excursion train that takes you from Reading up to the Pocono Mountains and then back. So it's
Excellent.
gonna be a relaxing train ride. So yeah. So
So,
if
anyways,
y'all don't see, so if y'all don't see me on Ben's stream tomorrow, y'all know why.
well, it won't be tomorrow. Oh yeah, I guess technically it would be tomorrow since it
Yeah.
is Saturday now. I'll send you a link here in a minute.
What's up, Paul
Ryan.
DeVito?
Yeah, man, I was out all day today.
Yeah.
I went to Extremities, then I went to the park. I stayed there all day pretty much.
Frederick, what's up?
Frederick, we got Paul in the chat too.
Yeah.
So we did get
Did you
some new
check out?
CDs.
Did you
No, I
go to
didn't make
State?
it up. Didn't make it up to
Ah,
Lancaster.
ah.
Come on, dude. Gas is almost $5 a gallon, man.
I know.
Anyways, we got the new Destruction today.
Oh yeah.
This fucking album kicks ass.
Actually,
I
I
got a
saw
couple
that
of
at
ones.
Walmart.
Got my first Voivod CD, Post Society. This fucking album is weird as fuck.
It's weird, but it's
Not
good.
quite sure. Yeah, I gotta listen to it again to really capture it. You know, it is quite. I mean, Voivod's a very different band, so got another Rage CD.
Oh yeah.
So I have 5 of their CDs now. I still need 21 more of their albums.
Yeah.
So this is Speak of the Dead, which came out in 2006 on
Yeah.
Nuclear Blast. I would say so far out of the Rage CDs I've heard, this one's definitely my least favorite, but it's still pretty
Yeah.
good.
Oh, I
This
can
one was
tell.
actually this one right here is actually a blind buy. The band's called Lobotomy. The
Yeah.
album's called Born in Hell. It came out in 1999 on Metal Blade Records. Old school Swedish death metal. Um, I think they only made 3 albums. But yeah, this definitely kind of has like an early entombed feel or an early entombed feel to it. And last purchase, I actually used to own this one years ago. Huntress, Starbound Beast.
Yeah.
Pretty cool album. Those are today's purchases, and I will send you a link, Ryan, and let you in the stream.
Well, I was listening. What I listened to yesterday. I was spinning some CDs out of my collection yesterday. The first CD I listened to yesterday was the Devil You Know album by Heaven and Hell. I'll still spin
Oh,
this
there
once
you
in a
go.
while. I still love this album. Not a bad song on it, you know.
I think
Then
it's pretty underrated, to be honest.
yeah, Pink Floyd album, but it's the two disc the 2 disc Echoes version, not the original um, 1 disc, but this is the 2 disc collection. So it has some early Pink Floyd and some later stuff. Astronomy Domain, See Emily Play. That's a weird song. The first album's weird. Yeah,
Hey man, weirder. I guess the weirder the better, right?
Marooned, Echoes, The Great Gig in the Sky, Time. It's some hits and some rare stuff. I was listening to the Doors debut album. Still think this is the best album the Doors have ever recorded, although LA Woman is probably a close second.
Hold on a minute.
But yeah, you got Break On Through to the Other Side. That song ripped.
Which door? Which Doors album?
I'm talking about the debut album. At the moment,
Oh, the debut. That's a fucking great album.
Break On Through, Soul Kitchen, good jam and
Yep.
tune. The Crystal Ship, eerie, creepy, great song.
Yep. This is the end.
Yeah,
That's
20th
fucking track.
Century Lost. Another weird song, Alabama song, kind of like big band, like German big band almost. And then you go into Light My Fire, which is a hit for them. Backdoor Man, that's a great track. I Looked at You, End of the Night. Take it as done. This is the end, my friend. And then the only other Doors album, I actually recently purchased this. This is like one of my most recent purchases.
Oh.
The Waiting for the Sun. Which
Nice.
sadly, the song "Waiting for the Sun" is not on this album.
So, anyways,
Love Street, Not to Touch the Earth. That's a wicked song. Anyway.
so yeah, man, I pretty much came home at like around 7:30. I fucking fell asleep. I woke back up at like 9:45. I saw Marty Worm was streaming, and I watched his stream
Yeah.
on Sabotage. It's freaking good, really good stream.
Yeah. Ah. Ben, I don't think I told you. Did you listen to that Buster Brown album at all? I think I did the retrospective on them.
Haven't listened to the whole album yet.
Huh?
Let's check out something here. Why?
Yeah. Well, I think Ryan said he released our Judas Priest record album ranking.
Oh yeah, I did see it. I did see it premiere on his channel. Oh, speaking of Ron, he is here right now. Hope you guys can hear us.
Yeah. If you hear my throat being a little frog, that's because I'm tired.
All right, here's Brian.
Metal Madness.
What's up?
What's up,
What's going
Jack?
on?
Got,
What's going on,
got,
man?
got
Not
Jack
much.
in the
Not
comments.
much.
Metal Madness.
Mm.
I
Oh
think-
shit, what's going on, Jeff?
Oh, hey,
Yeah.
Jeff.
What's up, Ryan? How's your
Yeah.
day? How's your morning, evening going? Whatever.
It's been okay, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Congrats, Frederick, for getting 80 subs, man. I'm just reading
Cool.
the chat.
That's good.
No,
Getting closer to 100.
Hell yeah,
Yeah.
speaking. Haven't heard from you in a while.
Speed King, what's going on?
Uh,
What's going on, chat?
Yeah.
Kind of a random stream. Just not ready to do the stream I wanted to do yet.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I don't want to sound stupid when I do the stream. So there's a couple albums I need to revisit from Black Dahlia Murder. There's actually a couple albums I've never listened to.
Chat is on fire.
I happen to own too. You said you were listening to Ritual. I happen to own that physically on CD.
So far, that's probably my favorite.
The Floor is my personal favorite. fucking
freaking
love
good.
before.
Nocturnal's is
Ben,
good. Nocturnal's good.
If not,
yo,
listen
Ben,
to
I got an
Nocturnal. I think
album
I've
versus
heard that.
album for you. Sorry, Ryan.
Sorry.
What album?
All right, Black Sabbath debut album versus Uriah Heep debut album.
Is the Uriah Heep one even the Wizard?
No, that's not the debut.
No.
It's not?
Nope.
Well, it's called
Well,
Uriah Heep State. Over in England, or yeah, over in Europe, it's called Very Heavy, Very Heavy, Very Humble.
Yeah.
The debut album is.
I
I'm going
go
Sabbath.
Sabbath, but I go
Yeah,
Sabbath.
you gotta go
Sabbath.
Sabbath. That's not a fair comparison.
But yeah, I still gotta go with the first Sabbath album, obviously. I mean, I like that first Uriah Heep album, but come on,
It's the
Black
first
Sabbath.
Yeah.
About. All right, I'll pick Kill 'Em All. Ben has to pick an album to go against it for a debut album.
Oh, jeez. Kill 'Em All versus, what's a good thrash debut? Well, there's plenty of. Okay. Kill 'Em All. Kill 'Em All versus Exodus is Bonded by Blood.
Oof. Oof.
Kill 'em all.
I'm going Exodus. I'm going Exodus.
Kill 'em all. You say Exodus, basically.
Yeah.
That erases Kill 'em all, and basically the Exodus album never existed.
I pretty much tied a noose around my neck by picking that one because I don't know which one I like better.
Both of them are
I guess
really
I'm gonna
fast.
have to. I mean, I love Bonded by Blood, but I guess I'm gonna have to go with Kill 'Em All because it was. I heard it before I heard Bonded by Blood.
I don't
Yeah,
know, Ben. I know Ben. Chat seems to agree with me. People are saying Bonded by Blood.
you basically want to take Kill 'em all out of existence, and therefore want to erase Bounded by Blood out of existence.
Damn, God damn.
Because if you're picking against Kill 'em all, that means Bounded by Blood does not exist.
Yep.
Well, I gotta ask Chat something. Would you guys want to see? Hey, Chat guys, would you like to see us do Exodus album ranking at some point in the future?
Y'all go for it. I'm not an expert.
I would do it.
I did one a couple years ago.
Yeah.
I'm not really the biggest Exodus
Dude,
fan.
Could do an Exodus deep dive.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all.
Oh
Leaving
yeah,
a legacy
yes,
one,
Frederick.
yeah, that would be
The
fun. Y'all
demo,
can do
the
it without
Bonded by
me.
Blood demo. That's really good too. The Exodus demo, Bonded by Blood demo.
Bonded by
Yeah.
Blood demo.
Yeah, there is a demo version of it.
I'm just trying to think.
Ooh, Creator, Endless Pain. Ooh, that's a good album.
It's a great debut. Quite raw.
Okay, Ryan, do you got anything for us? See if you can come up with one.
Okay. Let's see.
What's going on, Nick?
Oh no, wait. I think I got something. I got something. Okay.
Okay.
I'll wait. Did they come out the same year? When was Keeper of the Seven Keys Part 1 released? What year?
1987.
Oh, it is the same year. Okay, here's a matchup. Halloween's Keeper of the Seven Keys Part 1 versus Black Sabbath, The Eternal Idol.
Wow, I wasn't expecting that.
Because they both came out the same year. They're kind of the same style in some cases. There's power metal. Obviously, Halloween is power metal stuff, but there is some power metal in The Eternal Idol from Black Sabbath.
Ooh, that's tough. Because I like both albums.
I'm going with Keeper of the Seven Keys.
Yeah. I'm going Halloween too.
I gotta go with my favorite Black Sabbath album of all time, The Eternal Idol. But I couldn't understand everybody's love for Keeper of the Seven Keys. I might think of a better one.
Okay, you think of a better one.
Yeah, man. Looks like the gang's all here.
Yeah. Just drinking some Monster. This is probably going to be my breakfast.
Hey, man, that's usually my breakfast.
Okay, I'm trying to think.
Oh, no, James. Don't. Uh,
Oh, I think I got one. This is a genre I don't really
oh,
listen to.
hey,
This
Ryan,
is,
Ryan, your mic's getting a little staticky.
It sounds like demons.
Yeah.
you gotta be fucking kidding me. Is it better?
It's tolerable. We'll
Oh, man, that's...
Okay, I got a matchup. And I don't normally listen to this genre anymore because I've grown out of it. Possessed Seven Churches versus Death Scream Bloody Gore.
Jesus Christ. Holy Christ, that's a hard one.
I'm going Death. Death is more brutal.
They're both fucking good, damn.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Jeff. Sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, sorry you lost your interview, man. That really sucks, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, cancel culture. Don't want to get into all that shit, but... Oh, yeah, we're talking about Possessed versus Death Scream Bloody Gore. Oh.
Yep.
I'm going
How
Death.
about... Man, I'm going with Possessed Seven Churches.
Wow.
All right.
It was. I would probably. That's so tough for me too, but I can't really say.
All right. Here's a curveball for you, Ben and Ryan. All right, we're going to debut Iron Maiden album versus the Def Leppard demo.
Oh, the Def Leppard demo. Ooh.
Ben knows which one I'm talking about.
Oh, demo. Oh, the demo. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, Def Leppard demo versus Iron Maiden self-titled album. The debut.
Oh, God, that's.
Wait, the Def Leppard EP versus the debut album by Iron Maiden?
Yes. Ooh,
Going with the
curveball.
first Iron Maiden. Definitely the first Iron Maiden album.
Yeah, Maiden. I can't go against my all-time favorite. As much as I grew up with Def Leppard, it's Iron Maiden.
I love the song Prowler off of the first album. That song rips.
It's a cool one. Oh, excuse me, that's a great track.
Yeah.
Oh, Prowler. Yeah.
Just trying to see
Nick,
something.
If you guys in chat want to join us, feel free.
Yeah, man, if anybody else wants to come on. Apologies for the echoing. We can't figure out how to get rid of it.
Yeah. I think the echoing is coming from Ryan's mic.
No.
No.
All right.
Because I still hear.
That's definitely you, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll mute myself and then you can talk and see if it is from me.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Hello. All right.
Hello. What's up, chat?
Not much.
See, not me. Yeah, I clearly, when he was talking, I clearly heard the echo from over. It's always been on me.
Yeah.
Don't put the blame on me, man.
It's definitely real static.
Yeah.
I'm gonna send. So we got. Sorry, I'm losing track. I'm a little tired too. I only got a couple hours of sleep today, so don't mind me.
Damn.
You know what you can do, Ben? Go downstairs, make yourself a cheese sandwich.
I ate a couple pieces of grilled chicken for supper about 25 half an hour ago.
Yeah.
And chicken's good. Yeah, I have noticed that my drumming is getting better, Ben. I'm proud of myself.
That's good, man. It's good to hear,
Have you
dude.
watched? If you saw my most recent like Facebook Live, you can hear my drumming's getting faster. I can do more stuff, sort of. So,
All right, so we'll send Nick a link.
yeah.
No, Jeff, it's always been me, Metal Mike. And there's literally nothing we can do. He doesn't even have a headset or something. It's always been him. I've known that being in these streams. All of it. Just saying.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Nick's
Yeah,
gonna
it's
grab
phone
a smoke and then no, you know, it's funny. The reason why I love a lot of those stuff I do in the toms, I think that comes from me liking Keith Moon and Clive Burr.
Great drummers.
Perfect example of Clive Burr on drums. The Ides of March. Listen to Clive Burr going down those toms on his kit. It's great.
Yeah, I still like his drumming better than. Oh man, I got going.
Yeah.
I still like his drumming better than Nico's. Way better.
Nico's not a bad drummer. Yeah.
Nico early on was fantastic. I feel that he's a pretty damn good drummer.
Yeah. I still say he's irreplaceable in Maiden. I think Maiden will always have two drummers, Clive and Nico. I don't think you can have anybody else after that. I think.
All right, Frederick wants a link.
All right, Frederick, tell you. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm almost ready to pre-order Pizza Death, so probably going to be my next CD coming.
Okay, there we go.
Oh yeah, Death Angels to Ultraviolence. That's a great debut album.
Oh yeah, man. Oh, yeah, excellent thrash album. They were only like 14, 15 years old when they made that album.
Yeah.
Bunch of kids, dude.
How old was Metallica when they made their debut album? They would have been what?
I'd say maybe 19, 20.
Yeah.
Maybe around, I'd say maybe around 20.
Yeah.
But yeah, Death Angel, man, they were practically kids when they made the Ultraviolent and Frolic, the first couple of albums.
Just wait on
Can I
Frederick.
hear your Trevor story? That's going to be Sunday night now, man. I'm not ready to do it.
Okay, there we go. I was able to find my iPhone earbuds.
Okay, that's good. That's a lot better. That's a lot.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
But knowing my phone, my battery's gonna die relatively quick.
I just thought of the funniest name for a song if I was gonna record an album with you, Ben, like a rock-based album. I thought of the worst song title, Rock and Roll Underpants. Just basically a dirty rock and roll song.
What? Rock and roll. Holy shit.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I thought it was
Yeah.
funny.
What the fuck?
I'm
Holy
trying
cow.
to wake myself up, too. We all need to chuckle.
God fucking damn it.
Could be worse. There's worse songs.
Yeah.
There's worse songs.
I do want to say, regards to Black Only Murder, I am going to do an abridged retrospective for them at some point.
Okay.
Season 2 guaranteed.
Cool. Sounds cool. That's all
Along
good.
with
It's like
an
we got
abridged
Frederick.
retrospective for
Frederick, what's
Going
up?
on?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Our Australian
Doing good,
metal
man.
brother.
I can hear an echo.
It's me. It's me. So I'm
So,
somewhere in
better
the
now? Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, it's better. I think Ryan left.
Still a little echo. Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Technical
Where's
difficulties
Ryan?
right there, but I'm back.
Okay.
What's up, Frederick?
What's up,
Hey,
Ryan?
Ryan. I'm good, mate. Yourself?
I'm pretty good.
That echo.
Oh,
The echo
man,
seems worse.
I've got some albums I want to show you guys that I received yesterday.
What'd you get?
I got the Armory
Cool.
LP out of Sweden. Speed
That's
metal.
cool. Nice.
Speed metal. Nice.
A classic
Nice.
speed metal called from the States called Harbinger. Very old band. And some Aussie speed metal, Reaper.
Oh,
Dude,
cool.
that's a sick album art cover. I like that album art cover. That looks sick.
Yeah, definitely. That's awesome.
And I got this one as well. Some
What's
more.
it called?
Band's called
Striper.
Renata, the band.
Anatsa?
And they're a Swedish speed metal band.
That's cool.
Awesome.
What year did they come out? What year did that album come out?
This year.
Oh, this year?
Ooh.
Okay.
Nice.
No, Mike, it's not me. I think it's Ryan.
What? It's.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Nick.
What's going on?
Not sure. I think both Ryan and Mike are echoing at the same time.
No, it can't be me.
It's pretty messy.
Oh,
I
hey,
already know
nice.
it's me. Oh, yeah, that's nice.
Oh,
That's dedicated to you, Nick, for that Watain review you did the other day.
dude, that new album's fucking awesome. I dig it. I mean, definitely got some of the cult fans
It
irritated.
is because you love it. It's live DVD and live album.
Somebody's really echoing bad.
Well, here, do the mute thing here. Like, just mute people individually. Here, I'm gonna mute myself. I mean, I don't think I'm echoing.
Nah, it's definitely not Nick.
Okay. All right. No, don't mute yourself at the same time. All right, one of you off. Like, turn back on. All right.
Yep.
All right. Mike, turn yours off.
It's Mike.
All right.
See?
All right. It's Mike.
Yeah.
You're mute. You're echoing.
And Nick, this one too is Watain as well. Box set.
Oh.
Oh, which one's that?
This is all their first 4 LPs
Oh shit.
Nice.
in a
Dude,
wood box.
see that,
I
Jeff?
got this like
It's got a
5 years
box
ago, maybe 5 or 10 years ago. So you need to catch up on your Watain, Nick. You need to catch
Yeah.
up.
I mean, I did a little bit of catching up, but I can't show what I got yet. I think I'll say that for a collection update. But first, I have to get through the list.
Next, you have to get Marduk.
Oh, Marduk! I own a fuck ton of Marduk. I mean, I got most of Marduk's discography. I mean, I'm trying to think what I'm actually missing.
Yeah, because they're like Watain as well. They're very similar to Watain sound.
Yeah, maybe like I would say a little bit faster and less dynamic. Like, you know, at least with like Watain, you get like more melody, more hooks. Like they definitely have like a lot of dissection worship and sacramental.
Sure.
But
Marduk's
just fast.
Their last album that I heard of Vitrola was a bit weak. Vitrola was a bit weak.
Yeah.
Like to me, Marduk's
But I
more
did like
punk.
that song.
To me, Marduk's more punky.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they kind of got just the raw sound. Like they still love that like old school second wave. You know, just let's just get gritty, tremolos, fast, aggressive, and of course evil. If it's not evil, they're doing it wrong.
No, that's true. Yeah, I like that song "Werewolf" they did with on the Vitrola. That was the only song I really liked on that album. It was so fast and so to the point.
Yeah, but there was a couple other songs I liked on it. But I mean, overall, it was just kind of an okay album. I liked Front Swine, the one before it. I thought that was a really good album.
Ooh.
Yeah, I enjoyed that album as well. But I wish they got Legion back in as a vocalist. Well, I really liked Legion. He was the vocalist for Marduk.
Yeah, most people just seem to talk about their drummer, which they should. The dude's insanely fast. Yeah.
Yeah, I am fast. Yeah, I'm brutal on the drums.
Oh, hold on here. I'm gonna shoot Jeff a link.
Ooh. All right, cool.
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, bring him on.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, Frederick, what was the first album you ever purchased?
Oh shit! My first album. Oh, wow. That is hard. I think it could have been the first Madonna album. Back in the 84, I think.
Well, there we go.
That album, and probably Billy Idol, Rebel Yell.
That ain't bad. I grew up in that era.
Yeah.
But that was like 30 odd years ago, so it's pretty hard to try to remember because I got so many albums.
Yeah, Nick, do you remember your first album?
I remember the first CD I ever bought, and that was Soundgarden.
Hey, Darren.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I became a huge fan. I think, Black Hole Sun was all over the fucking radio back then, but
Yeah.
I really liked the song My Wave, which was also like a smaller single. That was the one that really sold it. And yeah, I jammed the living shit out of that album. I still jam that album all the time. It's fucking amazing. It's forever like connected to
Hey, Jeff.
What's going on, Jeff?
Yeah, hang on one second.
Yeah, so I got a surprise the other day. Shred had 2 tickets for the Bay Area Tax Tour, and he was going to go with his girlfriend, but his girlfriend, she's got some medical issues, and she didn't want to be in the heat there. So I got to go. I finally got to see Testament, Exodus, and Death Angel, all 3 bucket list bands.
Wow, you lucky bastard.
Nice.
Yeah.
I was going to say.
Would have been cool to go
I
to.
snagged a shirt for fucking each because I'm a fucking lunatic.
You got the Kardashian shirt. Oh,
Oh,
that's
that was freaking awesome.
sweet.
Dude, Death Angel fucking owned. Mark easily was the best vocalist there, and I love Chuck Billy, but dude, Mark killed it.
What
You
did
said
I
On
say?
the high notes.
What did I
That's like
say
when
to
the
you in my
black
email?
Yeah, no, I agree with you right away.
Yeah, fucking smoking. That guy is so good, man.
And I mean,
Nick, is that a glow in the dark T-shirt?
I
Does it glow
don't
in the
think
dark?
so. I don't.
Kind of looks
I don't
like
know.
it.
Man, if it
Looks
is-
like it's a glow in the. Looks like it's a glow in the dark shirt.
I mean, if it does, that'd be kind of cool. But
Yeah, I was wondering if you might get
Oh
one.
my god.
Damn.
I was gonna get a tour shirt for him. But this album means a lot. And
I definitely need to get that shirt.
Yes.
Nice.
dude, it's a fucking quality shirt too. Like it's a nice, like soft material. It's not like the regular like Gildan stuff or Gildan.
Nice.
Sweet.
And then, of course,
Testament.
had to.
Yes. Oh, that's a cool shirt too.
I like
That's
it.
almost glow in the dark as well. Looks like that.
And we got, of course, all the tour dates. Dude, holy shit. That's like, it was like a 3 headliner show, to be honest.
Yeah,
like, they all killed it.
That's almost impossible to pass. I mean, I didn't end up going because I'm just not good with my health being around that many people locked into an airspace like that. But man, so good. How can you beat that 3-headed lineup, man?
Oh my God.
You can't, dude. Dude, Skolnick is so stupid good. Fuck.
Well,
oh my god.
Well, you got not just Skolnick. You got fucking Rob Cavastani is killer.
Oh, dude, he was killing it too, dude. Gary and fucking Lee Altus.
And then you got Gary and Lee, man.
They're
you know.
amazing. Yeah.
And Peterson was shredding too.
Well, Peterson's sick, and actually Ted is super solid too, man. I mean that 3-headed lineup is almost impossible to beat in a club setting.
Dude, I would look over at fucking Shred, and he'd be like, anytime fucking Alex got up on one of the stands, just did. My God, he was just like, oh.
Yeah. I guess they're not really changing the set though. It's pretty much the same thing they've done every date, I believe.
I mean, well, this was actually my first time seeing all three of them. So this.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. I've been listening to Testament since I was a teenager, and I always seem to fucking miss them.
I've seen them a bunch. Of all those three, I've seen them 5 or 6 times, and I've never seen the others.
Testament set was like, I think the opening 2 tracks when they opened up was Killed Another Next Level, and I think they went right into World War III. So starting with some new stuff. I mean, of course, they played Over the Wall, closed with Disciples of the Watch. They did play Souls of Black. I was a little surprised by that. And Electric Crown.
Ooh.
Hey, Mike, you're echoing bad. Did you turn yourself back on?
Yeah, I think.
Wait, talk a minute.
Yeah,
talk a second.
Mike had his mic back on.
Mike, you got to mute in between when you want to talk. Just put on, dude. It's really bad, man.
Yeah.
I don't know what. Do you have a session open on? Are you doing something on another computer or something?
No, I use my phone.
Yeah, but that's really weird that you're echoing. I do too, and I never echo.
Yeah.
It's really strange. Unless it's where your internet is. Like there's.
Yeah, I have shitty internet.
That might be it.
Yeah.
Well, I hate to do that to you, but when a bunch of people are talking, man, just raise your hand when you want to jump in, and then we'll quiet down.
We'll let you right back in.
I was gonna say something right now, actually.
Go.
For all y'all. I think earlier me and Ben were doing an album versus album for fun. I was like gonna ask Jeff and Nick. Bonded by Blood versus pick an album. I'll let you two pick an album.
Oh.
I mean, I don't almost want to go like thrash debuts on that one, but honestly, dude, like the only thrash debut from like, there's only a couple of thrash debuts I would put up that high, like, God, maybe The Legacy and Killing Is My Business. Like, Bottom by Blood's better than Kill 'Em All, I think, and I think it's better than Show No Mercy.
Yeah, by far. I'd say, just because they're a sentimental favorite, Forbidden Evil.
Yeah, Forbidden Evil.
But it's they're a different kind of thing because you got the pure thrash, Forbidden, then you got, because Russ always made Forbidden a little bit of a different animal than a lot of the other thrash bands.
Dude was such a good singer.
Well, he was kind of like the Rob Halford of the thrash scene, which made them have a different vibe and a different sound,
Yeah, I was gonna say they did a really cool cover of "Victims of Changes." Forbidden did.
Yeah, I have that on the. I think it was the special edition of Twisted into Form.
Yeah,
which I love that album.
That's my favorite Forbidden album. Like I love Forbidden Evil. It's a damn good album, but man, dude,
I like Flotsam Deceiver.
Dude,
great album. Great album.
Killer album.
Very consistent band. They put out a lot of pretty solid albums throughout their career, but that's their kind of their flagship moment. I mean,
some of the '90s stuff I'm finding
off and on. That '90s stuff is off and on. Then the 2000s, they got back into their stride again. When they
but I would say
Black Album.
I would say they have possibly the most underrated singer.
Oh, Eric?
Yes. Oh,
dude's,
I agree.
Dude's fucking killer, man.
He still sounds great.
Yeah, he does.
Like, and from what I gather, like Chris got to interview Mark Gilbert, and Mark Gilbert's like, dude, it still baffles me. That dude smokes a pack a day, fucking, eats greasy, and he comes in and he just nails his vocal performances. Like, it's kind of uncanny.
I bet you if he quit smoking, he'd probably have trouble.
Yeah, I think I reckon he would too. Yeah,
it's kind of like what happened to Ockerfeld. He quit smoking, he couldn't do death vocals anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, there's part of me that thinks he can. I just think he's just not interested in doing the death metal vocals anymore. It's just,
I don't know, man. I've seen
Yeah.
him 20 times, and the last time or two, I was just like not impressed. Like it seemed like something had structurally changed in his voice.
maybe. I don't know.
He croaks it more than he gutturals it now. It's not like it's in his, coming from his belly. It's coming more from his throat now.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, maybe that's a vocal technique he's got to use now so he can preserve his cleans. I don't know.
Possibly,
Yeah. I mean, it's his cleans are the valuable thing now.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Nick, where
Mike,
did you see him in?
you want to talk? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
you want to talk, Mike?
Hang on, Mike. Hang on.
Go for it. No.
Yeah, go for it.
I had a question for Jeff. Actually, two questions.
Mm-mm.
All right, Jeff, what was the very first concert you ever saw? What bands were playing? And second question is, what got you into music, man?
Oh,
What was that?
What the heck?
it's not me.
Who's jamming?
Patrick. That's probably.
Frederick,
Yes, I'm here.
were you jamming something in the back room there?
Yeah, no. I was picking up some
No.
vinyl that. Well,
That was actually me.
Oh,
Oh, it was Ben. Oh, wait, we didn't know what it was. It was Ben. Okay.
I'm
That's a
just
good
going
album.
through. No, I'm just going through all the Black Dahlia Murder albums.
I'll do this album.
So,
And
Fred, Mike asked me a couple questions. Let me answer those real quick, then we'll check your shit up.
This is this band here.
What is it?
Cryptosis.
Yeah. Distillator is Cryptosis now, so they changed their name
Oh, I didn't know that.
because with this name it's a bit generic, so they went for the little bit more different style, but still
Sweet.
still fresh.
So, Mike, you do realize I'm probably old enough to be your dad, right?
Hey, I'm 26. So.
How old are you?
He said he's 26.
26.
Okay,
I'll
my
be
my
20.
okay,
Uh,
my
I'll be-
son my son's actually a year older than you. So I was right.
Jeff, you could be
No.
my son. You
I
could be
am.
my son.
I could be your son?
Yeah.
Hardly, my friend. Hardly. How old do you think I am?
28.
That's the greatest
Either,
compliment.
Frederick, either two things are going on here. Either number one, you're high as fuck, or two, or two, you're gay and you're coming on to me. Which one is it?
I'm gay. Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna
Well,
say,
here's the
man,
deal. Here's the deal. I
wedding's
am,
not that favorable.
No,
Where did you
I'm
get
probably the
28?
same age as you, Jeff.
and I ain't that. And I ain't that.
53.
I'm
I'll be
56. I'm 56.
No, you don't look 56, mate.
Nah,
Honestly.
well, believe me, I feel about 960. So, but anyways, Mike, the first concert I went to see, October 25th or 6th. Yeah, 25th or 26th. It's one of those 2 dates. Kiss Dynasty Tour, Sam Houston Coliseum. They get this. About 3 weeks before that, they did not have an opener, which was weird because 3 weeks before that, there was this little known band in the States, kind of little known, that had this album that they just put out called Hell Bent for Leather. You ever hear that band? So at 13, I would have gotten to see Judas Priest open for Kiss had it been 3 weeks earlier. But instead, I got like a longer Kiss set. And you asked what it got me into music. To be honest with you, my very earliest memories of music were my mom playing things like Simon and Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water, Carole King's Tapestry album, James Taylor, Sweet Baby James album. But my first rock memories, what I would say is hard rock, or not really metal, because there was proto metal, with Sabbath and stuff. But my first memories of hard rock music were Led Zeppelin 4, or Led Zeppelin 2. I'm sorry, Led Zeppelin 2, Led Zeppelin 4, Aqualung by Jethro Tull,
Ooh.
George Carlin. I'm just giving you some of the albums I heard. The very first albums I heard. George Carlin's the seven deadly. What's it called, Nick? The 7 deadly words or whatever. The 7 words.
Oh, 7 words you can't say on TV.
That's it. Yeah. Cheech and Chong's Up in Smoke.
Oh,
There we
yes,
go.
great album.
Smell.
That's a great album.
Dog shit. Smell like dog shit. Good thing we don't step in. And Yes is Close to the Edge, and some
Ooh.
faces, Rod Stewart faces, and that was because the guys next door to my house, there was 5 brothers that ranged in age from Mark, who was about 2 years older than me, to the oldest brother, who was like 25, and I'm like, like 11 or 12, somewhere in that range, 10 maybe. And these guys were like the coolest motherfuckers on the planet. They were, playing pool. They were drinking fucking Cokes. They were probably snorting Coke for all I know. No, they weren't that, but they were like cool. They were like cool dudes, and they would always jam killer music while the little neighborhood kids like me would come around and badger them and bother them. And that formed the basis of my love for hard rock, and from there it just went in, and then I hit Kiss, and then I hit Rush, then I hit Maiden and Priest, and all Deep Purple, all the good shit, and it just kind of went from there, man. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
That's a good anchor point.
And my second show, I'll just add this, now shut up. My second show was February 2nd or 5th. I always forget the date. It was either the 2nd or the 5th. 1980. Again, Sam Houston Coliseum, because I moved from Houston in June of 1980 back up to Pennsylvania. We lived in Texas for 4 years. And where I discovered in Texas, I discovered stuff like Frank Marino, Mahogany Rush, Todd Rundgren. Oh, man, so many fucking cool bands in the 70s down there. But Sabbath, of course. But my second concert was Rush for Permanent Waves on the Permanent Waves. Oh. Amazing. Nice. And the Killer, little known, but they're known if you know Canadian rock history. The little known Max Webster opened up for Rush, and they were fucking amazing with Kim Mitchell on guitar and vocals. They were so good, man. And that's the first time I ever got high.
But I was 2. So
you were 2. That's the first time I ever got high that night at that show. I was just about 15 years old, and I smoked a doob with my buddies, and I was out of my fucking mind watching Rush do the entire 2112. That was the last. I think that was the last tour they did the entire 2112.
Oh, what was that? That was when they were doing the Test for Echoes tour.
No. When they came back for Test for Echo, they did the entire thing, with the exception of one part. They didn't do Soliloquy. But when I saw them in 1980, they did the entire 2112. Plus, not only did they do that, they did Xanadu. They did they did about 80% of Cygnus X2, which is Hemispheres.
Yeah.
Book 2. And they did Cygnus X1.
Oh.
So you got all the fucking epics in one show, and it was just unfucking real. About the only thing they skipped was Fountain of Lamneth and the Necromancer.
Wow.
Which would have blown my mind.
Yeah, because that's not going to be, in terms of all of their epics, that's really not their most popular. Comparing it to the Cygnus X1, both parts, and 2112, for obvious reasons.
I mean, back then on that show, Getty could still do that crazy part at the end of Cygnus, where it's, the spinning, whirling, still descending like a spiral sea unending, where he screams that, like a spiral sea unending. I can't get anywhere near that thing. Man,
yeah, you can't get nowhere near that. Look,
and they were still wearing the kimonos, because that was just 2 years after Hemispheres. So it was like, these were like fucking gods on stage with me, man. I was like,
yeah,
they were untouchable. And I remember, this always sticks with me. I remember, honestly, no joke, I remember thinking them and Kiss, and they were gods. They didn't even exist on this planet. They probably went somewhere special after they went off tour, right? And if somebody would have come up to me in 1978 and said, "Hey, man, you're gonna actually meet these dudes in 2007," which I got to meet Getty and Alex, I would honestly say you're fucking out of your mind. There's just no way. That's not. How could I do that? I'd have to get in a spaceship and travel somewhere, and that can't happen, you know. But I did.
Right.
I got to meet him in 2007. I mean, it was only about 4.5 minutes of my life, but it's fucking epic, man.
Oh,
Yeah,
hold up.
yeah, man.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, Jeff, what spaceship did you take to meet him?
I took Cygnus X1, of course.
Hell, fucking yeah.
Wait, was the Millennium Falcon not on the table? I
That was not on the table.
That's
Well,
bullshit, then.
It was, but I was thinking it'd be cooler to ride with Getty and Alex and Neil than Harrison Ford. Just,
I was thinking of the Enterprise.
I mean, he
Yeah.
seems like he'd be just a grumpy driver the entire time.
yeah,
but,
exactly. Too much of a badass for my my.
What if
liking.
Chewie
But-
was piloting, though? I mean, come on.
Well, yeah, but then again, there was Princess Leia. I mean, you know, I wasn't quite in touch with my feelings at that point in time. But by feelings, I think you know what I'm talking about.
Penis.
Ah,
Right? I guess right? Was that right?
You guessed right. Yeah, you guessed
Okay.
right.
Okay.
Darn it, Sean.
I'm pretty good at this game.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, man. So, Nick, did you see that dude posted another video?
No, I don't think he approved my comment. I mean,
I don't think he did either. I never saw it.
dude.
So you got to tell us what you said because
Man. Actually, let me see if I can still see it.
does it have to do with the douchebag named Scale It Back?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Oh, fuck
Fuck
that,
that
motherfucker.
motherfucker.
Well, if you look, I was one of the first guys that wrote something. I was like, dude, what a
Yeah.
fucking asshole fucking comment.
Okay, okay.
Now
Let
here's
me
the thing.
remind-
Hold on. Let me say one thing real quick.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
This guy did this because he loves being this guy that's like the elitist, most esoteric guy in the room. He wants to be that guy all the time. I mean, he shit all over Blood Incantation about 1.5 years ago and how they write songs and how they're boring and blah blah blah. And then he shit all over Chuck and Death and said shit like Chuck can't really write a good song and all this bullshit. Right now, the interesting thing is if you go listen to his music, he does play guitar and he can play. Okay, I'm not going to say he can. He can play, but his music is just so fucking uninteresting to me. There's nothing about it that's appealing to me. And that's fine because we all hear music differently and we all have subjective and objective opinions of it, right? But he just loves to be that guy that pushes all the buttons and acts as though he's so much more, he's the brightest boy in the room. And I usually have ignored it, but when he started talking about shit and saying Kelly Schaefer is doing this from a self-righteous place. I don't know if any of you guys have ever seen any interviews with Kelly Schaefer, but he seems like he's one of the nicest fucking guys on the planet, number one. Number two, I don't ever see that guy being a self-righteous bullshit artist. When he put it out there about, hey man, if you need to talk to somebody, talk to me and I'll help talk you off the ledge. He meant that. I bet you if I called that guy up right now, so I'm thinking of killing myself, I bet you'd talk to me for an hour. And when he said that about Kelly Schaefer, that pissed me off. Then he said, this was the thing that really pushed my buttons, when he, probably yours too, Nick, when he said, this is the most metal thing that Trevor's ever done. And he said, this is when the singer of Black Dahlia is more metal than the singer of Atheist. And I'm like, what the fuck are you comparing that kind of shit for, dude?
Dude.
Okay, yeah. Basically, what you're saying is, in a nutshell, this is the kind of guy that would basically make Travis the piece of shit rat Lawson look like an angel in some way, shape, or form. And Travis by no means is an angel. There's a reason I call him a piece of shit rat because he is.
Wait, who?
Oh, he's another fucking YouTuber that literally no one watches, though.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, no one does.
I mean, the other thing
He's already attacked all of us.
The other thing that he said that was really disturbing to me was that he was trying to draw this. Okay, the one thing he said that I understand what he said, Nick. I want to hear what you said then. But,
Okay.
the one thing he said too that really agitated me was he said that this is how do you put it? That it's a very brave thing to commit suicide. And what he was trying to say is that takes a lot of balls to commit suicide. It does. You got to traverse everything in your body and your brain that tells you, I must survive. I do not want to die. Because your body and your brain are biologically and chemically wired to survive. So when you have to overcome that fear of death and the fear of the unknown and all that stuff, that's a heavy motherfucking load, and it takes balls. But it's not brave. Let's be clear here. It is not a brave thing to glorify somebody who went out and killed themselves, because that guy, whether he was hurting, obviously he was hurting, obviously he was carrying a heavy load, and obviously he was struggling with a lot of stuff. But to say that it's brave to kill yourself is a stupid fucking statement, okay? Because here's the bottom line. I don't know if the guy had kids. I don't know if he had a wife. I think he did. I don't know, or a girlfriend or whatever. I don't know if he had. What's that?
He had a
got the
girl.
comment.
Okay, so he had a girlfriend. He had fucking bandmates. He had friends. He had parents. Well, okay, his mother died. I don't know about his father. He had family members. There had to be somebody in that family that at least cared about him. And those people are going to be left with questions of why. What could we have done? Should we have reached out? What could we have said that would have made a difference? So to say that that's a brave thing, that's the wrong way to phrase it. You can say, man, it takes a shit ton of balls to kill yourself, to hang yourself, to blow your brains out, to run into a tree trunk or whatever. Okay, that I can understand. And I do very much agree that as a human being, you have the ultimate power of choice over whether you want to continue your life or not. You have that choice. But you don't exist in a vacuum. None of us do. None of us do.
Yeah.
You know, Nick, you don't have a girlfriend, you don't have a wife or kids, but you got a mom and you got friends and you got people that care about you and love you, man. And same with Frederick, and same with me, and same with Ben. And you don't exist in a motherfucking vacuum, man. And when you take your life, there is always going to be someone that suffers as a result of that,
Exactly.
in some capacity.
That's a good point.
And so for that fucking guy to sit there and say, man, this is the most metal thing he ever did, and he lived up to the metal aesthetic. What the fuck does that even mean? What is the metal aesthetic? Killing yourself is cool? Fuck you, man. That ain't fucking cool.
Yeah, Jeff. Like for me, I don't believe in suicide. That's something that it's not on my radar. But when I hear like some of my favourite singers, committed suicide, like Wendy O. Williams, the female singer from Huntress, Mike Howe from Metal Church, Robert Williams, all these famous people, having these demons, that are embedded in their thought patterns. It's sad, and like what you're saying.
Well, I mean, Frederick, let me interrupt 1 second. Robin Williams killed himself because he had a terrible fucking disease developing. And I can understand that. I can honestly understand someone saying, I am sick, I'm going to die eventually, and it's going to be a horrible death. I want out now. I get that. And you can say that maybe this Trevor guy had a sickness in his mind. I think that's probably an accurate statement. But the reality of it is that for this guy to kind of sit there and go, I believe that, and the funny thing is, then he started to talk about his own situation where the world is shit and life is shit. Okay, we know it, man. Grind for most. If you're not born into a shit ton of money, and even then you still end up fucked up. Okay, look at Lane Staley. He had money, he had fame, and everything, and he shot himself up to death. He committed suicide the slow way, and there's a lot of us people out there that do that, but. The bottom line is, when you are really sick, I will tell you, I'm still dealing with I've only got my health situation, and I have thought about suicide a lot over the last 2 years. But I can't do that to the people in my life that care about me.
Mm-hmm.
It's not fair. It's not fair to them.
No.
But I do understand someone like Robin Williams saying, I don't want to fucking suffer like this. I want out. So, Nick, tell me what you were going to say, though, man.
All right, I was pretty pissed. So this, yeah, but I don't regret it. Let's see what I write here. Seriously, did you wake up today and decide to be the biggest piece of shit you can be today? This just happened and people are still grieving, and you want to champion suicide and call out people who genuinely care and want to help people with their darkest moments? What the hell is wrong with you?
Exactly.
Would you say that? Would you say that about someone you actually cared about if they committed suicide? Would you offer them an ear if they said they're at the end of their rope? No one cares if you don't like his music, but show a little fucking humanity, you miserable sack of human garbage.
Wow.
I was upset.
Wow.
No, you know what?
I don't think he's going to approve that comment.
No, you nailed it really effectively. Now he let me in, and I said some similar things, except for I got very personal in the fact that I said, you're an elitist. All of your videos have some angle to them. And here's the sad part. Do you know how many fucking views that thing had as of this afternoon? 8,000. What's it at now?
7,958. So yeah.
All right. So it was like 7,800 or 7,500 when I saw it. It's gonna pass 10,000. You watch.
He gained about 20 subscribers too.
Well, that's the sick part is if you read most of the messages in there, I'd say 85 to 90% are in our camp, Nick, but there is 10% that thinks that what he said was perfectly fine.
That's because they're idiots.
Yeah, watch one of those being those. Yeah, watch one of those being the Hell's Reviews assholes. Watch them be one of those that both thinks it's
Hang on,
fine.
Mike. Hang on. I see you, Mike. Hang on. I will tell you one last thing, and then we'll let Mike in here. One quick thing is Wyatt XM. You guys know Wyatt XM? You know him, right?
Hell, fucking yeah.
Wyatt's a cocky little fucker sometimes, but he knows a lot of metal. He's pretty deep into it. He can be a bit of a edgy little fucker sometimes, okay?
True.
And I would say this to his face, but I invited him on my channel along with that guy and said, you guys want to come on and you want to discuss this in an open forum on my channel, come on down. Well, of course, Scale It Back's not answering. And I don't know Wyatt's seen me, but Wyatt's video was nailed it perfectly. And so did the guy you told me, Metal, what's his name? Metal.
Oh, dude. Fucking Metal Meltdown just put out a 16-second video that said, this guy can fucking suck every inch of my dick.
Yeah.
Every inch.
He did it as an Instagram story sometimes.
If he just come on
16 seconds, but it's 16 seconds of, yeah, he's fucking right.
Hang on one sec, Mike. If this guy Scale Back would have come on and simply said, it's a real tragedy. I don't know their music. I'm not really a huge fan. It's like when Taylor Hawkins died. I'm not a huge Foo Fighters fan, but I felt a lot of empathy for his bandmates, for his wife, his kids, and the dude was taking a lot of drugs, man, and he overdosed on drugs. That's pretty clear, and that's really sad. He's not the first. He won't be the last. I've been there. I damn near killed myself with fucking pills several times years ago, and it's not a life you want. To be fucking taking a bunch of pills to sleep and a bunch of pills to function and a bunch of, sniffing this and snorting that to get through a day. It ain't what you want in life, trust me. And I wasn't even like what I'd call like a mega drug addict. I was taking prescription pills, but I was getting out of control with them. And I got off of them 3 years ago, and it's the best thing I've ever done. But I'm suffering for it. I won't lie to you. But the bottom line is, if that guy would have come in and simply said, this is tragic, it's really too bad, but, I support his right. I support someone's right to take their own life, but you should try to reach out. If you're in that darkest place, no, that's not what he did at all. He basically kind of fucking glorified this guy's decision to kill himself and then went, yeah, man, it's the most metal thing he's ever done. Oh, and by the way, I don't really like his music, and I think they're the reason that metal's so shitty now. He kept saying shit like that. It's like, dude, who the fuck cares? That's your fucking dipshit opinion, and it's a bad one.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mike.
On the fucking internet.
Mike's been dying to talk here.
Okay, go for it, man.
I got 3 things to say. One, that whoever that asshole is, that you guys talking about, dude's a douchebag. He needs to get his ass kicked, and he needs to be thrown in a dumpster.
No, that's pretty concise.
Yeah.
He's
look at Nick over there. Nick's breaking out the brass knuckles.
Trevor's practically a hometown hero here. Like in terms of all the metalheads, like we all looked up to him. Like he's from Detroit. He came down to Toledo a lot, and he came down to see Suffocation play at a fucking small ass club here in Toledo just because he wasn't on the road and one of his favorite bands was playing, and Shred's band was opening up.
Oh wow!
Yeah, he came by. He talked to everybody. Man, I got to talk to him a little bit about like he was talking about some lumberjack themed thrash band, and for the life of me, I can't remember the name, so I might actually have to look it up.
Not Rumpelstiltskin, is it?
No, it was something because I would have got that one, but yeah, he was just genuinely a good person.
I was just gonna say, man.
Yeah,
I'm not a fan of Black Dahlia Murder. I've heard them. I've listened to them. They're not me. They're not my kind of thing. You know me, Nick.
Yeah.
You know I'm not a maldcore kind of dude. It's not my scene. But here's the thing. That doesn't diminish the fact that all these guys in these bands are human beings. Most of them, generally, most of them are very good human beings who have families, who have children, who have loved ones. What the fuck, man? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Some people are fucking just broken inside and only give the shit about themselves. Like that scale, I could like legit. I watched that with absolute disbelief. It was like, is this dude for real?
Yeah.
And even if he wasn't, why? That's just horrible.
Well, here's the thing, Nick. Have you watched any of his other videos?
No.
And you probably won't, and you probably don't want to bother. But here's the thing. I've watched about 4, and every one of them is this elitist, smug, smarmy, I know more than you, and here's how I'm going to impart my knowledge to you kind of guy. And it's like, dude, fuck you. You're another dork on the fucking YouTubes with an opinion like all of us. Fuck off, man. Who died? It's like I said, Mike, kill your thing. I'm echoing horrible.
Yeah.
I had 2 other.
Well, hang on. Just kill your mic. Let me finish my thing, and then we'll come back. When he put out the second video, that the one that was reinforcing all his stuff, where he says, "I'm not going to remove the video," and all you mallcore kids want to come in and argue and not be and shit on me and call me names. It's like that's basically what you did without the name calling, but you kind of did name call, and you also said stupid shit like, "Yeah, man, suicide's cool if that's what you want, and you should do it because it's pretty metal." It's the metal aesthetic, the whole metal aesthetic thing. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you with your metal aesthetic.
Tell him, hey, listen, if you really feel that way, be a leader.
Well, be a leader, but you know what? He admitted in there he's a fucking pussy. He said it straight up. He didn't say I'm a pussy. He said, "Well, I'm going to stay here on this and wring every miserable minute out of this life." It's like, why, dude? Why? You clearly don't really enjoy life, so get the fuck out of here, man. But the one last thing I was going to say in my response to him in the second video, I'm like, dude, who fucking died and made you the arbiter of what's good and what's bad? Who fucking handed you that and said, "Hey, I need your guidance, Mr. Scale It Back. Tell me what I should listen to and why I shouldn't respect Chuck of Death, who's put out 8 classic motherfucking albums to your 2 or 3 shitty internet projects that nobody listens to." Let's get to the bottom.
Yeah. Let me guess. He listens to shit bands, doesn't he?
I don't even know who he listens to off the top of my head now. I mean, he's one of the guys that jumped on the whole Time Wave Zero thing with Blood Incantation and pissed all over it, and didn't get what it was all about. Who gives a fuck? But anyways, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, like you guys said, fuck that dude. If I was him, if I wasn't him, I respect Black Dahlia Murder. I've never heard of their music, but I respect. I'll give their singer my respect and say I'm sorry. That's the best I can say. I feel sorry for him and his loved one.
I don't even feel sorry for him. Fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy. Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah,
but
fuck
yeah,
him.
but yeah, Trevor. It's just sad.
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
Dude, it was awesome seeing because Exodus dedicated the entire show to Trevor.
Did they?
Yeah, and so did Death Angel too. Like pretty much they all did, and they're right there at the heart of it. You know, I mean, dude, Trevor was like, I saw Trevor at the fucking Majestic countless times, not just when Black Dahlia Murder was playing. Like, he was there for shows all the time. You know, he loved that shit. And, you know, he generally have like people come up and say, "Hey, how's it going?" And like shake their hands, fucking talk for him a little bit. It's like, "All right, man, I got to check out this band. I've been fucking waiting to check them out." There was a couple actually of bands that, you know, thanked him on Instagram, like Hate Sphere. You know, like kind of a, like, I think they're Danish, like death thrash band. They thanked him personally because he was the reason that they got a tour with them. You know, because they got on a tour with Obscura and Augury, Black Dahlia Murder. And Trevor handpicked them. Like, he said, "No, I want this band Hate Sphere because they're fucking awesome." And they became like quick friends after that. So I mean, he was a good like voice, and like if death metal needed a mascot, like he would be a great one to have. Like him and, you know, Corpse Grinder.
Well, I was listening to Rob Flynn the other night, and a lot of people shit on Rob, but the one thing I'll give Rob is I think he's a real dude. Yeah, he gets a little full of himself. He's got an ego, and he can run his mouth a little sometimes without thinking before he speaks sometimes. But I think he's a decent human being. Okay, and he was talking about the fact that he had Trevor on about 8-9 months ago, and he said, "Look, I wasn't best friends with him. I'm not going to play it off like we were super tight, but every time I was around the guy, he was just a fucking amazing dude, just a good guy." And he's like, but I could hear when he was on, he talked a lot about his struggles. And James said in the comments there, he said, "You cannot change the mind of somebody who wants to commit suicide." And I don't disagree with that. However, when I think there's a differentiation needs to be made between somebody who is in a bad moment, who's had a major shift in life that they just almost are overwhelmed with, that they can't handle, versus someone who is clinically and pathologically obsessed with dying. There's a difference there. Someone that's obsessed with and clinically locked in on ending their life. No, you can't stop that. You really can't. Okay.
Yeah.
That I agree with. And you know what? If they are in that place, I would try to stop somebody, but I would know that I would ultimately probably fail. But there's many, many people out there, myself included, who have had very close moments, very fucking close moments. And I'll tell you about one of them. 2 years ago, when I was going through the worst withdrawal from all these medications, and I was having all these symptoms from my disease that I'm battling, and I was literally in a state that I could not fucking function or think straight. I was able to climb into a tree in the backyard and wrap 2 of those cloth belts, one with the loops on them. And I wrapped one around the tree branch, and I wrapped one around my neck, and I sat there for about 15 minutes in sub-freezing weather, freezing my balls off, trying to will myself to just roll off that branch, which was about 20 feet up in the air, 15, 18 feet. And I couldn't do it because my kids and my family, who have not been the most supportive people during my illness, I'll let you know. But I just couldn't do that to them. And I didn't really want to die. There's a big difference there. As much as I wanted to die, I didn't really want to die when I was right at that moment. So there is a difference between people that are clinically locked in on ending their lives and people that are in terrible moments that make a very bad decision.
Yeah.
That you can't reverse. There's, you know, as my old man has said a couple times, man, once you're dead forever.
True.
We don't really know what happens on the other side. If you're a borderline atheist like me, I kind of figure nothing. And if you believe in God, or you're Christian, or you believe in life after death, then, you know, one of us is going to be either very happy or one of us is going to be very disappointed. Or I say one of us, meaning whichever side you're on.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot of sides.
There's that whole gamut there. So James, you're right, but I don't fully agree that if somebody's in a horrible moment and they have a voice that just listens to them, that lets them cry or hurt and empathizes and gives them something, it may not make it go away entirely. It may not solve it. It may only solve it for a short time. But to say something like, you're being Kelly Schaefer's being selfish, trying to keep someone from ending their lives. What a fucking ignorant fucking statement.
Maybe he'll get struck by lightning. I don't know. That'd be fun.
You know,
Yeah.
People should help. Other people. When they're feeling down, go into their house and try. Cheer them up. Stay with them. Support them. But people who don't support each other.
Yeah.
The one thing in this world that we miss, and I can be accused of it myself many times, but the one thing that we sadly need in this world that we just do not have a lot of, and that is empathy. There is just not a lot of empathy in this world.
That's very true.
And we're all locked in to our own lives of either excess or being caught up in our own little fucking world, or we're caught up in our world of misery, and we're locked into our own misery, and we just can't reach outside ourselves and go, hey man, I just need to give that guy 10 fucking minutes, or that girl, or that person. And that's a tough thing, man. And like I said, I'm as guilty of it as the next guy sometimes. Sometimes I just don't want to be empathetic. But let's say Mr. Scale It Back actually would call me up and say, hey, I need you to talk me out of killing myself. I'd be like, well, let me think about it. No, I would be like, why? Why do you want to do it? What are you really going to gain from it other than escape from what you think is a temporary situation right now? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, like getting bogged down in a moment. I mean, like there's definitely been times.
Sure.
But, ultimately, like, I don't know. I couldn't do it just because I don't want to leave that legacy. I don't want to leave that disaster on my wake. I don't want to, inevitably, I mean, if you have people that care about you and when you fucking die, you're going to leave sadness. Yeah. That's it. But that way,
somebody's got to clean up your wreckage when you do it that way, man.
Yeah.
If you're dying of a terminal illness and there's time to prepare, that's hard enough. Or if you're in a car accident where it's really tragic and it's so unexpected, that's a horrible thing. But when you take your life, especially if people around you know that you're struggling and they're maybe trying to help, because we don't know how much his bandmates knew. We don't know how much his girlfriend knew. We don't know how much his family knew. They could, he could have been doing all kind of medications and trying all kind of things, and that's probably a likely scenario.
I think John talked to Alan Cassidy, the drummer. I don't know. I think, but from what John was telling me, is like he had no idea, none.
That's and those are the people you have to worry about, because when they don't actually talk about it outright, they're the ones that are going to end up doing it usually.
Yeah,
it's just the reality of it.
I didn't know it is. I mean, I've gone through this a couple of times, unfortunately.
I got two family members. I got a 32-year-old cousin that just had a baby, went through severe postpartum and fucking slit her wrists and took a bunch of pills. And then my aunt was ill and they couldn't find a reason for it, and she ended up drowning herself by taking pills and booze and doing shit. And then I had a good friend of mine when I worked at a restaurant that 22-year-old kid shot himself in the head. So I've been in contact with a couple of suicides, and they're not fun, man.
No, it's you're leaving questions, you're leaving damage, everything. Like it's, and it sucks because I mean, I feel like I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know his situation or anything like that, but I mean, the dude got so much love. Like I don't think I ever met anyone like in the metal community, regardless if they were a fan or not of Black Dahlia Murder, just say fuck Trevor. No one said that, because anyone that met him or talked to him or watched an interview with him was like, dude, this guy's cool. Like I know my brother-in-law is not the biggest fan of Black Dahlia Murder at all, but it's like, dude, Trevor was a good dude.
Exactly.
He was a good dude. I met him twice.
Did you?
Yeah. He's like on the stage, like he's larger than life. Like it's like, whoa, look at this fucking dude, the fist pumping. Like he looks like he's having a ball. He comes off the stage and he talks to you like a fucking human being.
Like, the first time I met him is always gonna stick out because it was an Ozfest. probably around 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning. He was just kind of roaming around the audience. And he walked up to me and started talking to me about Iron Maiden. Because I had an Iron Maiden shirt on. And Iron Maiden was playing Ozfest that year. And you could just, he was just the coolest guy. And you could really tell he was really happy to be there to play with Iron Maiden. You know?
He was like a ball of metal energy. You see someone wearing a fucking t-shirt of a band you like, and that's often how like a lot of metalheads fucking meet up and like, hey, I think we're friends now. Like, dude, I like your shirt. Like, dude, I like your shirt. That's pretty much like the Trevor way too, because I like the first memory of me like meeting him outside of like him being on stage. I forget what show we're at, but he wasn't even playing it, but he was just there, and he walked up to my brother-in-law kind of drunkenly, and he complimented him on his Neurosis shirt. I was like, dude, it's a sick fucking shirt, man. And then he just kind of sauntered off, and my brother-in-law was like, what the fuck was that? It was like, that was Trevor from Black Dahlia Murder. I was like, oh.
That brings up a top, not to get off this topic, but it's pretty maudlin here, but Nick, you just hit on something that's so funny, man. It's like I don't know, man. It's like the heavy metal mating call thing is when you see that shirt and you're like, whoa, dude.
It's so true.
That's true, man.
I was at the Yob Voivod show, and I'm wearing a Uriah Heep Demons and Wizards shirt. And I walk in, and some fucking young cat, man. This kid was like, had to be like, well, everybody's young to me now, but this kid had to be like, like Mike or Ryan's age, late 20s. And he walks up, he's like, dude, fucking Heath. Yeah, man. Badass shirt. And I'm like, what's up, man? And then like another dude walks over, he's like, man, Demons and Wizards, classic fucking shirt, man. I'm just like, wow, that shirt's got me more, mating love calls. It shows, I think, than any other show, man.
They start like humping your leg right there, like, hey, come on.
Yeah. Quit humping my leg. But
Mike,
it's like the mating. Yeah, hang on one sec, Mike. It's like the mating meme on Instagram where the two dudes are in the store and one guy's wearing a Maiden shirt and the other dude's wearing a whatever, I forget what it was, and they see each other. Next thing you know, they're running through the field throwing flowers and holding hands and hugging and kissing. It's like, whoa, fuck yeah.
I've been tagged in that fucking video so much.
What's up, Mike?
I have a funny story I want to share. Wasn't me, but I was at a concert with 5 of my buddies. This was in Philadelphia. I do want to share. We were seeing what's that pirate band?
Hailstorm.
So it was 3 bands. This was 4 years ago. We saw Hailstorm. Can't remember the name of the other band. And I think we saw Attila. I fucking hate Attila, but my buddy wanted to see them, so And this chick walked. This female, it's got to be in her late 50s. Looks old, already starting to look old. Walks up to my buddy Chase. She starts hitting on him.
Uh-oh, it's a MILF. It's a MILF alert. It's a MILF alert.
Could be Gmail. Could be Gmail.
No. Well, she started hitting him because Chase was wearing a Rolling Stone shirt. I was wearing I think I was wearing a Frank Zappa shirt. Everybody was just wearing classic shirts. There.
So did he bang her? Did he bang her or what? Did he bang her? Come on, man.
Seal the deal, man.
Get the good part of the story. You guys double tuned her, didn't you?
No, but we were maybe about 10 people away, like 10 people ahead of us. Could have sworn the drummer of Metal Church was there. Apparently, could have sworn we saw the drummer of Metal Church there. In the crowd.
Dude, I could walk into a crowd anywhere and not know the drummer of Metal Church.
I mean,
I know his name's Stet Howland, but I wouldn't know him from Adam.
I actually, I mean, in terms of all the pictures, I wouldn't know which one it was, but the mating call thing, like legit, all the cold weather shows I went to this year, I wore my Nawesome hoodie, and
Oh yeah.
every show, every single show, it didn't matter who was playing, it was like fucking Nawesome. And then they would get into a whole conversation about that. Dude, they were so underrated. Man, fucking sucks about their fucking singer and all
Yeah,
their.
that's a good one because not a lot of people know that band. I mean, you're getting diehards there. You know what I mean?
Dude, rabid fans, man. It was really
It's
cool.
It's not like wearing a Maiden shirt or a Megadeth shirt or a Metallica shirt. You know those are a million everywhere.
Oh yeah,
But you wear Nausea, man. That's pretty rare shit.
kind of a cult band. I mean,
of course.
Dude,
Well,
fucking awesome.
It's like with black metal too. When you see somebody wearing a really underground black metal, going, "Oh, Watain, yes,
Yeah,
or Emperor, or Mystium, or Archgo." When you see in the streets, you go, "That's a cool shirt. I love that band." You go, "Yeah, rock on, dude."
Yeah,
you
well,
know?
I walked into probably November. Walked into a convenience store around here like 3 a.m. I ran over to get snacks or something. I forget. And no, I went over to get a meatball sandwich. That right? Because my hours are all fucking weird. You know, you do what you do, right? And I was wearing my Voivod Nothing Face shirt, and the guys, and I had it was cold, man. I mean, it was fucking, I don't know, 30 degrees out or whatever. And I had a sweatshirt up, and it was zipped up right to like you could just kind of make the Nothing Face out, but you couldn't really see the logo or anything. And this dude's looking at me as he's ringing me up. It's like, dude, is that a Voivod Nothing Face shirt you have on, man? I'm like, fuck yeah, it is. He's like, oh my god, dude, like I've never seen anyone wearing a Nothing Face shirt in my life. I'm like, well, I'm the man, dude. I said I'm a massive Voivod fan. And we got to talking about it. He's like, yeah, when I was in college, man, we used to do, I had a college radio, blah, blah, blah. And I'm thinking, oh, shit, you were in college and you're working at this fucking convenience store at 3 a.m.? That's not a good look. So, but you do what you got to do during COVID, right? You know?
yeah.
But yeah, he was really cool. And I'm like, hey, man, check out my channel. And I think he joined my channel like a couple days after that.
Dude, I mean,
So.
we've got people from interactions like that. Like, there was actually, I don't think he works there anymore. He was kind of sketchy anyway. Dude, like the convenience store down the street from me, like I came in there with my Cannibal Corpse hoodie. He was like, dude, fucking love Cannibal Corpse, man. We started going over like a whole bunch of like death metal bands and shit like that. And I told him about the channel, and I think he actually did subscribe.
Oh, it's awesome when that happens. I mean, you know, because it happens to me quite a bit. Here's another good one. I was wearing my Gorguts Colored Sand shirt. And no, it wasn't Colored Sand. It was fucking Obscura. And I went to this real nice restaurant, and the waiter comes up. He's like, dude, Gorguts? Obscura? Like, whoa. He's like, are you going to the show? And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, Baltimore. They're playing Baltimore on Friday night or Wednesday night or something. I'm like, dude, I didn't even know about it. Had I not run into that guy, I never would have known about it, never would have seen Gorguts for the first time that night. So it was like perfect kismetry. Like I said, we had a moment. We looked deeply and lovingly into each other's eyes.
Longingly.
Our tongues may have touched once or twice. I don't know.
Did you touch tips?
Well, I might have. I'm just not sure.
It's a little bit of docking.
I tend to block that out, and sometimes the rohypnol has something to do with it too. But
Don't worry, I'm sure he does too. Maybe his friends bring us like, remember that time you kind of just like got molested by that metal dude? Like, dude, I don't like talking about it, man.
but he was wearing a Demons and Wizards
I
shirt.
mean, it was a pretty cool shirt though.
Wait, was he wearing a Nauseum sweatshirt? It might have been that guy too. I'm not sure.
No, tell he wasn't that guy. That guy's cool. That's what I've heard.
That's
anyone that owns a Nauseum sweatshirt, I mean, they're pretty awesome.
He's your boy. Yeah, man. So anyway, I just I did something today that I've never done before. I left a comment on Wyatt Xim's one of his videos, and I'm like, dude, I rarely watch your videos, and I know you probably never watched mine because I mean, he's got like 20,000 subs, man.
Yeah.
And I'm like, but I think you fucking nailed it with that whole thing, and I applaud you. And then you told me about the metal. What's his name again?
Oh, Metal Meltdown.
Metal Meltdown. Yeah.
Oh
And
yeah,
I watched his, and his was great because, like you said, it was like 16 seconds, man. He crushed it.
Dude.
I'm gonna watch. I gotta watch that.
Dude, it's it's actually one of my favorite 16 seconds on YouTube here lately. Like I watched it multiple times just because, like, dude, and he's got such like I have to remind myself because like he's from Toronto, but man, like I just feel like he's from Boston or something like this dude.
Oh yeah. It's funny you think about it. If we all got dropped into one place and all, just hung out, we'd all be bros, because most of us, with the exception of Scale It Back, we'd have him tied up somewhere in a trunk, something like that.
It's like no, that'd be like a firm get the fuck off my lawn. Don't even look at me. Go.
Yep. Go. Get out of here.
I ain't talking to you.
Go
No one
ahead,
here
Mike.
wants to be your friend.
Yeah, Ben knows. Ben knows what happens. Ben knows the saying I say when people piss Mean Metal Mike off. You get the shovel, the Mean Metal shovel.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, man.
Mean Metal Mike's going to throw magnet on us.
The shovel's about this long, has spikes. If you get whacked with it, you might die.
I mean, pretty sure you get whacked with a shovel. You ain't doing well.
Yeah, you're not doing well.
No.
Give me a moment. I'll be back. I'm gonna grab a smoke.
Depending on the end of it, but really either end's probably not going to be very good.
Dude, man, my fucking feet and legs still ache from that fucking show. Like, dude. Oh,
Where did they play, Nick? What place?
The Majestic in Detroit.
Oh, and what's that hold? Like about 1,200, 1,500?
God, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. Actually, I've never really actually checked what the capacity is there. It was a sold out show, though.
I'm thinking it's like 12 or 15. I'm thinking.
Like there was a lot of people. It was assholes and elbows, and like we were fortunate. We were just enough outside the pit, but we were like, still straight on. Like we stayed in pretty much the same spot for Death Angel and Exodus. Then we went out because Joe's got like social anxiety, and getting outside and getting some air was that's a good thing too. Plus, even I did like, dude, I feel like I'm just huffing armpits in here. But and then we went back in and found another kind of not so cozy place because it was standing room only, and you're like, yep, everyone's touching me. This is fine. This is good. I'm cool. I was kind enough not to fart, even though I had to.
Well, I think the whole state of Michigan thanks you.
Well, I mean, at least those within like 10 to 20 feet of me. All right, give me a second. We're right back.
Saved it for the car ride home.
Oh, son of a bitch. Dude, like, legit, I might need to reload on Advil before I go to bed.
Uh-oh. Getting old, buddy. Getting old.
I fucking know.
Anyways.
Frederick, how old are you again? You said 53.
This year, yeah.
Oh, you'll be 53. Okay. Yeah, man. It's it ain't fun. It ain't fun heading into the 50s, man. I really am struggling.
No, for me, I'm pretty good. I've got a lot of energy. I still, jog and all that sort of shit.
Good for you, man.
I have to watch out for my asthma as well. Because I've got asthma, and so I just take it. But apart from that, I'm pretty good. I'm fit. I'm so I look after myself and knock on wood. Hopefully, when I reach 60, I'll still be in fighting fit.
That's cool, man. That's good. I mean,
yeah.
I was super fucking fit until about 3 years ago when I came down with a whole host of very bizarre autoimmune diseases and some neurological things, and they came out of kind of nowhere. So you never know when it's going to happen. You know what I mean?
No, that's it. You know.
But I mean, and Ben, don't take this personal, Ben, because I'm not ragging at you, dude. But you know, one of the things I did a long time ago was I quit smoking because
I do gotta quit.
yeah, I mean, you know, dude, you're a big boy. You could do what you want to do with your life, but you know it's not healthy. You know that it's not. You know, it's not good. And
Right.
like even my, you know, I drank a lot when I was younger, but I kind of knocked that mostly off. In fact, I was sober for 14 years, and for another 6 years, I occasionally, on rare occasions, I'll have a glass of wine now, but it's sipping. I don't get fucked up anymore. I just can't. I can't do it. The hangovers are brutal, and I feel like shit for days, and it ain't worth it. It's just not worth it to me. So,
Yeah.
so again,
I'm
Ben,
not
I'm not ragging on you about smoking, but I'm just saying that that was one of the best things I ever do. Now, every now and again, I'll smoke a little weed, but it's not like a regular thing for me. It's more like a casual, occasional thing.
Yeah.
Helps me with my pain issues that I've got from my autoimmune issues. But I would never get into a cycle where I'd just be getting stoned all the time because that's not healthy either.
So Jeff,
Definitely
marijuana is that like what state are you in America?
Say again.
What state are you in America?
I'm in Pennsylvania, so medical is legal. I had a medical for a year, and I found that I was spending more money on it than I really wanted to, and I wasn't really getting the benefit of occasional use. When I was regularly using, I just wasn't doing it for me like I thought it should. So I, you know, and it costs money. It's like $350 for the appointment. It's like $500 to redo every year, and I just like, I don't think I want to spend that money. So now, if I want some, I got a connection. I can get $10-15 worth, and it'll last me for a month. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, like here in Australia, you know, like marijuana,
It's illegal, right?
they want to legalize it now,
Yeah.
but we do have marijuana plantations that are just for medical research, and
Right.
we are starting using marijuana, hemp oil, and that for medical problems. So I
Right.
don't know why America won't just legalize it and just let it be free for
They
people who
will. They will. What they're trying to, it's a state thing as opposed, obviously, as a federal thing. But I have a strong suspicion that pretty soon, maybe in the next 5 years, when the Fed can figure out how to tax it properly, they're going to get involved in it too, and it's going to become just like the FDA or
Yeah.
through FDA and all that stuff.
Yeah,
Or the other thing is, most states now, we got a lot of states that are going recreational, and the main problem there is a lot of what are they called? The places. What are they called, Ben? What do you call where you go to get the weed from?
rehab.
The stores, dispensaries. The dispensaries.
Dispensaries.
We don't have enough dispensaries to keep up with the demand. That's the problem. So,
Yeah,
and I mean, let's be honest. Let's be honest, man. The weed. Hang on. The weed is, in my opinion, weed's a lot less dangerous than fucking alcohol is. And look at how readily available alcohol is here in the States. So, go ahead.
That's true.
Okay, I was going to say, marijuana, they want to legalize it, right? The government wants to get their hand on that as well because the government knows that they can make a shitload of money on selling
taxes,
marijuana.
Huge amount of tax income there, man. Huge.
They can make billions of dollars, billions if they when they legalize it.
Millions? Oh no, it would be more than that. It would be more.
No, billions.
Yes.
Billions.
Yeah.
Or trillions.
Probably billions of dollars. And yeah.
Yes.
Mike, what you got, man? I know you've been trying to talk. What's up?
Yeah, I just got a couple things I want to say. I got one.
You're a big stoner, aren't you, Mike? You're a big stoner, aren't you? You're a big stoner, aren't you?
No. No, well, I was gonna say, Jeff. Well, I also have a thing for Ben. If Ben can do me a solid when we're done with the stream, Ben, later on. Toilet, right, Ben? he's been heavily bullied in the chat.
Oh God, toilet.
Wait, what's been going on? I can
Oh,
barely hear. I'm sorry.
Toilet. You told me about him, Ben.
Yeah.
2 days ago, he spammed on all my videos comments that I deleted. He called me like an autistic fuckhead, and you should like it off of YouTube. I'm not lying
Well,
about that.
Well, actually, I saw that. You know, he talked to you like Paul McCartney. He had a Paul McCartney, Mike, little Mike is Paul McCartney with autism.
I mean, that's kind of funny, but still,
can't
yeah,
you can't let people like that get to you.
yeah. And I don't do like 40-second takes, but I don't know, Ben, if you could do me a solid and make like a short, like 30 or 40-second take and just call it an ass out for me. I'm not the type of person that would do that. Also, the two other things I was gonna say. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think a Miracle Medal on them before. I think this was during college. I was having like terrible. I forget what it was, but something was messing up. Something was messing with my Asperger's, and they like put me on like a THC pill or something like that that had like a little bit of amount of marijuana that would help balance me out, which helped out. I'm no longer on it. I feel fine. So, but you know, and
Actually, what you're on it for is for the THC.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
That's the psychoactive
yeah.
drug, and the cannabinoids. There's all kind of different cannabinoids
But-
that your
but-
body responds to.
But from what they told me, they said it would help out with like my function or whatever, and it would help out with my focus. And I think they said
There you
it would
go.
help out with ADHD also.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I also had a terrible cigarette addiction in college that I quit. I quit early, so
Oh boy. There you go.
I just went cold turkey. I just said, fuck these. I literally threw them in the trash. I just decided to go cold turkey. So
Yeah,
And-
we're bagging on. I was bagging on the smokers, Nick and Metal Ben, but
yeah,
you got look. Wait, hold on. We were talking about getting old and feeling old, Frederick and I had asked if he smoked, and I quit smoking when I was 27, 28, something like that. And
wow.
you know, I don't ever. You want to smoke? That is up to you. I am that smoke Nazi though. That if you're smoking in public and the smoke is blown on me, I'm that dick guy.
Oh yeah, no,
I won't lie.
I try to be considerate. I
Yeah.
mean, you know,
Yeah.
But
I
it's
try
your
not to be-
choice.
yeah.
You know, it's your choice what you want to do with your body. But you guys are both smart guys, and you know it's not healthy.
Yeah, no, I know. It's a fucking shit habit, and I gotta eventually fucking kick it.
Yeah, it's a shit habit and expensive habit as well.
Oh god, it's
Oh,
fucking
yeah,
stupid expensive.
True.
Yeah, like it's like here in Australia, it's like $60 a packet for
Ryan just was out in the pasture. There was a field of fucking horses running in the background. It was like all I heard was clump, 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 clump. There it is. You hear it?
Man,
Here?
cooling
Dude,
my
actually,
fan
that
Hear the
does-
horses?
phone
Sounds
down.
like
sounds
fucking
like-
horses.
Could be caribou. I don't know.
Reindeer.
Reindeer. There you go.
could be the zebras.
I think Ryan's playing a video game. He's probably playing.
I got,
I hold on silver. Away.
I got my freaking phone on a tripod so I can play some video games.
Hey Ben, how you going?
Man's cooling it.
Welcome to chat.
There you go.
Yeah, I got Xbox.
I'm just reading the comment section.
So, Nick, what other shows you got upcoming now? You got anything
I think-
imminent other than MDF?
Honestly, that was the only one that I was like,
Ryan,
was
kill
bummed.
your mic, dude. It's fucking
Sorry.
loud.
yeah. That was the only one that I had. Well, it was on my radar, but I was bummed because they were sold out. So I was like, man, I'm gonna fucking miss
Yeah, right.
literally a giant bucket list fucking show. And then
Then you
Just
got the
gonna-
call.
yeah, I mean it was fucking. I mean, you know, talking to Sarah, which is Joe's lady, is like she was bummed, but it's like I can't. I know because I got medical conditions, and I know this was like exacerbate those conditions. So it's a shitty thing, but it's the smart move. And like she literally said, I guess it's like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to go tonight. Do you know someone that would like to go? And Joe was like, I know right away. And he literally just texted me right away. And of course, I was like, ugh. And luckily, I had got my Misery Index special edition like a couple of days earlier, so I'd already listened to this a bunch. I was like, fuck, I can just do the review, knock that out, edit it, put it up, head on over, and fucking go see some legendary bands.
Wicked.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, nothing else. I mean, I'm sure there's probably some other shows, but I'm just gonna hold tight for a little bit. Fucking.
Well, you got this little thing called MDF coming.
Yeah, so. I'm preparing for it. Fucking Sean and I went shopping, and we both got fucking orthotic fucking implants for our shoes.
Oh Christ, you old men!
I know, dude. Oh, dude. Watch the review of Jungle Rot tomorrow. By the way, you got to look at the stupid thumbnail we came up with. It's fucking gloriously dumb. I love it. But yeah, we brought it up. It was like, yeah, we got fucking orthotics because we're old. I mean, I even got like socks with extra fucking heel support.
Holy shit, man,
dude! I mean,
did you bring your? Are you bringing your Depends too, or?
No, I'm just gonna like drop trout and shit outside, man.
Just
like a man.
Shit right there. Yeah, well, of course.
You assert dominance, Jeff.
That's listen, Nick. You do realize that's the metal aesthetic to just drop it and do what you need to do. Right?
I've been living the metal aesthetic for forever, man. All right. I mean, I might have the arrest record to fucking prove it. There are so many buildings I'm not allowed to go to because I'm so metal, and maybe because I shit in front of them.
Oh my God! What do you mean? What do you mean, officer? You're not allowed to jerk off on the street? That's the metal aesthetic, man.
I can't drive with this erection. I have to beat off here in the parking lot.
I can't drive with this erection.
Go throw away the magazine.
Easy metal, Mike. Easy metal, Mike. Nick's talking about his erection. Easy, buddy. Easy does it.
No, yeah. I mean, this time I want to be prepared, like, because man, 2019 kind of like. It kind of fucked us up. Like, I think Noonan actually had to go to like urgent care because his legs were so swollen and shit.
Really?
And, I mean, oh yeah, dude. He was like, in some serious pain. I was like, dude. I mean, because we wanted to see everything. We wanted to see every fucking band, and we definitely saw as many as we possibly could. But yeah, like afterwards, like, dude. I mean, it took a while for my feet to fucking feel normal again. Like, it was brutal.
It's kind of fucked though, the whole bloodbath and dismember thing. I mean, granted, you're getting autopsy, which is pretty killer.
That is cool.
But
demolition.
I don't know. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
But yeah, like especially dismembers, which they were, pretty clear why they weren't coming.
Well, somebody didn't want to get vaxxed.
Yeah.
Wasn't gonna. So I mean, that's their right.
And that is their right, but I mean, like, I just feel bad. Like, you're disappointing a lot of fucking U.S. fans that who knows. Like, honestly, I didn't think I would ever get a chance to see Dismember because they've been defunct for so many years.
You might not.
Yeah.
Sadly, I mean, I know Jimmy was totally fucking bummed when I said in the news. He's like, "You got to be fucking kidding me!" Because the night before he did that stream with his two buddies, and he was just like ecstatic about getting to see Dismember. And I would wager a bet that I would honestly wager a bet that of all the bands that are playing, they might be one of the biggest draws. We're one of the biggest draws.
Yeah,
because they haven't played over here in forever. They've been,
broke up in like 2009.
Yeah. So it's been a long time since they played over here, and at least Triptychon's been around a couple times. They were at Decibel Fest a couple years ago. Yeah, the Triumph of Death thing is cool, but Max is always out touring or has been. Deicide, they're always touring. Bloodbath,
you get kind of a cool set from, but they're doing that Legion tour anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, yes, there's some kind of rarities out there, but I think of all the big name bands, Dismember was probably the biggest name that.
Oh yeah.
That of all the ones that were coming from overseas, and it was like, man, when I saw that, I'm like, oh fuck yeah, you must have saw it before I texted you about it.
Yeah, well, no, fucking John told me about it in our Thralls chat. It was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, see if we get Autopsy. Like, Autopsy's been a bucket list band for a while for me.
Oh yeah, and that killer.
I
Wow.
love fucking Chris Reifert. That dude is a fucking maniac.
He's awesome. I'd
And,
love to
no,
see
yeah.
more.
and Demolition Hammer would be awesome too, because I mean, I love those first two albums. Third one, not so much. I know Brian says otherwise, but no, Time Bomb's awful.
It's terrible. I agree. It's horrible.
I actually don't know them. I'll have to check them out. I don't know.
Oh,
them.
dude, that's honestly like, in terms of like Death Thrash, dude, like they're one of the best. Like them and like the first two Solstice albums. If you like the first two Solstice albums, you're probably gonna love Demolition Hammer.
Where are they from?
I think Demolition Hammer were heavier, much more brutal.
I think they're from New York, right? Are they from New York, Ben?
Yes, I think they are.
You might. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
And Solstice are from Florida, aren't they?
Yep. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Rob Barrett. That was where he came from.
Yep.
Yeah.
Great band.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a ton of stuff, you know, I want to see on there. Like, I mean, there's more than enough draw, and plus, like, you know, like getting a chance to meet some people that I bullshit with on here, like that's a fucking awesome draw. Like, you know, this is gonna be the last one. I'm gonna make a fun fucking party out of it.
Yeah, I'm hoping, dude. I'm hoping, but I will say that I got to be real careful. I have to be careful because I'm not in the same. I cannot get the vax right now. I just can't because of my immune issues, and so I have to be very, very thoughtful about. You know, I went in and had 2 teeth removed on the day before yesterday, which is stunning that I'm not in pain. But anyway, because this was brutal. I felt like I went in there. And I felt like it was a Monty Python sketch. The guy fucking pulls out the needles and just one after the other starts stabbing me. And I'm not kidding you, man. It was fucking brutal. He went into my mouth and he's wriggling things around and I could feel it like almost hitting the bone. I'm like, he takes out. I'm like, bro, like, can you go a little more gently? He goes, guy, I got to work this Novocaine down into the spots where the nerves are. I got to be a little aggressive. I'm like, a little aggressive. I'm like, I felt like you were going to knock my face off with that last shot.
Honestly, like my brother-in-law says, like, dude, if you go to a dentist and you feel any pain, time to find a new dentist.
No, this guy was good. When he took him out, I didn't feel it, but the process of getting to not feeling anything was a little hairy because they had the shots. Yeah, it was lower. Yeah. No.
Those are always.
It was
like,
both. One lower. One lower, the back molar back there had an abscess, and they just couldn't save it from my Sjogren's damaging my teeth. And then I had one up top. It's maybe the 6th one back, and it's just out of the view of my smile, thankfully, but they couldn't save it. And he's like, you know, you're going to feel a little bit here until I can get you numbed up. Once I was numbed up, I didn't feel anything. But, you know, when I left there, it was like, you know, half my face was fucking drooping. I couldn't, you know what I mean? I couldn't feel it at all. And but my point of this was to say that when I went in there, I'm not vaxxed. Now I assume they are, the dentist and the assistant and everything, but my mouth's wide open, my nose is wide open. I'm breathing in the same air that they're in my face. They're right there. So if either one of them is sick, I'm probably maybe gonna get sick again, you know, and that's scary for me when I think about coming down to Death Fest, where I guarantee you maybe only 60 or 70 per people, maybe 60% are vaxxed. And you know damn well hardly anybody's going to be wearing a mask down there.
Yeah. I mean,
you're going to have people drinking, getting fucked up. You know what's coming. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
So I got to be careful about that. But go ahead, Fred.
I mean, I totally get it. I mean, like, you know, I think the only thing available is Edison lot anyway. I mean, that way I think you can at least stay a little bit separated.
I can choose how much integration I want to have with the crowd. Yeah. Go ahead, Fred. Sorry, bud.
I have a question. Nick, why is this the last Death Fest? Is it what's happening with it?
It's taking a break.
Yeah, it's coming down. The guys that run it, like, they made an announcement that, you know, they want to take a break from it, and so this conceivably could be the last one. They know for a fact that's not happening next year, but like they dumped a lot of time and a lot of money into this fest, and like the whole COVID thing fucking hampered them, and especially with the big lineup that they
for
got.
2 years. For 2 years,
Yeah.
it hampered them. Yeah. Right, Nick. It was 19 was the last one, right? It was off.
Yep, 19 was the last one. My ticket is from 2020.
Right, and so what you're looking at there is those guys had a lot involved in the organization and reorganization and all the permits and all the fees and all that shit, all the band fees. And, I mean, I could tell in the message that they printed up about Dismember and Bloodbath, they were not happy.
No.
You could tell that they were pretty fucking pissed. And I don't blame them. And that's got to be a lot of stress, a lot of sleepless nights, man.
Yeah. And they also run California Death Fest, I think Quebec, like they're kind of at the hub of all those Death Fests, but I think the ones overseas have different groups, but they kind of work together.
They do.
Yeah. But I know California was also them too.
Yep.
And that one's going on hiatus as well.
Hang on, Mike.
What about the Milwaukee Death Fest? Is that still happening?
I don't think that hadn't gone on for quite a while. I don't think.
It's been a long time.
Yeah, I
do remember hearing about the Milwaukee Death Fest. Like back in the late, sort of
90s, yeah,
early 2000s.
I don't think there's been a Milwaukee Death Fest since the mid 2000s. I believe you'd have to look it up.
Michigan used to have a Death Fest too, but
did they really?
Yeah. They had. Dude, I saw some of the lineups, the ones they had back in the 90s. Like, dude, fuck, man, that would have been awesome.
Brutal. Would have been cool to get one of them.
Some of those, man, it takes a lot of playing, getting all those bands and everything like that, and shit, it's a lot. It's a lot of fucking work, and I mean, it also it says that it's taking a lot of time away from our friends and family, and we kind of need a rig.
I was going to say, it sounds to me like they're burnt out right now.
Yeah,
and I understand it.
I reckon they'll be back in a couple of years. They'll take probably 2 or 3 years off, and then they'll come back again. Yeah, just so that they can recruit themselves, make sure they're mentally and physically well, and
Yeah. I
go ahead.
I wouldn't want that stress, man. That would be way too much for me. I'd be ready to. I'd be dropping Xanax like crazy by the end of that thing, man.
I'd say I know, but I'm not the one that's doing the majority of the planning, which is probably for the best because they got everything else to fucking work on.
What you got, Mike? What you got, Mikey?
Yeah, I'm gonna get head off here in about 5 minutes, but I was gonna say, yeah, I'm going to Death Fest too. I remember.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Where are you coming from again?
Oh, Allentown, Pennsylvania. So I'm not. Yeah.
And we're living here in Allentown. And they're burning all the factories down.
That's true too. And the strippers don't look that good either. They're too fucking old.
Well, they used to have how long you been living up there? You said you just went up there not too long ago?
Just since October when I moved from Lancaster.
Yeah.
The reason why I moved was issues. The landlord was being a dick. The place was the old apartment I was living at was falling apart. The landlord decided not to call people in for repairs after I constantly told him, "Hey, this is broken. That's broken. That's falling off of the roof. That wall is getting really fucked up." And yeah, you need to.
Well, let me ask you a question, Mike. Are you from the Lancaster area originally?
No. Originally, I'm from Chester County. So
how'd you end up in Lancaster?
Let's just say I don't want to live with my mom anymore. I want to live on my own.
Okay, all right. But what made you come to Lancaster though? I'm curious. People you knew, or?
I didn't. I prefer not living next to the Amish.
Right.
No. Fair enough. That's fair enough.
But great food. Not gonna say Amish has delicious food.
For sure.
Yeah.
Some of them Amish people are pretty fucking rich. I'll tell you what, they own some big ass fucking farms, man.
Oh yeah.
And they're hard workers. But they are odd.
Wacky
Gotta
religion.
make that butter churning money there, Hezekiah.
They work hard and they can really party. That's what I've heard.
Oh, was it Rumspringer?
Oh yeah, when they go wild.
Yeah.
That's what
It's
I've
like
heard.
it's like girls gone wild Amish style, man. It's crazy shit.
You know, technically, it doesn't sound hot on paper, but I mean, when you actually know the whole Rumspringer thing, it's like, no, what? That actually could be cool.
Well, I'm telling you what, when you see a naked Amish chick in just her bonnet, look out, man.
The Amish can be really crazy too, because if you look at the Amish, they believe in God, but their religion and God is way too out there.
I mean, well, it's an offshoot. It's, you know, like I said, well, you know, Christianity is not like even really a uniform thing. Like there's like 30,000 different flavors of it.
Exactly.
And they all think everyone else is wrong, including the other people that believe differently in Christianity.
Yeah, we call them Amish. They call us Englishmen for some reason.
Yep,
I'm
you're the English.
You're the English, yeah.
English. Can you just call me Irish instead? That'd be funnier.
I churned butter once or twice, living in an Amish paradise.
Now, Nick, imagine Chris
One of the
Barnes.
greatest lyrics of all time, I have to say.
I mean,
Good old Weird Al.
Weird Al fucking rules.
He does. He fucking rules hard.
Here's a funny question: Could Chris Barnes pass for being sort of a poor Amishman?
No. He can barely pass as not being homeless.
That's about. He can barely pass for that exactly. Although he would pass pretty well for being a character in Miami Vice from the '80s selling weed. That he would really work well for that.
Would you like to buy a bag?
Yeah. Hang on, let me smoke all this from you. Smoke all this from you.
Best homegrown shit in the world.
Yeah.
The sound feels a little light, Chris.
I
don't know what happened. Squirrels took it.
Chris Barnes was original
Hey, Mike.
Oh,
you're killing us, dude. The echo got 80 million times worse. Sorry, bud.
Speaking of Chris Barnes, he would fit into a Cheech and Chong movie as well. You know, one of those early '70s Cheech and Chong movies. You know,
he might.
Man, you want a joint, man? Hey.
Actually, I mean, well, Chris Barnes has got the birthmark in his face, so he could have been Tom Skerritt's character.
Oh yeah.
Like, don't talk about the mark in his face, man. Like, all right.
Have you seen 6 Feet Under? Have you ever seen him like live or anything? No.
Oh, John has.
Okay.
he still is like, yeah. We saw 6 Feet Under. They were with Hatebreed, I think.
Okay.
And they were there mostly to see fucking Hatebreed. Like, I don't think any of them. I think maybe Rin liked 6 Feet Under for a little bit, more as a novelty.
Mm-hmm.
But they went and they met Chris Barnes after the show.
I was wondering.
He bummed a smoke off of Noonan, and that was about it.
That sounds like what Chris Barnes would do at every show, like bumming smokes off people.
You got to smoke? Cool. I'm not going to sign anything though.
Yeah, because you'll just sell on eBay
I don't chill.
I don't. I don't chill except for what I get on Cameo.
Yeah, or I do a used car commercial.
Oh, that's right, the used car commercial. That's funny as fuck, man.
Yeah, as soon as he said that shit to fucking Josta, I was waiting for. I was like, dude, just post the commercial. Just post the commercial. That's all you have to do. Is like, you don't chill? Are you sure?
Actually, yesterday was Chuck's birthday.
Yeah.
I think he'd have been 55, right? Yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah, because he was born in 67. Or no, wait, was it 68? I think it was 67.
He'd still be making music.
Yeah, he would. And he'd probably be doing some really killer shit, too, man. Because I'm one of those guys that really liked Control the Nine, man. That's a killer album.
I thought Control the Nine was really good. I do like that album. Like vocally, sometimes it's hit or miss. for me.
Well,
but-
you kind of gotta be into the '80s, '90s sounding prog vocalists. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
I mean, it has a bit of that U.S. power metal feel, where like U.S. power metal was a bit heavier.
Absolutely. Yeah. Sorry.
I think
Go
the
ahead.
last. No, I was going to say, I think the last Death album, The Sound of Perseverance, was actually supposed to be a Controlled Denied album.
Yeah.
originally.
Yep. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Yep.
Part of the deal of them getting on
Relapse.
yeah, was it Relapse or was it a Nuclear Blast? I think it was Nuclear
It
Blast.
was,
Nuclear
it
Blast.
was Nuclear Blast. You're right. Yep.
Yeah,
I
they
still
said, yeah,
have-
we're sure we'll sign your Control Denied band.
But we want
But
you got to give us a
Yes.
Death album with Chuck on vocals. Yeah.
yep.
That Controlled Denied album was good.
Wow,
Yeah,
I get.
I own it. I
That's
also got an OG print of it.
Do you
Yeah,
have
me too.
Nick? Do you have any Vicious Rumors?
No, but I do have a story.
Oh man, I was just listening to Digital Dictators tonight. Man, that fucking album is so fucking good. Carl Albert. Oh, what a vocalist. Go ahead.
Vicious Rumors actually played here in Toledo not too long ago, and they were complete and total fucking divas and shit on
Really?
the local acts. Oh yeah, dude. And yeah, dude, they got booed out of the fucking club. They got like pretty much kicked the fuck out.
Are you serious?
Yeah, dude, there was actually a video on YouTube a while ago because the dude that was fucking telling him like get the fuck out. Joe and I know him. He actually has a sludge band here in Toledo. But yeah, I think they like shit on the sound guy there. Who the guy was like, dude, I'm doing the best I can with what I got here, and they were just complete assholes to the.
That's
fucking
really hard.
crew.
That's hard to believe because Jeff Thorpe has such a good rep in the industry as being a really cool guy. I'm shocked by that. That's pretty crazy.
Dude, I'm pretty sure it's still on YouTube, but man, dude, it did not go over well.
Wow. When was that? How recently?
God, that was maybe 2018. Hold on here.
Wow.
You want to see a new Death album that was never released?
What's up?
I don't know if it was a Death album or a Controlled Denied album, but I know John Morris has.
Gruesome.
Yeah.
Oh, gruesome.
Oh,
This is Death. This is Chuck Schneider's new band, Gruesome.
I just saw that band. Chuck looks a lot like Matt Harvey. It's kind of
Does he?
strange.
Is it?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that's-
Oh yeah, he
Yeah.
does look like Matt Hardy. That's
Yeah.
weird.
yeah. So
They do sound a lot like Death too.
actually, it's Chuck. That's actually it's Chuck, but he had
Well, that's
a,
Daniel. That's Daniel
oh,
Gonzalez. He's not the one singing. That's the. He's also the guitarist. Yeah,
that's not Harvey.
yeah. That's
Right.
definitely Matt Harvey.
That's actually Chuck. He had a face change.
Nah.
Oh,
Nice try, Frederick. Nice try.
he's a reptilian
nice-
shapeshifter.
yeah, nice
is what
try
you're saying.
Frederick was being cheeky, as the Brits say.
This is a good, salute to Chuck. Actually,
Oh,
Gruesome.
it's
That's a
I think.
very good
Killer.
salute to him.
Well, actually, Frederick, the Harvey sang and played lead guitar on the Death shows. They did 2 shows in Tampa back in December, and they were for they did Spiritual Healing, and what was the other album they did? Was it Individual Thought Patterns?
What the?
Nick,
Oh,
do you remember the
the
2?
Death Reunion one.
Yeah, what were they did? Spiritual, and they did.
Oh,
Was
I know they did spiritual because
Or was
They
it
got-
Scream Bloody Gore? No, it wasn't Scream. No, it wasn't
no,
Scream.
it was one of the more technical ones. I think.
Individual. I think it was Individual.
Yeah, because no, they had Gene
Because
Hoglan.
it was Hoagland played,
Symbolic.
and so did Matt. No, it wasn't Symbolic. It was
No, it might have
Matt,
been symbolic because
no,
oh, dude, the lead guitar, the other guitarist that was on there, I think he was
James
playing.
Murphy. But James
Well, no,
Murphy,
that was for the spiritual healing one.
Oh, you're right. That was Spiritual Healing. Shannon or Bobby Cobley.
Bobby Cobley, there it is.
Yeah, that's it.
Pretty
Yeah, it was symbolic.
okay. Was it really?
I think it was symbolic.
I
Yeah,
could have swore it was fucking Individual.
there's another death tribute tour with Matt Harvey coming around. It's not gruesome though. It's called Left to Die
That-
because he has Terry Butler and fucking Rick Ross with him.
Is
Yeah,
that
that one I saw. That's
the Massacre lineup as well, wasn't it? Isn't it like sort of like Massacre as
Well,
well?
part of it, yeah. I think
Kinda,
the only thing
yeah.
they're missing is Bill Andrews.
But then they're also doing Death to All too with Max Phelps and DeGiorgio and Hoagland, and I'm not sure who's playing guitar. It might be Bobby Fogley again.
I mean, maybe I don't. I think it's just like it's interesting because I mean you already have Gruesome and Gruesome, like they're not even fucking shy about it. It's like, oh yeah, no, we're a death tribute band. Yeah, we write our own songs, but we essentially just wrote them all in the spirit of certain albums, namely the early ones.
But I mean, with Death to All, at least you're actually, and the other one. What's the other one called? What's the other
Left
one called?
to Die, I think is.
Yeah. So you're actually using predominantly 2/3, or I'm sorry, 3/4 of real band members that were in the band at one point in time. Whereas Gruesome is a true tribute band. It's four other dudes that I'm sure Matt probably met him, and
3 dudes and a girl.
Right. Robin. What's the girl's name?
Nice.
Robin.
Yeah, Rob. What's her damn name?
She's actually the.
Robin Mason.
That's it. She's actually Exodus's manager.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
cool.
she's been on.
I think
she's been on. Go ahead.
Yeah, she's on Rock Fantasy with
Yeah.
Steve. Yeah, and I know
Pete
she's
Pardo.
Exodus's manager, and I think she may also be Death Angel's manager now. I think. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
She seems like she can do that. Like she ran the fucking booth and everything. She was working for both, doing both obituary and fucking death's merch, and she was like organizing out fucking planners and shit. So that kind of makes sense. I mean, you kind of need that type of personality to actually kind of rein all that in. But yeah, I don't know. That Left to Die is going to do a tour, and I think that's in June or July.
Is it going to be an album?
I don't know if they're doing. I don't think they're doing an album. I think they're
just touring.
Yeah, just touring. Okay, but you never know. It might happen. They might do a tribute album.
Well, I mean, like I said, he's already got.
Gruesome, not Gruesome. Yeah.
James, I don't know what you were asking me like who about. You'll have to ask it again, and then you'll have to tell me. You said like who. I'm not sure what that meant.
Yeah. Yeah, it's called the Reborn Dead U.S. Tour, and it's Left to Die, Skeletal Remains, and Mortuous.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And that's the one with Rick Ross?
Yep. That's, as far as I know, I believe it's, let's see here.
Butler, Ross.
Let's see. Who's he got on drums? Oh, you got Gus Rios. Okay, so yeah, it's Butler and Rick Ross.
Who's Gus Rios? I know that name. Who's he with?
He's the drummer of Gruesome and Ex-Malevolent Creation.
Okay. All right. I knew that.
Yeah, dude, he's a good drummer. Like, dude, I gotta when I went to that obituary show and Gruesome opened up, I was off to the side of the stage, so I had like the clearest shot at the fucking drummer, and dude, just a fucking machine back there.
All right, that brings up a good question right there.
Nice.
You just saw 3 killer fucking drummers. Which drummer was the baddest ass drummer of all?
Oh, dude. All right, man. I love Tom Hunting, dude. Tom Hunting
he's so good. So good.
Dude, John's been gushing about him since we're doing this Exodus ranking. He's like, dude, Tom Hunting is a fucking beast.
He's a monster. When I seen him live, he was all over that drum kit.
Dude, and he's wailing on it. Like, and he even got up, he even talked to the crowd and everyone, just pretty much said, hey, man, I fucking miss all you guys. And lifted up the shirt and said, yep, I'm fucking still here. And, yeah, dude, just seems like a super fucking cool dude. But, yeah, man, you're up against Lombardo, though, and Lombardo is my dude.
That's hard.
Like,
hard one.
Like, if I'm going to pick a thrash metal drummer overall, like, if I was forming a thrash metal band, like I had musical talent, which I totally don't, but if I had my pick of thrash metal drummers, I would probably take Lombardo almost every time.
Yeah.
Definitely.
He's the dude.
I'll go different. I'll go differently for the drummers. I'll probably go for Hoagland.
See, like, I would go for Hoagland too, but I don't think he's just purely a thrash drummer. He's kind of an all-over drummer.
Yeah.
Like, Lombardo for me is like that's the prototypical fucking thrash drummer. Like he does that style. I mean, he does other stuff, but mostly he's known for that style, and he does it so fucking well.
Yeah, Tempester's good. I don't mind Tempesta either. He's
Tempesta's a solid drummer. I don't know. He got more in like the groovier stuff, but I mean, I think his drum work on Impact is Imminent is really good.
Tempesta's with the Cult, right?
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he plays for the Cult. Yeah,
Cult. Yeah, yeah. I'm going with Lars, man. I know it's not a popular opinion, but
I gotta go. I gotta go. I'm leaving. Fuck.
I love Lombardo, but I gotta think I think for pure thrash, I just think Tom Hunting is just fucking killer. He's so good.
You're not gonna go wrong with either.
Nah, he's just so good, man. And he seems like a hella cool fucking dude.
Yeah, I would totally agree.
Speaking of drummers, which is the best black metal drummer?
Oh man,
Jesus! I mean,
Nicholas Barker, one of them.
Yeah, I mean he'd be a good one too. Honestly,
Hellhammer.
Yeah, Hellhammer. Yeah, Hellhammer.
I like Trim,
Frost,
man.
I like Frost. It's
Trim.
good.
Trim's good.
Trim.
Dude from Marduk. I mean, the Speed Machine.
I mean, you got to look at. That's more death metal. I was going to say Pete the Feet, but that's death metal more than black metal. I'm not really like. I don't. Frederick, I'm black metal's kind of I'm a very, very specific dude when it comes to black metal. I just don't go hog wild into every black metal band I hear. A lot of them are kind of shitty to me, quite frankly. What's that?
Yeah, some of them are pretty very simple.
Dark Throne Worship.
I mean, they're worshiping a good band, but that's a band you can worship different eras of. I don't know how to pronounce his damn name, but the drummer of Magua, I think he just goes by Darkside on stage.
No,
dude, he's fantastic. Like this dude isn't just a blast beat machine. He has a lot of creative fills. The cymbal work's excellent. You know, Magua's a fucking awesome band. Like I really dig their more atmospheric sound. Like the drummer for Garia, the ones that wear the shrouds over their faces with the symbol on it. I think they're from Portugal. Very creepy. Like honestly, the full live play of their last album, like you know how they put up a live stream of the entire album on YouTube, and it's usually the album art in the background, a track listing. No, it was them placing the vinyl on a fucking record player, and all of them just sitting there, not moving, just looking at you, with their shrouds over their faces.
Oh, wow.
And it was like, dude, I had to listen to it for a review. It was like, I'm stoked about this, but I don't like this fucking video, man. The fucking dudes are creeping because I can see him breathing. Like,
what's the name? What's the name of the band again?
Garia. It's G. Is it G-A? Hold on here. Okay, Gaerea. Garia.
Oh, yeah, I know that band.
I've never heard of them. Where are they from?
Oh,
I've never heard of them either.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, if you like your black metal, like more atmospheric, more like just kind of like unsettling, kind of dark, like not necessarily like, you know, satanic or anything. It's just like dark and mysterious. And
like
you look at a picture of the band, man, those shrouds are kind of creepy. They even paint their arms black. So even if they're wearing like short sleeves, like you can't make out anything.
Jeff, if you like Portal from Australia, you probably like it. Well,
they're way more listenable than Portal. Like they're actually
Portal's a struggle for me. I just think they kind of sound so samey a lot of the times, and I've heard them, I've listened to them. I do like that one song. I think it's called It's the one with the video where the puppet master's doing the fucking creepy shit with the what is that called? It's not Swarth. Oh, fuck. But I've listened to them, Glummer Funnel, and, you know, I've checked them out, and they're an interesting thing. But to be honest with you, I never think to myself, man, I can't wait to get home and throw that Portal album on. It's just
What
not.
about-
It's go ahead.
What about Uada? You like Uada?
I love Uada. I love the first two Uada albums. Fantastic. I'm
So
not. I wasn't crazy about Jin. It didn't do much for me like the first two did. I like stuff like Mugwa. I like Mugwa. I like Aransi Pazuzu is pretty weird and out there and Pink Floydy and strange and hypnotic. So I might like this band because I tend to like. I'm not as into the like black metal, like the like Ackercock. They didn't do anything for me when I listened to them. And I don't know. It's really weird. I guess I probably like the atmospheric, mystical sounding black metal more than I like just the straight up frenetic blast beats and lo-fi shit. I don't like lo-fi shit at all.
Yeah, you'd like Garia then. Gary. I don't know. I think that's how you say it. Like we've been told how to say it so many times, and it's like, hey, we're gonna fuck this up, just like we fuck up everything.
Have they been around a long time?
You gotta. Your
Oh.
mic is rubbing your throat again.
Sorry. Have they been around a while?
That's actually I think their third. Or wait, hold on. Was it an EP? No, yeah, they have 2 full lengths and 1 EP. Self-titled EP, then Unsettling Whispers. Their first full length is fucking amazing. I absolutely love that album. And then the new one, Limbo, is really good too. I just don't think it's as good as Unsettling Whispers. But yeah, they're everything you could get from this band, I think is killer. And I'm kind of a picky shit when it comes down to fucking black metal.
Yeah, I'll check that out then. That sounds like it's
Like might be up my alley there, proverbially. But Frederick, I thought you were just a thrash dude. I didn't think you were a black metal.
No. I like all music. I like 70s proto hard metal. Hard rock. From the 70s stuff. I like thrash. I like my dungeon synth. Or black metal synth. I like doom. I'm a big Doom fan as well. I like everything, but I don't like bands like Black Dahlia Murder. That type of music I'm not into. It's not my jam, but I respect those bands. But
So when we get off the stream here, you're gonna go pop some ABBA on, right?
yeah, maybe.
Wait, I'm gonna dip out because it's like 3:30. I'm starting to get drowsy, but
get yawny there, dude.
yeah, no, I'm trying to fight it, but I'm fucking losing that fight.
All right, brother.
But yeah, thanks for having me again, Ben. Always fun to fucking jump on.
Awesome.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Yeah, if you do one Sunday, I might jump on depending on how much shit I got to work on. We're trying to do a fuck ton of reviews this week.
All right. Yeah.
But
Sounds good to
we
me.
posted. All right.
Yeah.
Make sure to check out that stupid thumbnail we made because I think it's absolutely hilarious.
Oh, yeah, we'll check it out.
We'll check it out.
Check that out.
All right, Nick.
All
Catch
right.
you, Nick.
Later, guys.
Peace out, brother. Have a
Take
good
care,
night.
man. All right.
You want to go a little bit longer, Nick? Better, or would you want to wrap it up? It's up to you.
What time is it?
3:20.
I mean, if you guys want to chat for a little bit.
Yeah, I can hang for about a half hour.
Yeah,
Okay,
same
that's
here.
cool.
Are you considering going down to MDF now after we talk, or are you just gonna wait and see?
It's next weekend, isn't it?
No, it's the weekend after. The 25th through 28th, 24th through 28th. I mean, look. I gotta look at the dates. I think it's it's the 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th.
Hey, Baseman.
And you gotta look at the dates because it's each day has a lot of cool bands, but you gotta kind of look and figure which one you might want to do. You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, I know I'm off on Sundays, like I said.
Well, that's a good day because that has in a row. It's got Blood Incantation, Deicide, Nocturnus AD. It's got Triumph of Death. Top G doing the Hellhammer stuff. It's got who's the headliner that day? Shit, is it Deicide?
Yeah, would be their side.
Is it?
I think so.
Let me look a minute here.
So I think that they're playing their is it their Legion album in full?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. Let me look here. I don't want to tell you the wrong bands. Okay, here you go. It's excuse me. So it's Sunday night. There we go. Come on, now. All right, so it's Necrofire, Nunslaughter, Blood Incantation, Destruction. That was who I couldn't think of. Triumph of Death, Deicide, and then on stage B they got Sacrilegia, Divine Eve, Nocturnus AD, Demolish, Immolation, and Hypocrisy.
Ooh,
That is pretty fucking good.
that is a good lineup.
Whereas like Saturday night now, they added Carcass is Friday night is Carcass headlining the one stage, Obituary, Suffocation, Atheist, Monstrosity, Demolition Hammer, Massacre, and then Saturday is Cavalera, Conspiracy, or whatever. It's Return Beneath the Rise. And then you got Autopsy, Triptychon, Coroner. So that's a good night too. Saturday night's good
really
too.
That's a good one too. Yeah.
They're all good nights. Actually.
There's really, I was gonna say they're really not bad nights the whole way through.
Right.
I think if I'm going, because I got to be careful because of my vac status and my medical condition. If I go, it's probably going to be Sunday the way things are looking.
Okay.
That's probably what I'll head down. I'm not 100. It's gonna honestly be probably like a Friday night decision or a Saturday afternoon decision for me. I'll have to see how I'm feeling physically, what the money looks like, and I wish it wasn't that way, but that's just kind of how it has to be,
Like you need a hotel room as well.
No, I won't need a hotel. I won't need a hotel room because actually neither will Ben because we both live only about an hour. He's about an hour and a half. I'm about an hour away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we can
can make the drive back. Yeah. Now, if we were staying for the weekend, I'd probably find a place to crash. But I just don't see that I'm physically or financially going to be able to pull all 3 days. You can get tickets for the Edison. Yeah, you got to work, but I mean, you can get tickets for the Edison lot shows, but all the other shit's sold out from what I gather.
Is there a pre-show before
the
show?
Yeah, that has the big sellers for that. The big one was Skeletal Remains.
Yeah.
There was one other band there. Mortiferum. Mortiferum was the other one I kind of dug. Every one of the other bands, man, like I either have never heard of or I was just like, I don't really care that much about. But those are the two biggies for the pre-show. And then like the other venues, they have two other venues that they're running shows at where, for example, the Rams Head Live, which I think holds like about 2,500, but I think they're maxing capacity out around 12 or 15 is the big sellers for those shows are Friday night, it's Ruins of Beverast. There's one other on Friday night I'm not thinking of. On Sunday, it's Sacramentum.
Ooh.
And on Saturday, it's... Fuck, I closed the page. Can't remember who it is on Saturday, but it's somebody pretty big. And then, frankly, at the soundstage, which holds 1,000 people, is more like the small club, but it's a nice club. It's good show. It's a good place to see shows at because the stage is only like I don't know, waist level high or even lower, maybe like crotch level high. So you're like right there. You're like right there on top of the stage.
That's where I saw Exodus and Creator there back in 2009.
I've seen a billion shows there. Last show I think I saw there was probably Devin Townsend or. It might have been Queensryche and Fates Warning. Yeah, it was a great show. Fantastic. Ray Alder came out and sang Take Hold of Flame with Todd.
Oh, that would have been cool.
And I got to be honest with you. I mean,
Like I was a huge Jeff Tate fan, a huge fucking early Queensryche fan, until after Promised Land though, they just were not a good band anymore. Like I
No,
just could not get
I
into
couldn't
most of their albums,
me
and
either.
the main reason why was because of Tate. He just crawled up his own ass, and he's singing better now than he has in a long time. But
yeah,
Todd does waste him most times when I've seen him.
yeah. I know. Jeff's got a new solo album out, and I heard some pretty good reviews on it.
Man, I haven't heard anything good about any of his solo shit ever. Every
Me
time I've
either.
listened to it, I've been like, "Ugh, are you serious?"
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Even this Operation Mindcrime band, I've heard it's not good.
nah, not good, man. The last time I saw him was literally they played a special show, Meriwether Post. They did I think it was called Progressive Nation with Dream Theater. Zappa plays Zappa, Big Elf, Scale the Summit, and there was one other band in the middle there. I can't remember who it was, but then it was Queensryche played this one-off show, and you could just tell there was like tension. This was right around the time that they split up, like 2010 maybe.
Oh, okay.
And you could just tell that, like, you could just feel something wasn't right. They were good, don't get me wrong, and I've seen Queensryche shit. Oh man, I don't know. Oh shit! First time I saw him was for Rage for Order opening for Ozzy on the Ultimate Sin tour.
Oh,
And that was a good. That was their glam period, both of them, but they were great live.
yeah. I love
Then I saw him with Empire twice, or for Empire twice, Mindcrime once, or Mindcrime twice, once for Empire, and then that last time I saw him was for I think it was American Soldier was the album, and it was just like, what the fuck, man? Like
Jeff,
none of the songs were good, you know.
Jeff,
Some
did
of
you see
the
him back
albums
in
are
the
just so bad.
Did you see him back in the beginning when they were doing the EP?
No, I didn't know about Queensryche until the Warning,
Right.
and I still fucking love that album. The EP, Rage, and obviously Mindcrime are kind of my go tos. I can listen to Empire, although I think now more of it sounds more polished from like, yeah, I still like Jet City Woman, but I don't love it. I can't. There's songs like Best I Can and Rainy Night Without You. I'm just like, ugh. But then there's some good tunes on there, like Is There Anybody Listening's a cool tune. Della Brown's a cool tune.
Yep.
There's some good tune. Empire's a great tune, but they just and then again, like Promised Land had, Disconnected. Promised Land was cool. I think there was the song The Bridge was on there, was okay. But like half the album was shitty. I was like, man, what the fuck, I bought Q2K, but I couldn't tell you if I've listened to it since 2000. I probably haven't.
You know what? I bought it back in was it 99 or 2000?
2000.
I did buy that. I can't remember nothing from it.
The only song I remember from it was a song called, was it Mary Jane or something Jane? And it's not good, man. It's just not good. And then I remember, I think the one before that though was the one that was called Here Now Frontier, and that was the first time I was like, uh oh.
See, I bought that on a blind buy before Q2K came out.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, this album sucks.
Yeah, it's
I didn't
not
like
good
it at all.
There's only one song I remember from that album called Spool. That's the only one, because it was a weird sort of electronic thing. Yeah, that's a band that, and I gotta say, although I think live they sound great now, and I think Todd brought them back kind of from the dead, at least as a touring band, I haven't been blown away by their recorded stuff. The Verdict is good. That one, the third one was pretty good. It sounded like an old Queensryche album. But the first one, the Queensryche self-titled one with him singing on it, not a very good album. And the second one, something human condition, or I forget what it was called. Not very good. Yeah. Not very good songwriting. And Michael Wilton's written some really good songs on earlier albums, but I don't really look at him as like a super great composer,
Right.
It's like like there's certain things like Fates Warning, man. Like if Jim Mattheos isn't writing Fates Warning songs, they're not Fates Warning songs. They, like it can't be any other way. And but a lot of people are like, well, man, Tate and Nagarmo, they wrote the best songs. They also wrote some shitty songs too, man.
Yeah, there was
The
some bad ones.
Best I Can and Rainy Night is like, oh, these are lame, dude. Silent
Right.
Lucidity. Like I can't stand Silent Lucidity, man. I
I
used to
don't
love
like
it. Can't stand it now.
Yeah.
Their best ballad is one that nobody ever hears, and that's I Will Remember off of Rage for Order. That song fucking rules, man.
That is
Yeah,
a
I love
good
that
one.
album. I love that album. It
Yeah,
was
I do
really,
too. That's one of those albums that, quite frankly, Rage kind of grew on me to a point where it's right there with The Warning and Mindcrime. In fact, I think I kind of prefer it over Mindcrime. That's sacrilegious, but I think I do.
yeah.
That's one I
Because it was
gotta
really,
get. I gotta get that one again. I had the other ones. I mean, I got the EP, the Warning. I have Mindcrime. I definitely need to get Rage for Order again.
Yeah, it's worth owning, dude,
yeah,
without
Rage is
question.
good. It's a good speed
I
metal
used to
album. It's very speedy.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of more up tempo stuff on there, like Surgical Strike and Chemical. Was it Chemical Youth or no?
It's
We
Chemical.
are Rebellion. Chemical Youth. Chemical Youth, I think it
It's a,
is.
I think
yeah,
it's Chemical.
There's some good songs on there, but I mean, it's hard for me to edge out The Warning because that was my first album, and I just love so many songs on that album, man. Like Prophecy and like fucking Enforces and NM156, and then fucking Roads to Madness is just so
Oh,
goddamn good, man.
that's a great one.
Most of us are
yeah,
falling now.
yeah. Those early Freeze Rock albums were the best. You know, it's a
Nah.
shame that they never. You know, if Jeff didn't become an arsehole, I think these new albums would have been so good if Jeff was, back in the band and they,
Well,
you know,
I think Jeff tried to be too artistic for his own good. I mean, he just tried to take them into a direction, and frankly, they got all these outside writers in, and they just weren't writing good songs, man. They were cranking shit out that was one or two songs an album were good. The rest were just a bunch of fucking filler. And that's what I've run into with the solo tape material. I've yet to put one of his albums on and go, man, that was so memorable, Like, it's just, that's,
Just
well, but, we can talk about the Warrior Soul thing a little bit. Like, I hadn't listened to them in a long time when we decided to do this deep dive. And, right away, when I threw on Last Decade, I'm like, fucking A, man. Every song on this album is goddamn good. And then I got the Drugs God, and I'm like, almost every song on this is fucking killer. And then in Salutations is like, god damn, this fucking album's better than I remember it. Now, they fall off on Chill Pill because they were going through the split with Geffen. But then I hadn't listened to the Space Age Playboys in fucking forever. Like, I got it, was like, whoa, this is way too weird, way too glammy, too poppy. I put that album on, and I was like, this fucking album is fantastic. And the reason it was is because every song was fucking memorable.
yeah.
And that's the difference for me with a lot of music now. I don't mind having... I want to hear shit. Yes, I like some obscure, weird shit and out there shit, but generally I want to hear something that catches my ear and keeps me engaged.
right.
And there's just a lot of fucking music out there that people just can't write good songs. They can't write hooks,
That's very true. There are a lot of bands that are just stuck in one style.
Yeah.
No, it's like the cavernous death metal. I love a lot of cavernous death metal, but a lot of it's just samey, man. It just sounds like that band sounds like that band sounds like that band sounds like that band, and they're all copying the same formula, and they're not
Pretty much.
they're not doing anything new. I mean, that's why like this kid that did Worm, Foreverglade and Gloom Lord. You know, he tapped into something that, you know, there's a bunch of bands that he stole from, but, you know, like Skepticism and, you know, fucking all that funeral doom stuff, you know, that he's got. But he added a little bit of like sauce from the newer bands that are out there. And like, I really found that last Worm and the one before it really fucking enjoyable.
Yeah, I love Worm.
Yeah, he's cool, man. I mean, he's really
Yeah.
cool. But
I got his
just,
demo
what's
when it was
that?
black metal, when they were black metal.
Mhm.
So I got the demo when they were black metal.
Right.
Very raw, it was very raw, sort of raw black metal with a bit of doom in there. So that's,
Uh-huh.
you know, and then I heard the doom. It totally blew my mind because it was totally different from his black metal roots that he was
Right.
doing.
Yeah. He's gone
What
way
he's
more
doing
doom.
now.
He's gone way more doom.
Yeah,
Way more. He's got a little bit of cavernous death metal in there. He's got a lot of. I hear like shit like Typo Negative in it at times, and you know Stormcrow Fleet from what Skepticism and Beharit, a little bit of Beharit, and you know
yeah, yeah.
there's some good stuff in there, and but he doesn't. You can tell where he's drawing some of his influences, but he's not like completely ripping somebody off and just
No,
regurgitating, you know, the same old thing. You know?
yeah. You look at the photos, the Worm photos. They got that black metal aesthetic, you know, with the corpse paint a little bit and the hoodie, the hoods. You know, I still wear these sort of the black metal image. They do have that sort of image still in their photos. So that's
What?
where you like Beharit, you know, sort of the Beharit sort of thing, like
Oh
corpse
yeah.
paint.
Yep. What's up, baseman? How's it going, man? Somebody asked. I think it was James. He asked about that scale. Whatever his name? The dickhead. I forget his name now. What's his name?
James
Scale
T.
back.
Warrior.
Scaleback. Yeah.
Oh,
Scaleback. He asked what he said about Blood Incantation. He did 2 videos on him. He shit all over Time Wave Zero, of course, because that was the thing to do. Even though they told you what they were going to do, they were going to make a Tangerine Dream record, ambient record. And he also, about a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, I can't remember when it was. This is the first time I saw his one video. I've watched 3 videos of his. This recent one, the one on Death, and the one on Blood Incantation. 2 on Blood Incantation, so 4. He just shit all over them. Said they're terrible songwriters and they can't write riffs and they can't make good transitions. And I'm like, what the fuck are you listening to, dude? Like, really? What the fuck,
for
man?
real.
But his whole thing is, man, it's got to be obscure. It's got to be angular. It's got to be weird. It's got to be necrophagous. It's got to be. And it's like, okay, so you like that stuff, but that doesn't mean it sucks or it's terrible. You know, I mean,
Right, exactly.
I mean, I don't like Black Dahlia. I don't like any mallcore metalcore bands. I'm just not into it. But that doesn't mean they suck. They're just like Dying Fetus, Cattle Decapitation. I'm not into that shit. I just don't like it. Doesn't do anything for me. But that doesn't mean it sucks. Some of those guys are fucking hella talented, man. It's just not my thing. You know,
Yeah,
it's not something I'm gonna buy and enjoy, and that's just, you know, that's the difference. So don't get on your channel and be like, you might get on and review something and say, yeah, this, I don't know, this kind of sucks to me, but you might like it, you know.
Yeah.
But if you're gonna get on your channel and just shit on something and say, this is awful metal, it's what's damaging metal, it's like, shut up, man.
It sounds like
It's fucking assholes like that are damaging metal. They're making
Leave-
people not want to listen to metal.
Because everybody knows Five Finger Death Punch is damaging metal. Come on, man.
oh yeah, that's true. Yes.
Well, that's one band I absolutely hate.
I think most of us do in the metal community, but
Yeah.
still in all, they're making a lot more money than all of us, I'm sure. And number one, and number two, they have an audience, and that doesn't necessarily say they're good, but they're not my thing. You know, I never was I was never really a Slipknot dude. But look at how huge they are. You know, I mean, there's no, and look, I'm not even a Rammstein guy. Yeah, they put on a crazy, wild stage show, but I'm not really into their music. You know,
You know, like Jeff, you were speaking of Blake Incantation. If Scarbuck doesn't like that band, he might not like Ulva either, because Ulva was a band that sort of changed their sound as well.
Big time. Big time.
So
hell yeah.
they were black metal, and they went ambient.
Who knows what he would say about them? I don't think he's ever. But he actually shit all over Chuck and Death for writing terrible songs. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
Chuck was the king of death metal, so he wrote some really good lyrics.
Well,
not good, but the songs were good. They were memorable songs.
Right. Yeah. Very memorable. Very, very melodic, yet still pretty brutally heavy. And
exactly.
Chuck had a very unique voice for death metal too back then. You could still hear melody in his voice, even though it was more like a banshee shriek as opposed to that gargling on the Chris Reifert sound. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or the Jeff Besser sound.
Yeah. Jeff Becker, great vocal. I love Jeff Becker's vocals. They're so fucking evil and so raw.
And it's funny. It's funny when you listen to him talk, like his normal talking voice. You're like, how the hell does he get like that? Like you can't envision him sounding like he does singing like that.
Smoking. That's all the smoking he used to do.
It probably was. Yeah, I mean, I think he only vapes now, but he's a pretty cool dude. Although and I don't usually do this, but I got into it with some dude on his Instagram because he posted something about John Notvide, and I guess John Notvide did some type of a dedication to him and a demo that he did to Possessed and Jeff Besser, and Jeff kind of put this glowing sort of thing up about that John Notvide, and I'm like, yeah, but don't forget this guy killed somebody, man. Went to prison for it. Let's not celebrate that guy like that. Yes, he's a great fucking death. He was a great black death metal, black and death metal, or however you want to call it, second wave black metal, melodic death, black metal guitarist and writer and singer. But he wasn't a great dude, man. He went and killed somebody. He killed a gay guy just because he wanted to kill somebody. That's not a good dude to me. I'm sorry.
Not at all.
You can't put somebody like that on a pedestal and go, yeah, he's great. Okay. Nah, you gotta step that back a little, Jeff. And some dude came on and started giving me the go cry me a river, Karen, and little snowflake. I'm like, fuck you, dude. I'm probably twice your age, you little prick. Fuck off.
Yeah. I've dealt with people like that in the past too.
And I usually don't engage, but this one I did with, and it got pretty ugly to the point where I was like, Jeff, if you want to kick me off your Instagram, go ahead, but this guy's an ass clown. He kicked that guy off. He didn't kick me off. So.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, he's the one who should have been kicked out. But, yeah.
Yeah, man. But I don't know about you guys, but I'm kind of looking forward to seeing Bon Jovi soon. So.
Oh yeah, Bon Jovi. Yeah, great thrash metal band. Yeah,
great.
Oh yeah, man. Let me tell you.
Great vocalist. That guy, man, what a vocalist. Holy hell. Have you seen some of that shit on him on the internet right now? Like these videos of him singing? Oh my God.
He sounds horrible.
He is absolutely awful. It's like, what the hell is wrong, man? And it's like, but someone made the point the other day. Actually, it was Todd LaTorre. He's like, look, he's definitely suffering from something, whether it's a medical issue, a hearing issue, a recurring, sinus problem or throat problem, whatever. But the problem, or the thing is, he mentioned two things that made me kind of reframe my thinking about it. The first one was the guy hires and employs a lot of people. He probably has 30 or 40 people working for him. So he's got a lot of mouths he's feeding. So he feels responsible and he has to go out, right? And the other thing is he's doing it apparently without tracks. I'm not sure in his case that's a good idea, but he's doing it without tracks. And and the other thing is he said that he's like, that guy has given a lot of money to charity and done a lot of, like, we're talking millions and millions of dollars for charities and things like that. So he's a good dude, but I think he's struggling with that. Hey, man, this might be over thing. I was just thinking, man, just go to Phil X. You got Phil X in your band. Phil X is
Right.
a killer singer. Just get him to back you up on everything, and you won't really sound as bad. And but he sounds terrible when he's trying to sing stuff like God. He was trying to do what's the big song there?
Living
Cowboy.
on a Prayer. Oh, Wanted Dead or Alive. Already.
Yeah. Oh my God, it was so bad. I'm like, holy shit, dude, you sound awful. Like, it's almost like he's singing a different tune, like he's out of tune with the rest of the band. It's like, not
Well,
good.
yeah, and it sounds like the band tunes down now.
Oh, they're definitely tuning down. Yeah, they're tuning down at least a half step, if not a full step.
Yes, it's like David Lee Roth as well. David Lee Roth, Vince Neil, Paul Stanley. Bruce Dickinson. They're all
Bruce.
No.
Bruce is still alive, dude. He's still legit. I saw him on Book of Souls. He's still legit. Now, does he do the screams like the
he doesn't do that anymore. No.
Yeah, he doesn't do that. But I noticed too. I noticed even Halford this tour had a different vibe to his voice. He was putting a lot more echo on, a lot more delay, a lot more reverb, and when I saw him in 18, I was like shocked at how good he sounded. There's just not a lot of these guys. I mean, right now, the only guy that I can think of off the top of my head that is just still motherfucking killer is Glenn Hughes. Glenn Hughes is just unreal, man. At 70, he's like ageless.
Glenn Hughes or UDO.
Udo, I haven't heard Udo in a while. I haven't actually checked him out in a long time.
He's still sounding pretty darn good. And I think he just turned 70.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, he did.
But you don't have a lot of these dudes that for example, I do know one guy. He doesn't play out a lot and he doesn't record a lot, and that's why I think he's preserved, is John Arch from Fates Warning.
Oh yeah.
He didn't do a lot of touring there, and Ray Alder can't do any of the high stuff anymore. He sounded great the last time I saw him, but he can't do like the stuff off of No Exit and the early stuff where he was screaming. And that's just Geddy Lee, one of my all-time favorite singers, man. The last couple of tours, he was not, he was singing Tom Sawyer. He was not doing the high piercing stuff. He had to sort of shift things around. He still sounded solid, but he was not the Geddy of 1984. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's just how it works, man. They're just, you don't
getting
really.
Old. They're all getting old.
You're getting old, and you have a lot of wear and tear in your body. They live lifestyles that aren't usually. Yes, when you get older and you have a lot of money and stuff like that, like Mick Jagger may be able to tour until he's 85. Who knows? I mean, he's still, but they only do so many shows. Mick was never what I'd call a great singer. He's more of a rock and roll boogie sort of singer.
What about Ian Gillan from Deep Purple? He sounds still pretty good.
He can't do the shit he did on like Child in Time, dude.
No.
Oh my God, he can't do those fucking screams. He hadn't been able to do that in years. He sounds good when he stays in his register now.
Yeah.
But like when he did the Sabbath thing, that's when his voice really changed. And like even at the tail end, Dio was still very good, but I guess his illness probably was working on him. But it's just Father Time's undefeated, guys. Going to get us all at one point. And
look at Paul Stanley when he used to sing, all those high notes back in the 80s.
But
he can't do that anymore as well.
No, and he was great back then. I mean, people get shit all over Kiss all they want, but having seen them in their heyday, man, Paul Stanley was fucking amazing singer, an amazing singer. Yeah, but he can't do it now.
No, he can't. Now he does jazz. Now his voice is more in the jazz range now.
Yeah, and he shouldn't try to do some of those vocals like he does sometimes. Because then he roaches his voice, and then he's hurting for 2 or 3 shows, and then I'm pretty sure they are using some delicately placed, perfectly aligned tracks to help him.
Yeah,
But-
he's lip syncing.
Yeah, jazz, Bassman 13. Yeah, man, do that. We'll get into some jazz, man. I got to do some jazz for my channel. I've been kind of, I got to find somebody that can talk it. That's the thing. Frederick only likes that thrash jazz. He's not into or jazz thrash. It's like jazz hands. He likes jazz thrash. There you go.
Not me. I don't know much about jazz at all.
Yeah, me either. I only know like Duke Ellington and those sort of dudes. I don't know much about jazz myself.
Duke Ellington's great though, man. But I mean, I'm not gonna lie and say I go super fucking deep. I do the biggies like Coltrane and Miles Davis and Charlie Parker and Weather Report and Return to Forever and Chick Corea and that kind of stuff like that. What's that?
The Great Satchmo.
Well, I don't know that. Who's that?
Yeah,
Louis Armstrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't really go back that far too much. I do have a box set of his, but I got to be honest with you, I inherited it from somebody. I don't think I ever actually listened to it, which is kind of dumb. I hate to say it, but and maybe you guys can identify with this. Maybe you can't. I don't know. But I would say maybe 15% of my collection is stuff that I bought and with the intention of listening to and getting around to listening to, and I still haven't gotten around to it. Where I bought. What's that?
Yeah. I'm the same, Jeff. I buy records, right? and I haven't listened to a lot of them yet.
Well, a lot of people would say that's part of the illness, quite frankly. And I kind of agree with that. I tend to agree with it. But it is, sometimes you throw something up on the shelf intending to get to it. And then, 2 years later, you pull it out and you're like, blowing the dust bunnies off. You're like, oh, fuck, I never listened to this, right? Or I haven't listened, or I listened to it once and, I forgot I had this. Wow, that kind of thing. So it does happen. It does happen. And it's not that I intend to do it or I try to do it. It just kind of happens,
Very true. I know I've done it.
Here comes Frederick. He's got 8,000 albums he's going to show us he hasn't listened to yet.
Oh, here we go.
We're going to be here till Ben. We're going to be here till 5, or we're going to be here till like 5:30 tomorrow night.
I bought 11 more albums in
YouTube history.
Wait, hold on. I couldn't hear you there. What's that, Frederick?
I've got 11 more albums coming in that I won't listen to straight away. I'll just collect them and I'll just keep them aside. And then when I'm in the mood, for some, some metal, I'll put it on.
Well, how many albums a month do you buy?
Well, I buy a month, about 20 a month.
Holy balls, dude! Now, do you mind if I ask you?
Sorry, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. About 10
okay.
a month.
All right. So it's about 100 a year, give or take 20 or so. Do you still buy CDs too?
I do buy CDs. If the album is not on vinyl, then I'll buy CDs. A lot of bands don't do vinyls. When you go on Bandcamp, it's always on CD. So I'll buy the CD. But if a band has a record I want, so like this album here, it's got the CD with it, so I don't have to buy the CD.
Yeah, that's nice that they're doing that. I like that a lot.
That's cool.
Now, do you mind if I ask what you do? What you do for a living, or are you independently wealthy, or?
No, I'm a carer. I care for my mum, so I live at home with my mum, so I'll look after her.
Okay, and you get paid for that? They pay you?
Yeah, the government pays me. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's I could do that with my old man, but I don't want. I hate to be honest. I live with my old man, and I'm about ready to kill him rather than help him anymore. So I'm kind of I'm kind of thinking that goes against the grain of what they want you to do.
Yeah, well, sometimes I get like that too, Jeff. With my mum, sometimes we argue, but
How old's
but
your
I know
mom? How old's
she's
your mom?
83. She's 83.
Oh wow, my dad just turned 81 today. 81, and
So
and I'll tell you, I saved his fucking life twice in November and December from COVID. He would have died if I hadn't acted as quick as I did. And I was very sick with COVID the first time I got him better. But now I told him the other day because of how pricky he's being and just a whole bunch of shit. I'm like, if you get COVID again, I ain't fucking helping you this time.
yeah,
I know that sounds really shitty, but it's half true. I probably
Yeah.
would call somebody and say, get him out of here for a month so I have a little bit of fucking peace.
yeah. I'm the same, Jeff, with my mum. Sometimes she gets on my nerves sometimes, but I still love her. I still, and sometimes
Yeah,
I think,
well.
I want to be by myself sometimes, but
Now it's a tricky thing, I mean, I don't. And the weird thing is that my old man and I are more like roommates than we are like father and son. We have nothing in common. Nothing. He's like a super fucking Trump supporter, right wing douche, and I'm not ultra liberal, but I'm much more far closer to like a centrist or a little left of center. And then he doesn't. We don't have anything in common. Literally nothing. I mean, there's music or TV shows or he sits and watches fucking Fox News morning till night. That's all he does. I'm like, no wonder you're such a viciously angry person. No wonder you're fucking miserable. You watch that fucking shit all the time.
Yeah.
Watching the news, that'll do it.
What's that?
Yeah.
Watching the news, that'll do it.
Well, Fox News over here is like the ultra right wing conspiracy theory, everything, and hate liberals.
We get Fox News here in
do?
Australia.
Yeah,
like early in the morning, like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, we get Fox News, and it's depressing.
Well, it's all depressing. I'm going to be
it
honest
is.
with you. I stopped watching news about 2 years ago. I was like, I can't take it anymore because I'm not a Trump guy at all. Can't stand that fucking goof. But the left wing media went after him relentlessly. They just wouldn't leave him alone. And now it's like they literally don't report anything on Joe Biden. Joe Biden's an idiot.
Joe Biden.
He's not. He's
too old.
Oh,
well, he is, and that's the
He's too
biggest.
old.
That's the biggest problem. We have way too many established old people that are.
Yep.
We just got to get rid of fucking old. There has to be like a ceiling. You can't be over 60 to run a country anymore. It's
because like his memory is I think is shot. His memory.
Oh, it
like,
is. It is.
When you see him talk,
he's terrible.
He's got dementia going on, and right now, man. I mean, I don't know what it's like over in your country, but gas in this country, Ben knows, it's fucking insane. Insane.
Gas here is high. Food prices are shooting up as well.
Is crazy. Food is crazy here, and it's like and they're not raising. Most people aren't getting more than just a cost of living raise. And all the companies now are trying to make back all their fucking money that they lost the last 2 years. It ain't good, man. The inflation in this country is scary right now.
Australia is in the same boat, Jeff. We're in the same boat as you guys. Yeah, everything is going up. Rates are going up. Gas is going up. Electricity is going up. Food.
Yeah,
everything.
We had to try and find an emergency state. When I got COVID, my dad got COVID, and our landlord got COVID. Our landlord died after 3 weeks of COVID.
Yeah,
and I think I told you. Yeah, I told you the story. We had to get out in 5 weeks, and literally, man, I thought we were going to be homeless at one point because, my old man only brings in so much money, and because I've been going through this health thing, I'm trying to get disability, and it's been a struggle. And only recently have I gotten word that I'm probably going to qualify. But I can't do a lot of physical work right now. And I'm not sure if I ever will be able to again. And so he only had so much money coming from Social Security. He never saved for the end of his life because he thought his wife would take care of him, and then she died before him. So he had no pensions coming in. It's just Social Security, and he a lot of places here were requiring like 3 times your annual income, or I'm sorry, 3 times your rent, right? So if let's say the rent was $900 or $1,000 a month, which is pretty cheap for the area that I live in. It's not as expensive here in Pennsylvania as it is central Pennsylvania, like it is like in San Francisco or LA or somewhere. It's insane. Um, it he had to almost be bringing in like $3,000 a month, and he wasn't anywhere close to that. He was only bringing like two, and I happened to run. Crazily enough, I was blasting all these apartments. I was blasting all these apartment places, and the first guy that answered me had a place open in the town that I was born in, Columbia. You probably know that name, Ben, maybe up by the river
Yeah,
there. And it turned out this guy and I went to high school together, and we were good friends in high school. Hadn't talked in about 25 years, and he's like, "Don't worry, man, I got you covered." And he waived all the requirements to get in, and got us in. And it's tight, and I'm going to need to get some money in here soon, quick, because otherwise I'll have to start thinking about selling shit, and I really don't want to do that. But it's been tight, and but if he hadn't waived that thing for us, and we have 2 cats too, and my old man is like loves his cat way more than he loves me. I mean, way more, like not even close, right? Seriously, if somebody came in and said we have to kill one person in the house or the animals, he'd be like, kill that guy back there, meaning me.
Jeez.
But
Well, is that joke or seriously?
What's that?
Is he like doing it in a joke mood or a serious mood?
No. If I had to lay money on it, he'd probably say, "Yeah, kill him. I don't care." Like I'm not joking.
Damn.
Yeah,
That's sad.
it's well, you got to remember, you got to know a couple things about him. Number one, he grew up in the 50s and doesn't want to leave the 50s. He still wants black people to be where they should be, according to him, which is without rights and freedoms. So he's racist. He hates gays. Because my speculation is he's had questions about his own situation for a lot of years. He hates gays. He hates, I have a kid who's trans, and it's tough, man. It's been very tough on me to accept that, but it's my kid. I love my kid, and I can't fucking just say, well, fuck you. I don't want anything to do with you. That's just not how I roll, right? But he often says things like, your boy, your girl, whatever it is. And I'm like, dude, I'm going to knock you the fuck out if you keep pulling that shit out. And I'm not kidding when I say that. Like, over Christmas, I got into it with him, and he thinks he's a tough guy. And he came at me with like a hammer in his hand. And I just told him, I said, I'm going to tell you something, dude. You better hit me once and take me out, or I'm going to shove that thing up your ass and you're going to be walking funny for a long time. And then he thought better, and he backed off, and he realized that I wasn't kidding. We don't say we love each other. We just don't do that. He like I said, we've had moments where we've been okay, but this last 6 months has been super stressful, and my health situation has not been good. So I've been dealing with a lot on that front, and my temper with him is short, and my the way I handle it the best is I rarely see him. Since in the last 2 months, he finally got strong enough to make his own dinner again and shower himself. And I'm like, hey, bud, you're kind of on your own now. I nursed you back to health. You never thanked me once for saving your life. Not once. Never thanked me once. I went to him and said, hey, I'm taking some money for all the shit that I did for moving us and all the work I did and the physical toll it took on me. And he just started bitching me. I said, I'm going to tell you what, dude. I'll fucking leave, and I'll call the office agent on you, and they'll come in here in 2 months. You'll be in an old folks home. So you better watch what you say to me. And I am buying myself some shit. You're buying it for me. And then he kind of changed his tune. But that's why I went through a little bit of a buying spurt about 2 months ago. But that's kind of ended now. But yeah, it's a bummer. So it's admirable what you're doing for your mom. I would think and hope she appreciates it.
Oh yeah, no, she does, Jeff. You know, she does.
Yeah.
You know, because like when we do the shopping, I pay. We put that money together and we pay half and half for shopping and the bills. You know, so and that's why I can buy albums. You know, so because we share. You know,
Right.
That's one thing you have to do if you are living with a parent and you look after your parents. You have to share everything. You know.
Yeah,
You know,
it's tough. I mean, he doesn't want to share. I'll give you a good example of this. I'm pretty much broke right now. My mom is helping me until disability kicks in. And my mom has a lot of money. She retired, and my stepdad sold a company, and they were not multi-millionaires, but they were a couple of millionaires. They probably sold their company for about $4 million, and they invested very smart, and they've bought nice homes and sold them for profits and invested those monies and invested in the stock market and have annuities and things like that. So my mom does well, and she sold a house that I sold her, a condo, last year, and she's like, I have money for you, but I'm not going to just give it to you because you'll blow it. And she probably knew me right. She knew me at the time. That was probably a good decision because I do tend to not be responsible with money, as my CD collection would show. So she's kind of now doling out, $100 here for groceries, $60 for that medical test, blah, blah, blah. But yesterday I had to have 2 teeth pulled. And when I got out, they gave me prescriptions. And when I got on the way home, I realized, oh shit, I forgot my wallet. I don't have any money on me. And I called, and it was $4 for the prescription for the 4 different things. And I needed this stuff. It was mouthwash, antibiotic mouthwash, prednisone for swelling, and then high-powered like Tylenol. He would not give me any opiates, which is fine because it turns out I didn't need them. But I got home and I'm like, Pop, I need to use your card and borrow $4. He just started fucking flipping out, $4. And I just looked at him. I said, look, motherfucker. I said, I'll just go ahead and get a mouth infection and die in there, and then you'll have to deal with everything, and you won't know what to do, and you'll fucking shit your pants because you can't handle stress and you can't handle anything. I said, so $4. I managed to scrounge it up, but I saw him today. He didn't ask me how I was feeling. Didn't say he was sorry. That's the kind of guy he is, just a very self-centered. He's an only child, so he was always about him first. He ducked out on my mom when him and my mom split up. At the end of that whole thing, he owed $18,000 worth of support, never paid a dime. My mom didn't even want to take him to court because she didn't want to deal with him in court because he was so vile. So that's what I'm dealing with,
Yeah, court fees would cost more anyway.
What's that?
Court fees would have cost more than the child support.
Right, and my mom was a single mother and didn't have a lot of money, waitressing jobs, and keeping us. If it wasn't for my mom, my mom and I have an interesting relationship too. But I can say I love my mom because she's never let me hang.
Mother's rule.
Well,
you can't live without your mother. You can't live without your mother. Your mother is the only person that really matters. A dad, you can have multiple dads, but a mother, you only have one.
Yep. So it's an interesting sort of situation to be in. It's not one I thought I would ever be in, but I've had a health issue that's been accumulating for about 6 years. I went from, making about $80,000 a year in 2015 to losing a really good job because my health was slipping. I was starting to call off work a lot and couldn't get any answers, and I ended up taking a management job at like a retail, like a auto parts store, because I was an HR manager for a big foundry and then for a telecom company. I was making, it was a professional job, white collar job, salary, making real good money, comp time, all that kind of good stuff. But then when that fell through at the foundry, I struggled to find work, and I was engaged to the woman of my dreams, just an amazing woman, and that fell apart because I got real depressed, and I was trying a different bunch of meds to find out what was going on, and none of that shit was working. I'm like, fuck this, I'm not taking these pills. And long story short, she started fucking around on me. We were engaged. We were supposed to get married. She just suddenly one day goes, "I'm not in love with you anymore. You need to leave." I'm like,
shit.
I sold my house to come live with you. What the fuck? And so that fell apart. And then I got really sick, like really sick. And my old man took me in because I was going to be homeless. And I got a job working at this auto parts store. Man, I got to tell you, retail management, worst fucking job I ever had in my life. I hated it. Terrible pay, terrible hours, fucking shitty stuff. I hated auto parts. What the fuck I was doing in auto parts, I have no clue because I'm not really an auto guy. That's the weird thing. I just had management experience. I thought I was going to become a store manager. I ended up being the assistant manager, and the store manager took advantage of that and just was always disappearing and never around. So I was always in charge of everything. It was like, fuck this shit, man. So I quit there in 19 and went and just became a delivery driver for a while. And then my health really, I hurt my back and my health really slipped. And that's where I'm at now. I finally got some answers. I have this autoimmune system disorder that's pretty fucked, which, I could get disability for, but it's been a long, strange trip, man. I never thought at my age of 56, I didn't think I'd ever be like, president of a company making 500 grand a year. I don't want that stress. That's not me. I would never want that kind of responsibility. Unless I own my own, guitar business or my own music company or something, that'd be something a little different, like something that I really love. But I wouldn't want to be like the top dog in some big fucking multinational company. Yeah, I just couldn't handle that stress. It would kill me.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Anxiety. I got anxiety issues that would fucking crush my soul, and I don't like corporate America anyways, but that's where I worked for the most part until the last 3 years. And so I went and got this driving job, and had I not injured my back, it was cool. I was not making a lot, but I was making enough to survive pretty easily and sharing the expenses here. And, I was out driving during the day, so I had a nice, I got to see the area. I was up in the Hershey area, Ben, a lot of the time, Ephrata, and it was, it was nice out in the Amish. I delivered to the Amish. It was kind of funny that Mike brought that up. Yeah, and they were nice people, and they give me fucking blueberry pies when I came to their place and delivered stuff. Yeah, it was cool. Yeah, and I was getting exercise and stuff, but then my health started really getting bad, and I knew something was very wrong with my autonomics and nervous system, and it's been nothing but doctor's appointments for 2 solid years trying to figure this thing out. It's been really brutal. Yeah. And now I'm going to have to fight to get fucking disability, and it just sucks. And I'm like thinking, so, when we were talking earlier about Trevor killing himself, I've been there, man. I've been there a number of times in my life. Yeah. And, it's not a pleasant place to be.
No. And I've never been in that situation, where I want to kill myself. I get depressed. Yeah, but not to a point where I would say, I'm so depressed that I want to hurt myself. You know what I mean?
Well, my thing is more based on the medical issues I've been facing, where I don't feel well all the time. So it's like that brings in a different kind of anxiety. And when you just feel like shit all the time, and you used to be like Frederick, I'm 56, and when I was 51, 52, I could get on my mountain bike and ride 100 miles a day, no problem. I couldn't ride 100 feet now, probably on my. Wow, that's okay. I could do that, but with my balance issues and my autonomic problems, I probably couldn't do a lot of stuff. And it's like, it just sucks, man. It's like, and so I was going through a very hard withdrawal on this medication that they put me on for anxiety. A benzodiazepine, and that shit fucked me up for years. And it made me so sick all the time. I'm like, man, I just don't really want to do this anymore. But I have a 25-year-old and a 27-year-old almost, and I don't want to leave that legacy for my kids. I don't want to damage my mom, and it's just not fair to those people. So I keep trying to power through, and some days are better than others, and some days are worse than others.
Yeah. Well, we all get that, Jeff. Some days, we wake up and, we look outside the window and say, "Oh, it's a beautiful day. I'm gonna have a great day." And then some days you wake up, oh shit, it's another fucking Monday or Tuesday. I have to go to work. I have to do this.
It's a like I said, man. Life's a grind for a lot of us,
It is.
and there are the little simple pleasures like getting a few albums in the mail or some CDs in the mail, or going out to a record store and buying something that you're like, oh man, I heard this is good, or finding something on a while where you get like super giddy. You're like, holy shit, man, I can't believe this is here and it's only $5. You're like stoked,
Yeah,
and
well,
then what's that?
Right, go Ben. You were going to say something?
But it's like a lot of other days. It's just like, man, I got to get up and go through this shit again. Really?
Yeah.
And that's the tough part, man. And because let's be honest, how many of us in life get to do exactly what we want? Well, look, man, I'll be honest with you. If I was doing what I want, I'd be up on stage. I'd be a rock dude. I'd be playing guitar in some metal band or even for fucking Journey I'd just be doing that'd be what I wanted to do. But I didn't follow through on that because I was like, well, that's a pipe dream and I'm not good enough. So I'll just go get the degree and I'll have the 2.1 kids and the dog and the half a cat and, the picket fence and, and that shit was good. And for a couple of years it was great. And then that marriage went to hell, and then the second time around didn't happen. So, life's a grind, man, and it ain't always fun, and it really isn't.
Yeah, like I wanted to start my own record label. That's always been my pipe dream. I want to start my own thrash metal record, record label. Release bands. But it's a dream. But I know one day it will happen, but I don't want it to happen till if I'm 60 or 70 years old. I want it to happen now, but it's a dream, but it's a good dream.
Frederick, I have a name for you, man. You ready? Do you have a name already?
Well, I had a couple of names. I wanted to call it like my thrash or beat thrash records, or get the fuck out of here records, or
dude, you got to hear me out.
Or fuck you records.
Nah, you got to hear me out, man. I think I got it. You ready?
Yeah.
Are you ready? You got a pen and paper, right?
Wait a second. I'll get a pen and paper.
Hey, you got to write this down, man. You're gonna thank me later. Trust me. This is gonna be good, Ben. Watch this. This is gonna be good. Watch this. This is gonna be funny.
Okay, go ahead.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. Yep.
All right. Zunkadelic Records, man. Zunkadelic.
Hey.
Oh, yeah. Like psychedelic, yeah.
Exactly. Only it's Zunkadelic. And then you could do psychedelic thrash, dude. Come on, man.
Yeah,
it'll be
or even psychedelic death metal like Pungent Stench, when they
there you go. It'll be it'll be like you'll be like the #1 label in Tasmania. Oh man, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, a label would be cool, but it's a lot of work, man. And I mean,
because I've been watching Justin Hovel from Hell's Headbangers. He's been talking about labels, how to start a label, and that sort of thing. Putting out CDs and stuff. Like he said, if you want to release 1,000 CDs, you need like $1,500 to get 1,000 CDs out.
Yeah, I don't. You probably know I'm not a big fan of his.
Oh no, I'm not a fan, but I watch his videos. Some of his videos are quite sort of very racist, sort of.
Yeah, he's a racist and he's a homophobe too, and he always calls people posers and gay, and that's a homo shit, and he's kind of a lunkhead to me, and I'll be honest with you, dude. I've only ever bought one thing from Hell's Headbangers. That was in 2019. I bought a Migwa CD at the Beer and Metal Fest down in Philly. I just don't support him, man. It's my personal choice,
Yeah, Yeah, well, I don't know him personally, but what I see on YouTube, you know, it kind of sort of sickens me when he calls people posers and shit like that.
Yeah.
He could be he could be off camera a really nice guy. I don't know.
It could be. You
Just
know,
on
yeah,
camera.
you're right. You don't know how much of it's for the camera. He may be just kind of pimping for the camera, and I do think to some degree he's kind of he's a clickbaiter. He loves to clickbait,
Yeah,
and I'm not down with the clickbait shit. That's just not me. You
No.
watch my stuff, you know what I like to do.
Yeah.
I don't even like to jump in on, and I hate, and no offense to anybody that does it, but I'm not big on the whole. What are they even called? The fucking flavor of the week or flavor of the vinyl community videos, where it's like, your top 7 death metal releases that begin with
Yeah.
the letter H, that kind of stuff. The
I don't
trendy
think that's
videos,
something-
the trendy
I don't do
videos.
that either.
Yeah, I'm usually not a
yeah.
trendy guy. But that's cool. I mean, that other people want to do it, that's fine. I don't have a problem with it. For me, it's just not the way I like to do stuff.
Like I do a show with another guy from Canada called Metal Connection. Do you know that guy from Canada?
What is it? What's his name?
Metal Connection.
Oh, Metal Connection, yeah.
No.
He's a good friend.
We do videos like our favorite records. Like our favorite top 10 records, but what we think is good. Like we did a Gravedigger top 10. Our favorite album.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, and like I said, I don't. It's not. I don't. What was the one that was going around not too long ago? The one that was shit. What the fuck was that called? I don't know. Like I did do one. It was like 10 albums that have one bad track on them. They're almost perfect albums.
Yeah.
They have one bad track. Like that was a couple months ago, and I finally did that one. I was like, I kind of like this one, but it's like I'm just not huge on the trendy ones. I get it. I get why people do them. It's just and one of the problems I have with that is that my CD collection is in boxes, like 30 different boxes in the house and closets. I can't just access things like easily. I have most of my box sets I can get at, but I can't get at a lot of the singular stuff if I want to. So that's why it's kind of worked out to do catalogs of bands in these deep dives, because I can just go find all the CDs of that band, and then I can focus on them. And as opposed to like, all right, if I got to find 10 different CDs from, 100 different bands I got to look at and go, oh yeah, that one qualifies, or oh, that one doesn't work. I'll be doing it for days. I'll be digging for days. And that's just a pain in my ass. You know what I mean?
I suppose if you want to do them. If you like doing them, do them if you can. Like it's one that's happening right now at the moment is 10 album covers that aren't Iron Maiden covers.
Oh, really?
That's a thread. We show album covers that aren't Iron Maiden, because you know how Iron Maiden artwork is
of course
always
iconic, right?
Iconic, yeah. So you have to show 10 albums that are not Iron Maiden.
Who did that one? Who started that one?
Metal Mickey and Cloudy Mulder.
Yeah, Metal Mickey.
Oh, yeah, I know.
What's his name? What's the other guy's name? Metal Mickey and what?
Cloudy Mulder.
Cloudy. Okay.
Mulder, I think it's Mulder.
Yeah, they like to start those. The other guy that's over there, the Irish guy. What's his name?
Marty Mack.
Marty Mack. That's it. Yeah, they love starting these little threads of show this, show that. Now, Metal Mickey and I kind of got into it last year. I don't know if you know that. Do you know we got into it?
No,
I didn't.
Well, he came after Nick. He came after Nick and people that do Patreon. And I went to Nick's rescue, and he got pretty saucy with me, and we kind of went back and forth a little bit, and a couple other people got involved in it, and then I stood my ground, and I even forced him to pin my comment, because I said, you're a pussy if you don't put this comment up there and own up to what you're, and he did. Then he took the pin down and let it disappear into the comments again. But it's like, he's probably all right. I'm sure I could talk to him. And I like Liam, and I watch Cloudy occasionally. I like Liam occasionally.
Yeah, Liam's good dude.
I haven't really watched Metal Marty Matt, whatever, and I haven't really watched Metal Mickey much either. But it's just one of those things where you guys are not gonna like me when I say this.
and I apologize up front. I don't really listen to a lot of metal channels anymore. I kind of got burnt out on it. Like I just got burnt out on seeing the same albums being showed by the same 45 or 50 people, you know.
You know what? I agree with you because I kind of strayed away from watching a lot of those channels too.
Yeah, the same here. Like if I show albums, I like to show albums that people don't show.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, how many times am I going to see an Iron Maiden or Metallica ranking or whatever?
Well, it's like, okay, good example is like, you know.
See, like a band like this, I don't think anybody has shown a album.
Oh, what band's
Who is
that?
it?
This one is a band out of Michigan called Harbinger.
Oh,
They're
Harbinger?
a band from the 80s.
Okay,
They're
Harbinger?
Harbinger, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Harbinger,
I've heard of them.
okay.
I've heard of them, yeah.
Out of Michigan.
Thrash?
Yeah.
Nah.
I like showing albums that that people don't know about.
That's of course, yeah. That's
I
a
like show
good one.
bands like I do show Exodus, but I don't dwell on them. I like to show the underground. I like the underground, metal, sort of people that don't know about.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one of the things I kind of get a little tired of is that, something pops out on Bandcamp now and everybody has to talk about it. For example, let me see, like
Hellbringers,
Hellripper or Lamp of Murmur or, one of these bands that you're just like, all right, I mean, like, everybody has to show it now. Everybody has to show it. And it's like, that just, but you're right, Ben, too. Like, how many Metallica and Megadeth and Judas Priest and Iron Maiden rankings can you watch before you're like, yawn? You know what I mean?
Right.
Creator, too. Even Creator as well. People show everything Creator.
Yeah.
I mean, I did that early on my channel, but I wouldn't,
Well, because you were getting started and you needed some ideas and,
Yeah.
I haven't really done that much. I mean, I don't think I ever did a ranking of anything. I really don't think I've ranked them. Even on my deep dives, we don't rank them.
No.
We basically run down deep tracks and go over all the tracks and all that kind of stuff. And then occasionally we'll do, as opposed to ranking, we'll go, what do you give this on a 1 to 10 scale? We've started doing that now. And that's more of kind of like, where's it fit in? A lot of times with bands that I really love, it's hard for me to rank them. It's hard for me to, because it could change from week to week, month to month,
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Exactly.
And that's, and even like a top 20 albums list. Like if you said to me, hey man, put a top 20 albums list together. I could do it, and honestly, in a month, it could fucking change real easy. And I'd almost be like, oh wait, I had that one on the first list. Nah, this one should have been on there. That kind of thing. So that's part of the disease that we just can't get enough. You know what I mean? We always got to have something new, and but we still love the old stuff. And it's just weird. It's a weird thing, but it's a cool thing, and it's one of those things that, when you wake up in the morning, it kind of keeps you going sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, like I said, like last time, Jeff. Well, we're collector scum, and we like collecting stuff.
Yeah, and and there's nothing wrong, as long as you're not hurting anybody. Number one, and then as long as you're meeting your obligations, you're not fucking letting your kids starve so you can buy the next Hooded Menace album.
Actually, I just fed my kid before late. We were talking. I fed him twice, so he's gone to sleep now.
Wait, who'd you feed? What? The cat?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
my little fur baby.
Your fur baby. Yeah, I have one of those too, man. He's usually hanging out with me, but yeah. Ben, what do you do again? Where did you work at, man? You don't have to say the company, but what do you do?
Well, I work in retail. I'll just say that.
Oh, you are in retail? Okay.
Yeah.
Right. That's all right.
It's not the greatest, is it?
No. I mean, I work third shift, so I don't have to deal with a lot of customers, which is kind of cool, but...
Yeah. Yeah, that's...
As long as you don't work in a garage or...
I had to deal with customers a lot, and man, I'll tell you, it it really, really showed me how much I fucking hate people sometimes.
Dude,
Oh,
I'm with you.
yeah. Like I sometimes I think I like to be a misanthropic. You know, just
Yeah.
stay at
Listen.
home and just just be myself and just don't associate with the outside world. You know, because all this bad shit comes into your head. Ear. And
No,
Oh, believe me.
you get dragged into the drama, or you have
Yeah.
drama that you drag other people into, and it's
Yeah.
just kind of gross. But then instead, we all meet online, and now we just meet up once in a while and talk metal and concerts
Right.
and good fun stuff.
Yeah.
Like me,
It's
met,
like these are the people I'd like to hang out with.
yeah,
Talk BS. We can talk bullshit as well. Have fun. Tell
yeah.
a few dirty jokes or something.
I mean,
Have a couple beers.
it's
Yeah.
been very interesting for me because I didn't really know about this YouTube thing until like maybe October of 19. So it was before the pandemic. I remember I I quit my job to detox from this medication, and I had a good chunk of money in the bank, so I knew I could survive. And I didn't know I was going to be as sick as I was from the detox for as long as I was. But long story short, because I knew I was going to be very ill. I was down to 130 pounds at one point, man, which is not good.
Man, that ain't
And
good at all.
no, not at all. Now I'm up to 180, which is fucking frightening. That's just as bad. But I I think the first channel I watched that caught my ear was Pete Pardo on Sea of Tranquility. Yeah,
Great channel.
and I love that channel because I loved it then because Pete was really starting to expand his programming, and he was living online because he was working from home. He spent more time doing his online stuff than he did his job. I guarantee you that.
Yeah.
Oh, my
And-
God.
But he was doing cool stuff. I mean, initially it was a lot of ranking stuff, and like he had a series where each day he did an album a year from like 1969 up to 1919, like 50 years or something. That was really cool too, because it made me go back and like start looking at albums and going, oh man, I haven't listened to that. Oh shit, I used to have that. I need to pick that up. That kind of stuff.
And
And
he'd talk about these obscure bands from
prog
the 70s.
bands. Yeah, a lot of obscure prog and hard rock and stuff. And in all honesty, I have a little more affinity with Pete than I do with just these straight up death metal, black metal channels. Because I love a lot of death metal, black metal, but I'm not a 100% death metal, black metal guy 24/7. I'm just not.
Yeah, same here. I subscribe to channels that show pop music. Like Michael Jackson and
Oh yeah,
Donna Summer channels. And
dude, I wasn't kidding about ABBA. I fucking love ABBA, man. Love
oh
it.
yeah, that's great.
And
I like-
shit like
What's
the jazz that I like, the Miles Davis and stuff, and you know, 80s stuff like Tears for Fears, fucking amazing band.
Yeah.
What about-
Depeche
about,
Mode.
What about Toto?
Love fucking Toto. Oh my god.
Fuck
Oh
yeah,
my
they're
God.
amazing, dude. I think they're better than Journey.
Dude, Steve Lukather is one of the most fucking unreal guitarists on the planet.
He's amazing.
Those first couple Toto albums are just incredible, man. And I fucking love Journey, man. I love Journey, man. I fucking love that band.
Is Dorothy singing for that band?
Pardon me?
Is Dorothy singing for that band?
Who?
Toto? Dorothy.
Oh, Dorothy. Okay. I got you, Frederick.
Oh,
I'll tell you what. The singer for Toto, Jonathan Williams. God, what a voice, man! Just amazing. And they all sing in the band, man. I mean, that band live is fucking phenomenal. And I've never seen them, and I really wanted to go see them in Journey, but with my health, I just didn't want to risk it right now. So yeah, man. So I love all that stuff, but I've tried to kind of focus on the metal just because it seems to get a little bit more traction. But my one thing about my channel is I didn't want to make it always all metal all the time. We're doing a Yes deep dive this week, Thursday night. The band
Right.
Yes.
I've never jammed that band. I've never jammed.
one of the best progressive rock bands of all time, man. I mean, we're only doing the Yes album, the first one through 90125, which was 1983, because I don't think they'd put a good album out since then. But in between there, what's that, Ben?
No, I'm trying to think what album it was. It was the album that came out before 90125. It's a little
Drama.
Yes, I was
Fucking
listening to some of that album.
Fucking
That's
amazing album.
Dude, that album's freaking yeah.
And the song "Machine Messiah" on there is kind of like their heavy metal song. It's great.
I was gonna say it's a little heavier.
Oh, way heavier, yeah. But so we're doing that. I'm gonna unfortunately have to reshoot the fucking Enslaved deep dive for part 2.
Yeah.
We lost it all.
Shit.
I lost the Warrior Soul one, which now I don't really give a fuck because Corey was kind of being a douchebag.
Are you sure it was him or was it?
No, it was him. No, it was him. Yeah. He took offense at Eric, the guy that I did the video with, Eric Bauer.
I know Eric Bauer. Yep.
Yeah, he was complaining about Corey's use of the word fag and the word retard. And and he did say the times were different in the early 90s. You know, those words weren't. You know, when Ben's, how old are you again, dude? 42.
I'm 43. I'll be 44.
Okay, so you're 11 years younger. You're 11 years younger than me. So, you know, or no, 12 years younger than me. When I was in high school in the 80s, 80 to 84, you called your friends fags. Yo, man, you're a fag. You know,
hey, we did it all the time.
And you didn't mean it.
No,
you didn't mean it in a hateful way. It was just a way to be derogatory with your friends. But if you think about it, the word fag is no different than the N-word. It really isn't. It's a derogatory term about somebody that is gay.
Yeah, fag here in Australia means cigarette.
What's it mean? Cigarette.
A fag is can I grab a fag off you?
It's a cigarette, right? Cigarette. But here here it's a derogatory term for gay people. Yeah. But when we were in our teens, we heard our friends say it, and we thought, oh, it's not a big deal. It's not like I hate gay people. I'm just calling you a fag.
Yeah. Well, here in Australia, you call your mates fags. You know, you go, oh, you're a fag because you listen to I Think a Death Punch. You know?
Yeah, exactly. You're a fag because you listen to Journey, or you listen to Amy Winehouse. You're a fag. You know, that kind of thing. But if you think about it, what you really do mean, the intent is there that you're weird. You're not normal, right?
Yeah.
Or you say homo. You know, oh, you're a homo. Well, those are derogatory words for somebody that's gay. Like if you said tranny, if you walked up and said, oh, he's a tranny. Well, that's a derogatory term for a trans person. And, you know, I'm a little sensitive to that now because I've got that situation that I have to cope with in my own personal life with my son, my daughter. Sorry.
Yeah.
See, I still fuck up there sometimes. And you know, but, you know, would you, unless you were a racist, would you really walk around going, hey, that dude's an N, or that, hey, yo, N, get off my lawn? Well, you wouldn't do that, right? Because you know that's not the right word to use. Or you wouldn't call somebody a gook that's an Asian, because you know that's not the right thing to say. But the fag thing, and okay, you know, I could very much be accused of, in my days, of using the word retard, because what you meant by retard was, well, you're just kind of slow, or you're dumb, or you're weird. But again, if you step back and go, oh, wait, I'm actually using it as a derogatory term, then that's, you see what I mean?
Yeah.
That's where it's a problem. So all Eric was saying was, look, things were different back then. I get it. But those are words I don't use, and I'm not particularly fond of that part of his lyrical content. Well, he took offense at that. It's like, what the fuck, man?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, take a band like SOD or MOD using those terms in their songs, you know. Those were the lyrics back in the 80s, you know. You could get away with it back then. But if you said, like, Jeff, you're saying like the N word, if you said something to a guy, you're an N, you'll get shot.
No, yeah, you could very easily, right?
Get shot or bashed, you know, because you called somebody the N word.
Yeah, and I mean, And I'll be honest with you, I'm sure in my life I've used that N word because my dad used to use it all the time, and I thought it was a normal word to use. And then I started realizing, oh fuck, that ain't cool at all, and that's not how I
Right.
feel. So
Right.
I'm not going to use that. I'm not going to work around and call people spicks for Puerto Ricans either, and wetbacks or things like that. There's the reason there's a reason why those words are not really generally accepted. So
Right.
and we talk about the whole woke thing. I think we're woke overboard. I think there are things that needed to be addressed, that needed to be looked at, but we're in a state now of woke awareness that's too woke. You can't make a dumb blonde joke anymore because oh my god, you're going to offend every
Every
ditzy
blonde,
blonde
yeah.
out there. Yeah,
Every blonde, yeah.
right, and that's like, come on, man. I mean, God forbid that you say, man, that woman's really attractive. Oh my God, Me Too movement. Oh my God, you're coming on to me because it's like, have you ever looked on Instagram at how many naked chicks are on there, or
Oh,
nearly
dude,
naked chicks?
Yes.
It's
Yes.
like
I have.
it's like the new porn sites, and you're like, what the fuck, man? Why bother having that string up your crack
But
when
yeah. But
you're
yeah.
you're right there on the verge of it. So it's like, yeah,
it's all
it's
over
just
Instagram.
yeah, and it's kind of maddening in a way. I mean, we just there's too much of a good thing is too much,
Yeah.
but I
Talk cotton wool. It's cotton wool.
but
It's
I
all
don't
you know.
really I don't really understand what happened with Corey. I just don't get it because really all he had to do was come on with me and say, hey, let me explain what my thinking was. Let me explain whatever, or here's the deal. I don't. I'm sorry you don't like Back on the Lash and Stiff Middle Finger, but I thought they were pretty good albums. And I'll be like, that's cool, dude. As long as you're happy with it, that's fine. But I'm not going to buy it because it doesn't appeal to me. And here's
No.
why. But he didn't give me any reason. He called us dumb in one of the comments. He called us both
Oh,
dumb.
gee.
And I'm
No.
like, okay, so you're going to call me dumb, but you're not even going to give me any context for why we're dumb and why you're upset about what we said. Yet, how am I supposed
Right.
to know what the fuck it is? And the irony is here that as of last night when I went to bed, or no, as of like 7 or 8 o'clock last night, we were all set to do this interview at 1 o'clock today, Saturday. And his publicist, which I believe is his girlfriend or whatever, assistant or whatever, she's like, "Oh yeah, yes, this looks really good." And I said, "Well, make sure you take a look at the stream." Well, he must have looked at the live stream and found a couple things he didn't like. But she did say to me, "You were very professional." Was the things your friend said. I went back and watched it, and I'm like, "What is she talking about? What are they talking about?" Like nobody. The only thing he said was, "I didn't listen to a lot of new stuff because I didn't want it to taint my feelings on the old stuff because I listened to a couple tracks that just didn't do much for me." It's like, dude, not everybody's gonna look. I love Rush, man. They put out 19 fucking albums. I love Rush, but I don't love every Rush album.
Right.
And
Me either.
I wouldn't hesitate to say to Getty or Alex, roll the bones, dude. Half good songs, half shit songs.
Hold the fire.
What's that?
Jeff? You know what you have to do now?
The
Is get all
album, Hold the Fire.
Oh,
I think
hold
it's
on.
called Hold the Fire.
Yeah, Hold Your Fire. Hold Your Fire is a
Hold
weird
Your
one.
Fire. That's it.
Hold Your Fire is a weird one for me, Ben. I used to hate it. I kind of really like it a lot now. It's a lot more poppy. It's a lot more AOR. It's a lot more streamlined for radio, but there are some great songs on it. What's that, Frederick?
You know what you have to do, Jeff? You have to get a dustbin, light it with fire, and throw all your Warrior Soul CDs into the fire.
Nah, I'm not going to do that. And here's why. I love those albums, man. Those first 3 albums are fucking amazing. And I'm not gonna go hold it against him that he just is thin-skinned about shit. And here's the other thing, and I don't know this for a fact, so I'm going to say it outright in case by some crazy coincidence he falls on this stream and sees this. I doubt it. But let's say he does. Corey, if you're listening, I still would love to talk to you, but I'm not going to get into a pissing contest. And frankly, I know for a fact that we didn't get personal on there. You got personal. You called us dumb. We never called you dumb. We just said some of the things you wrote about weren't that brilliant and they weren't that good. And so, that's our opinion of your art. That's not our opinion of you as a person.
Yeah.
So why did you get personal? I don't get that.
Yeah.
And I think,
well,
and the other thing is too, from what I understand, and he lives in. Well, I'm not supposed to say where he lives. He doesn't live in
no,
the UK like I thought, but he lives in an island somewhere. And what I found out was that he drinks a lot. And my sense is that he might have gotten a little tank the other night, watched that, and something pricked him, and he decided to say something dumb. Well,
you know,
whatever.
a lot of artists do take things personally when they write something, or even when they paint. I paint a picture, and you say to the artist, "His painting sucks." They do get emotional because it's their feelings, their expression of So
Well,
you probably heard
I,
his feelings and his
I
expression.
guess, but I try not to say things suck. I just say, yeah, this didn't do anything for me. It's not in my wheelhouse. That's exactly what I said. This didn't
Yeah,
do anything for me. There's a lot of real middling tracks that just don't really go anywhere. There's not a lot of hooks. The singing
yeah,
is rough on it. And I know his voice has really suffered because he's abused it. He hasn't taken care of it. He smokes, like a chimney, and he drinks. And that's okay. Well, you made that choice. I don't, Ben, do you remember when he sang for Trouble?
No, I don't.
When Eric Wagner left the band in like 2007, 2008, they brought him in, and man, it just was not the same. It just was not very good. And he took it on the chin a lot. Apparently, he'd get really loaded at shows and go up there kind of fucked up and even sound worse. And then they finally kind of cut ties with him, and then he started doing the Warrior Soul thing again. And like I said, man, I mean this wholeheartedly. Last Decade, Dead Century, Drugs, God in the New Republic, and Salutations from the Ghetto Nation are three fucking amazing albums. Chill Pill, Space Age Playboys, really fucking good album. The next one, which was called Chinese Democracy, sort of as a joke, because
Guns N' Roses.
Guns N' Roses was still fucking around with their copy, and he put his out first. It then was changed to the proper title of Destroy the War Machine. Man, about 70% of it's really, really good. Then it starts to take a dip. There's a lot of quality control issues, but the latest one is actually pretty good. I was kind of pleasantly surprised by it. So, on the whole, 80% of the deep dive was very positive and very, at times even glowingly positive. Like, man, some of these lyrics are fucking incredible, and the mix is great, and the fucking music attacks you out of the speakers. So whatever pricked him, I actually I sent an email to his assistant and said, I don't know what pissed him off or what upset him so bad, but let me know, and we'll go from here. And
Yeah, I don't think you'll get a reply.
what's that?
I don't think they'll reply to the message. They
Nah.
probably got a carrot up their ass now. So that's all said and done, and they're pissed off. They're pissed off because you were talking the truth. You weren't sugarcoating what you were saying. So. And artists do get temperamental when you bag their artwork, and that's what got up his ass. Bashing his art.
Well, it's a shame, and maybe here's the thing: Corey spent a lot of his career raging against the machine, meaning corporate machine, the government machine, the religious arm of our society over here. All things that tend to do what? What do they tend to do?
Piss you
What we
off.
call division and
Well,
war and all that
no,
stuff.
but was one of the things that they hallmark themselves for is
Anarchy.
no, hang on. I'm trying to think of the right word. When you censorship,
Yes.
right? They censor you. They tell you what you can and can't. They tell you what you can and can't say at work. They tell you what you can and can't do at work. You got to wear the uniform. The government, you can do this. That's illegal. That's not legal. That's illegal. Blah blah blah. So it's all censorship. So Corey has spent his whole life railing against that stuff, and then what's he do? He comes in and he's upset because we're freely speaking our mind and proposing our opinions, and it upset him. So he's really, to me, that was almost, wow, how hypocritical is that?
Yeah. Childish.
So if he'd have gotten on with me and said, dude, here's what I was trying to put forward. If you don't like it, okay, well, that's your deal, not mine. And that's where it would have been cool. And here's the other weird thing is, this is the really weird thing. I was allegedly very professional and I handled myself well, blah, 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 blah. It was my collaborator that didn't. Well, guess who wasn't doing the interview? My collaborator. I was.
Yes.
Right, exactly.
So why did you not want to get on with me? So, I don't know, man. It's like, I just, it was a shame because I was kind of looking forward to it. And one of the things I do want to do on my channel more is, I don't know if you saw my interview with Dan Mongrain, the Voivod guitar player. Did you see that?
Oh, yeah,
I did. Yeah, I watched it the other day.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest with you, I'm just being truthful. I thought it was a fucking great interview.
Yeah, it was a good interview. Yeah,
It was really good.
I mean,
it was very approachable.
Very personable and approachable, and it was we were laughing and having a good time, and you felt like it wasn't that awkward silent shit and stuff like that. And so I know I'm good at that stuff, right? And so I really wanted to get more of these deep dives go, or not deep dives, but interviews going. But I think I decided from now on, I think I better interview the artist first, then do the deep dive afterwards, because maybe that'll be a little easier. But I mean, you do have to be kind of careful when you're reviewing or going over stuff, that you just don't be a total unprofessional prick.
Yeah, right.
And you don't want to offend that person. Like before you listen to the music, interview the person first, then you can abuse them afterwards. When you do.
Yeah, and I don't intend to do that. I mean, that's not my intention.
No.
But here's the other thing, though. If a band has 10 albums out and I like half of them and I really don't like half of them, guess what? I'm not going to get on and go, these 10 are amazing. Well, these 10 are okay.
Yeah,
no.
Tell the truth.
No,
Tell the truth.
no. Yeah, if they're not good, or if there's issues with the recording or the mixing or whatever, I'm gonna say it. It's like, I'm not gonna fucking be like, oh well, this isn't my favorite, but it's still really good.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna do that.
I do think there's a lot of people on YouTube that do sugarcoat.
Well, yeah, because they don't want to for a couple reasons. One, they don't want to deal with the artist at the artist contacts them, number one. Number two, they don't want to cope with the fucking trolls out there. I just had one troll hit me up here. Check it out. I just had one. I just saw a comment come in. It's on that thing that I wrote for the guy that his follow-up thing to his initial video. I said, this is what I said to him when he tried to justify his take on Trevor. I said, you are hilarious, man. I'm no fan of BDM, Black Dahlia Murder, as a band or even the singer, but you were only in love with your concept of what is good. Who the fuck died and made you the arbiter of what is great? I've listened to your music. It's boring, and there's little to it that I'd ever be drawn to, but I'm not the final opinion on what is good or not, except to my own ears, and you have every right to make the music you want to hear and want people to hear. But I think it's meh. Your insensitive take on his suicide and Kelly's reaching out as selfish and self-righteous was idiotic. Your take that self-direction on his taking his own life is one thing, but the way that you said what you said was the distasteful part, and that was the issue. And all you are doing here is gaslighting, dude. Also, your statement about knowing what the inherent qualities of a classic album is once again a subjective take entirely, and it's elitist and self-righteous as you tend to be. So this guy named Necro Gobbler, guess what he says to me just now?
What?
Go push up daisies, old man. So you know what he had to have done? He had to have gone. Well, he had to have gone and looked at my profile, right? Because how would he know I'm an old man, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like, get the fuck out of here, man.
Yeah, it's like,
and the guy that wrote the stuff has not responded to me. He won't respond to me. And guess how many thumbs up I've got.
Okay.
I've got 5 thumbs up, and there's 2 other comments. One has 6, and one has 10. Now the one that has 10 says, "Been watching for a while, but haven't commented much. Just want to say thanks for being sincere." Okay. Well, I guess he is sincere. That's true. And Necro Gobbler, let's see if Necro Gobbler has any. Does he have any subs here? Oh, he's been on here for 6 years. He has 2 subscribers. There you go.
Subscribers out in 6 years. Okay.
Way to go, brother. Nah, he doesn't have any videos. No, he doesn't have any videos. So he's a lurker of some sort or whatever. But, it's like, and you know what? I'm not going to lie to you. With this Scale It Back dude, I am trying to antagonize him. I'm not going to lie. I am trying to bring him out, and I want him to join me. And here's the thing. I want him to join me, and I might, if I can get him to come on as a surprise guest, guess who I might have on if I can make it work?
Who?
I would go, no shit. I'd contact him and try and get him on. Although I think he's going on tour shortly here. I would try to get Kelly Schaefer on.
Oh, cool.
How fucking killer would that be, huh?
That would be awesome.
But this Scale It Back guy won't get on with me. I know he won't. He's already avoided me twice.
Yeah, I think Kelly Schaefer will rip him a new arsehole.
What's
Kelly
that?
Schaefer Kelly Schaefer will rip him a new arsehole.
Well, yeah, it could happen. It could definitely happen. But yeah, man. So good times, good times. Frederick loves throwing those thrash albums on our face, doesn't he, Metal Ben?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I love my thrash. It's what I grew up in the 80s,
Yeah, man. I mean, you're not that far behind me. And,
no,
Go ahead, Brad.
Oh no! Speaking of Voivod, I picked this up.
Yeah, that's a great album. That's a great album.
Post Society?
Post Society, yeah.
Yeah, I just got that a little bit later, although I didn't realize that I had it already in the special edition of the Wake. I already had it. I didn't realize I had it. So a buddy of mine picked it out he got it for like $6, and I had the standalone copy. Did you get the new one, Ben?
Yes.
Not yet. I'm going to get it, though.
Oh, so
get
good.
That too. It's a great album as well.
So good.
This is
you know what,
definitely
Ben?
cool listen.
Ben, they're playing. I just looked this up, and it kind of stunned me. So they're playing at the Metal and Beer Fest on June 10th, right? Down in Philly.
Yeah.
And I just don't think I'm going to go to that because, there's some cool bands there. I mean, Wolves is cool. Who else is on there? Horrendous is there. Come on now. I'm missing. I actually like the undercard band. Oh, Candlemass, obviously doing Epicus Numicus. I would love to see that.
I would
So if I go, that's the day I'm going to go. But Voivod's playing on it, and then they're playing I think they're playing Baltimore the next night, and I'm like, I looked at Ram's Head. They're not playing Ram's Head. I looked at Soundstage. They're not playing Soundstage. I'm like, where are they playing? And then I look, and they're playing the fucking Auto Bar. And the Auto Bar is like this tiny. Have you ever been there?
No.
Dude, I saw ISIS there back in like 2003. And there was about 20 people there. And it's like this really weird. I cannot imagine they hold more than 150 people in that place. And I'm like thinking, are you kidding me, man? A band as legendary as fucking Voivod is playing a 150 place club when the Rams Head holds 2,000 people. What the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, something's really fucked up about there, man.
Well, I like when bands do like smaller shows like that because it's more personal, I reckon.
Yeah.
It's more personal, and then you can enjoy the band more than with having like 2,000 or 3,000 people. If it's a small venue.
Oh no, I love it. If I'm probably going to go because it's at this tiny venue. But the thing is, I'm just looking at it from a respect level thing. Voivod should be playing to 2,000 or 3,000 people easy.
Oh
yeah.
And I mean when I saw them for that album for Post Society in 2015, I think it was. They played a club here in town called the Chameleon, and I think it holds about 1,000. So it's pretty big club. And
Yeah.
Vector was opening. Vector, you probably like them,
Ooh,
Frederick. Don't you? Vector, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I do like Vector, yeah.
Vector's a great band.
And they owe a lot to Voivod. They say that.
Oh my
You know,
God.
I mean, hell, their
Yeah.
logo and their artwork and all that stuff.
Yeah,
But
but
and I had
guys
heard.
and douches, like the
I
guys and
had-
douches in the band. The Vector.
What's that?
The
What's
guys
that?
in Vector kind of fucked up a bit.
Well, Dave, the singer, yeah, he beat his girlfriend up. And they
Yeah.
actually, everyone quit the band for quite a while now. Everybody's back but Frank Chin, the bass player. Frank Chin's with, the band out of Philly, the Doom Band. Shit, they're so good. Oh,
Not
come on.
Cryptic Sermon?
Huh?
Cryptic Sermon?
Crip
That's
Sermon, yeah. And the bass player that was with Vector's now with Crip Sermon. But Vector's back together with 3 of the original 4 guys. And but anyways, they opened for Voivod, and there's like 300, 400 people there when I got there. When Vector quit playing, and they're a Philly band, right? They're from Philly. When Vector quit playing, there was like 100 people left. I was like, what the fuck? All these people left.
That's fucked up.
You gotta be fucking kidding me, man.
It's fucking Voivod.
Yeah, that blew my mind, man. That blew my mind. When I saw him play open for Yob, everybody stuck around for Yob, but a lot of people just. What's that?
Yeah, I think I know why. Because people expect the Voivod of the past, the real thrashy, brutal Voivod,
Yeah, but they haven't really been that band since fucking Dimension Hatros, man.
Yeah,
I mean, they've been the proggy. They've been the proggy
proggy thrash,
proto science fiction band for a long, long time, man. I mean, I just think they don't get the respect that they should have. I really do.
I agree.
That's a band that is in my top 10 metal bands of all time, man. I mean, I remember discovering Nothing Face in '89 when it came out, October '89, and going out and getting Hatros and then getting Killing Technology, and just being like, well, I didn't actually get into Roar and War and Pain until a bit later. They were a little rough for me. When I heard Roar, I was like, man, this is pretty rough,
Yeah.
But I like them now. But I like them now, but I didn't like them back then.
Yeah,
man,
War and Pain.
Yeah.
War and Pain was like when I first heard War and Pain, I thought, oh, this is fucking heavy. It's very punky. It's very
punky.
Very punky.
Yeah.
Sort of black metal influences and the thrash and it just blew my mind. And then Raw came, and then that blew my mind. And then when they went proggy, I thought, oh, it's kind of iffy, but I enjoyed the proggy stuff as well. Like I mentioned Hatros and Nothing Face. And,
oh yeah.
Dimension
Hatros was their big swing album because Hatros really introduced the prog element, but they still had the thrash element to it.
Yeah.
And then in Nothing Face, they toned it down. They weren't as thrashy as they were, and they were writing a little bit more streamlined songs.
Then Angel Rat came, and Angel Rat kind of sort of didn't really jam with me.
Well, that's their super prog album, and that and the Outer Limits. I love Angel Rat, love it.
Yeah,
I
haven't heard Angel Rat for years and years now, so I'll probably enjoy it now than I did when I was first.
It's kind of like their Rush album. It's kind of like their Power Windows, or maybe Signals. It's kind of like their Signals album. But I think that when I heard Nothing Face, I was like, man. And all my friends are like, what in the hell is that, dude? That is so weird, man. Atonal, dissonant, strange, whatever. I'm like, yo, this is why it's so cool. And I felt like I had a secret weapon, like a secret band nobody else would know about, And and I don't know if you guys watched the Voivod deep dives yet. Did you watch that, Ben?
I watched the whole entire thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I watched it too.
So you guys heard my story that my one big moment, my one big claim to fame is I got on stage with Snake and sang the second verse of Astronomy Domine when they came and were headlining over Soundgarden and Faith No More, which is crazy.
Yeah.
And I mean,
it's a
weird
mix.
Bill, weird Bill. And I will say that night, Soundgarden were just fucking epically heavy. They were still doing their more punkier, grungier stuff. Yeah, they hadn't sort of sold out, if you will. But I still like the other albums that came out. But yeah, that was, man, getting up on stage with Snake, and I was drunk as fuck, dude. I was hammered out of my mind. And I'm up there, live and limpid the green, the second scene, the sight between. And it was just so cool. And then Snake just kicks me in the ass. And I go flying off the stage. Only time I ever staged though. Huh?
It's a shame you didn't get a photo opportunity.
I wish.
It would have been a cool photo.
Yeah, that was before cameras, man. Way before cell phones.
Oh yeah, like a normal photo, with a normal camera,
No, I don't even think I had a camera back then, dude. I was there to headbang. I was there to get fucked up and headbang. Those were my, And I was actually living with my fiance at that time, and I remember, of course, doing the real responsible, legal thing of driving home, baked out of my fucking head, drunk off my ass. Oh, so fucking stupid, man. And that caught up with me finally after a couple years. I lucky I didn't hurt somebody, but yeah, man. I mean, you live and you learn, and that was a great night though, because I also got to meet, I got to hang out with Chris Cornell and Kim Thile, the guitar player. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
Kim and I were talking, and Kim was fucking stoned. Holy hell, man! His like pupils were like the size of his eye, and he's like, "You want this beer?" And I'm like, "Sure." And he just pours it on me. He just dumps a beer on me. I'm like, "What the fuck?" Like, dude, I gotta drive home, man. I'm fucking hammered already.
Yeah.
He's like, "Oh, sorry, man."
Soundgarden was great.
I did talk to Cornell for, I don't know, 5-10 minutes. He was pretty cool back then, man. And it was. I wish now that I'd had more time to talk to him and gotten a little bit more into the. Like, I was into them. I had Loud Love, but that was the only album I had of theirs, so I didn't really know them super duper well. But they were just starting to break,
Yeah, right.
And with that album, and if I'd have thought about it, I'd have been like, man, I need to, chill with these dudes so I can get in touch with them and hang out.
Do an interview or something.
Yeah, yeah. But I just
would have been good, to do that interview with Cornell and talking about the old Soundgarden days.
Yeah, he was. Cornell's one of my favorite singers, man. That guy's voice was just so incredible.
Yeah,
and I
great.
I don't make any bones about being a big Soundgarden fan, and them and Alice in Chains were really the two bands that I dug from the grunge era. The rest of them,
I love Alice in Chains. I love Alice. I love Facelift. It's probably one of my favorite Alice in Chains albums.
Oh,
because it's so heavy, it's so dark,
but it's still melodic.
It's not grunge at all.
No, it's a metal album.
It's pure metal. Yeah, it's pure
metal. It's a metal hard rock album, and I never looked at them as a grunge band, as I don't think Soundgarden are either. Soundgarden were weird.
Yeah, I think Soundgarden were more punky, a bit more punky, doomy. Had that sort of punky, doomy sort of influence
in the early days. For sure, with like Ultra Mega OK and Fop and
Because I know Mike Starr was in another band. I got a record of theirs. It was called Sato. Yeah, Sato. He was in a sort of like a speed metal band.
Wait, what were they called?
Sato. Sato.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wow.
Yeah, it's like a hair metal band, but with very very metallic. Cause it was metal. It was from the Seattle metal scene.
Wow.
It was great shit. It's heavy. It's
I actually didn't know that. I'll have to check that out. Find it online or something like that.
Yeah, cause I got the vinyl. I should have pulled it out because you talked about Mike Starr.
Yeah.
Actually,
well,
keep talking. I'll see if I can find it quickly.
Well, it's funny. When they were playing, I saw them open for Extreme, which is a weird bill in and of itself.
That is a weird bill.
And I, it's so weird, man. I could have fucking gone back and met those guys easy because they were hanging out by the side of the stage, and I never it never dawned on me back then to go talk to him. It was like, I don't know why I didn't do that. It's kind of weird. That was what. Well, I was pretty fucked up on Jack Daniels that night. That might have had a little something to do with it.
That'll do it.
Yeah, for sure, man. That was one of those days where you wake up the next day going, "Oh man, who beat the shit out of me?"
Yeah, what the
And
fuck happened?
and the awful part was that I could not remember the name of Alice in Chains, and nobody else could either. They're like, "Oh yeah, they were good, but shit, I don't remember their name." They weren't on the ticket stub, and that was before internet stuff, so you didn't have anything to go look it up on. And so I didn't even know who the band was until about 3 weeks later. I'm at a party and they had Headbangers Ball and a Man in the Box comes on. I'm like, what? There it is. There it is. That's the band. That's the band, man. I ran out right away and got facelift. It was like, fuck yeah, man. That was it's such a great fucking album.
Great debut.
Oh, hell yeah, man.
It's kind of weird.
Are we keeping you up, dude?
I'm probably going to end the stream here in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. We'll let Frederick show up. Fred's got to turn the light on, though, man. We can't see his stuff he's showing. Must be getting dark. Must be getting dark over your way. Okay.
You know. Huh.
That's like Star there.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. What year was that?
This was like in the early 80s.
Okay.
So that's the.
What's the name of the album?
The album's called Leather Warriors.
Oh wow!
This was his first metal band, and he left that band to join Alice in Chains.
Oh, did he? Okay. What label did that come out on?
This Lost Realm Records out of Greece.
Is that? Can you still get that or?
Only on CD. Yeah, you can get it on CD.
Okay. Well, that might be interesting to grab that.
Curious to hear that.
Because I love getting these early stuff from members of other bands, early stuff. Like where they came from. So yeah, this is like speed metal mixed with like hair metal.
Oh,
but very heavy, very high pitched vocals. Like the early American
screamers.
Screamers, yes.
Yeah. I'll probably like it then, because that kind of era of stuff appeals to me a lot from that era.
Yeah, you'll love it, because this is like the Seattle scene, the Washington metal scene.
Who else was in that band? Does it say?
It does. It had Mike Starr on bass, Dave Jensen on drums, Ken Kramer on guitars, Terry Lee on vocals. He passed away.
What's his name?
Terry Lee.
Kerry, Kerry?
Terry. Terry.
Okay.
Lee.
Terry. Okay, Terry Lee.
Terry. And Dean Jeffries was on guitar.
Okay. I don't know any of those guys other than Mike.
Yeah, so this is like the early stuff. They never released an album. These are like the demos.
Right.
All pressed on to make an album. So yeah. And there's other bands that came from that same scene. Was a band called Strychnine and Kill Decor out of the Washington scene as well.
Strychnine.
Boy, I'll tell you what, they were some pretty boys.
Yeah,
holy mackerel, look at that.
And Mike Starr, the moustache. See the moustache on Mike Starr?
Yeah, I see that moustache. That's funny. He looks like a porn. He looks like a porn star from the 80s.
Yeah, they look like porn stars. Yeah, but to kill
album. Man, they're all wearing the striped spandex pants. That's killer.
Yes, they are. They're wearing all the spandex and cool.
I'm gonna definitely check that out because that's probably in my wheelhouse there.
Oh, it is.
They have this really funny picture. I'm looking at pictures right now. They have this hysterically funny one where there's the band members and they're by this like limo, and there's a limo guy with like the aviators on. It's like so fucking 80s, man. It's so 80s.
The 80s stuff was great. I love that stuff.
Man. We're children of the 80s, dude.
And I'm still finding bands that I've never heard of. I'm finding great demos. Like anthologies of all these bands from America, who are playing speed metal, or US power metal, the thrash scene from the 80s, some really cool shit that was never released. Bands never released stuff, just on demos, which is a shame because some of these bands that came from the States should have got signed to Metal Blade or Combat.
There's so many of them out there. Yeah, Frederick, do you have Slaughter Extroyas?
I do have that on vinyl, yes.
Dude, I fucking love that album, man. It's like
I don't have the original pressing. I've got the repress that came out from Cult Metal Classics.
Yeah, and I missed out on that. I got to go with the CD. I'm pissed. I missed on that.
That's a great album.
Ben, you know that one?
What is it? Again?
Slaughter Extroyas.
Okay, you're talking about the Canadian band Slaughter?
No.
Wait,
Chicago.
A US speed metal band.
Chicago. Yeah, they kind of.
No, I don't think I do.
I would say, oh, dude, you'll like it a lot. There, let me see if I can put it in the chat. Let me see. Oh, I'll put it in the private chat. It's
okay.
Or what? Oh shit! How do you do that? Oh, there it is. So it's Slauter, like slaughter.
Yeah.
X. I think this is right. XSTROYES. Slaughter Extroyas. And what's it called? Winter Kills, right? Frederick? Oh, he took off.
I gotta check that out.
He went to go get it. Except for he's so dark, I can't see. Can't see when he's showing anything. There he goes. He's got. Yeah, I can't see, dude. There you go. Slaughter. Yeah. SLAUTER Extroyas. Okay.
I definitely need to check that out.
Ah, it's so good. It's like it's like Maiden, only a little bit speedier. It's got Maiden, a lot of Maidenisms in it, and the singer is fucking great. Now, he's dead and the drummer are dead.
Yes,
the singer died. Yeah, the singer died of cancer, and I think the other guy had a brain tumor or aneurysm or something like that. So the bass player and the guitarist have kept. They kind of keep trying to get the band. They got a singer that's close. They did like Keep It True Festival. They sounded pretty good. But man, there are some riffs on that album. Oh shit. And the singing? How about it, Frederick? That singer?
Yeah.
What's his name?
John Stewart.
What's his name again?
John Stewart.
John. Yeah, that's it. Man, that guy had a fucking killer voice.
He looks like Sheepdog from Razor.
Yeah, he does a little bit. You're right. He does a little bit. Yeah.
And some of the song titles on the album are so silly. Like he got a song called "Mother Motherfucker."
Yeah, that's right, motherfucker.
You got some great songs. They're only one and only album they ever released, and an OG copy of this
$500
for big money. And I'm glad.
Well, they only made. I think they only impressed like 300 or 500.
500 copies.
500. That's it. Okay, yeah. Man, they're tough to come by, but I'll tell you, you can get this. You get the CD for $12 or $13 usually.
Yeah. The reissue vinyl you can't get anymore. It's all sold out. But I think this will probably cost like over $80 now to get on vinyl.
I saw one for 40 that I almost pulled the trigger on a couple months ago. I will say this: I think called Classics. I could have swore I read somewhere they're going to reissue it though, in a different color.
Yeah, they will because it's a sought after album. It's one of those
albums. I think is yours the red one?
I think it's red. Yes.
There was a clear one, and then there was a red one, I believe, and a black.
I think it's red. I can't remember because I haven't played it for a while. I think it's red. But it's a great album. I love it.
No, yeah, it's killer.
No, mine's black.
Oh, yours black. Okay.
Black wax. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Ben. That's one you want to go hunt down on YouTube and spin, and you're probably going to want to grab a CD copy of it. And last I saw, I know Hell's those headbangers had them, and I don't buy from them. So I was trying to find one. I had one on eBay that I was trying to be cheap. I was looking for it for under $10, and I almost got it. Some guy swooped in and grabbed it from me for like 50 cents more for like $12 or something. I was like, fuck,
Right.
should have
It's one
just
of those,
went for it.
yeah, it's one of those albums that is a grail for me because I've heard of this band so many times, and I've been searching to get an OG copy, but an OG copy was so expensive, so I just waited and waited, like for 20 years, and then Continental Classics reissued it, and then I was thinking, holy fuck, yep, I'm going to pick that up straight away before it gets sold out,
And the funny thing about that is, Frederick, it sat there for quite a while, not selling out, and then boom, all of a sudden, somebody showed it on a YouTube channel, and boom, it went crazy. They just disappeared fast.
Yeah, because it's one of those bands that, are very underrated and a lot of people don't know about, and then people, oh, fuck, a cult metal band, I better grab that record before, it goes, and then people are going to, flip it for $1,000 or,
Yeah. Good old flippers, man. Can't stand those.
I hate flippers,
Back in a minute, guys.
No,
What's that?
Ben.
Mike?
Ben's gone to the toilet, I think.
I'll be back.
No. Okay, coming back.
Yeah,
We should probably wrap it here shortly.
yeah.
I don't know if he's got to go to work. No, he's off on. No, I think he does have to go to work. Ow, shit! Dropped my phone.
Yeah. I think we've been on over 4.5 hours.
Yeah. What time? What time you got? What time is it over there?
It's almost 3:00 in the afternoon.
3.
Yeah.
It's dark over there at 3:00.
No, it's 5:27.
It's 5. Oh, it's 5:30. Okay.
My wall clock is has died on me. Yeah, it's 5:00. So we've been on for 4 hours. This is
man.
This is the longest stream I think Ben's had so far.
Wow. Well, we had a good wrap tonight. We had some good shit that we got into.
Oh, it's good to talk, mate. It's good to talk, talk metal, talk about, other things out from metal,
Yeah.
show some shit,
Yeah,
talk
sure.
about-
We're doing you were asking about black metal. I forgot to mention probably my favorite black metal is Blue Das Nord.
Yes, I love their first album. I used to have their first album on CD when it was on Impure Creations Records.
Okay, yep.
When that first came out.
Yeah.
That's a great album.
I like the Memoria of a Two-Set trilogy and then the 777 trilogy. I have like 9 of the 16 records. I'm not as crazy about his more industrial stuff. Some of it gets a little out there for me, as far as listenability. But yeah, that's probably one of my all-time faves right there, dude. And we're going to do a deep dive on them at the end of the month, probably the 28th. I think we're doing it.
Okay,
so I got a lot of listening. I got a lot of Yes to do, and I got a lot of Blue Das Nord to get through. And
there's another band that I really like. It's an old band. I don't know if you know a band called Algion.
What is it?
A band called Algion from Sweden. They were on Full Moon Productions Records back in the early 90s.
How do you spell it?
It's ALGIAION. Algion.
Algion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Algion,
never heard of them. Where are they from?
Norway. And they're like Ulva. If you like Ulva, you like Algion.
Okay.
The album's been reissued on what's that label? What's that label? Gorgoroth were on. Soul Stream.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, their debut album's been reissued on.
Are they like when you say they're like over? Are you talking about early over or after they got weird?
Black metal.
Black metal over. Okay.
Yeah.
I love. I love those first 3 albums, but I got to be honest with you. Probably my favorite Over album is Perdition City. I love that album. It's so
I've
weird.
I haven't heard their weird shit.
What's that?
Yeah, that's
You know.
Say again.
There you go, Ben. You were saying?
oh, you're talking about Over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a band I never really dug into.
No.
I know they're very weird.
Well, they
I
got
think
very
it-
weird after the first 3 albums. Then they got into real experimental electronica and jazz and strange stuff. And I really like that phase of them.
Yeah.
But their first 3 albums they do an acoustic album that's kind of like a real folky neo folk black metal, but it's not real metal. It's more folk.
Ambient, ambient sort of.
Yeah, it's ambient. Yeah, ambient. And then you got what's the first one? Bergtot, right? And then Nottin's Magical is like Bergtot's like folk mixed with black metal, and it's really good. And then Nottin's Magical is like the most lo-fi fucking crazy black metal album you'll ever hear. It's just so extreme.
But Over never were a black metal because if you listen to Garn, he says we were never a true black metal band.
Right.
You know, they weren't into that sort of like a birch churning either, like Enslaved. They weren't like into the.
Oh
birch.
yeah. They were more like Enslaved. They didn't get into all the fucking corpse pain and all the weirdness. They weren't down with all that shit. Church burning, the fucking murders, and all the dumb shit that went on around that stuff.
Like,
all the.
Like I read an interview, like a really old fanzine said, Over were never a black metal band.
Right. they did black metal music. They just weren't a black metal band. Neither were Enslaved. Enslaved were never a black metal, band.
No.
They never bought into all that stupid shit. So, well, Ben, we better let you go, man. It's 5:30 in the morning, and you have to work. You got to work?
No. I'm off all weekend.
Oh, you're off. Okay, I thought you had to work, man.
Yeah.
I requested today off.
No, did you?
We can do another 4 hours in. We can do another 4 hours in.
Well, I don't know about that. That'd be a little extreme there. But Frederick, are they doing concerts live there now?
It's hard because it's because the borders are open.
Right.
But bands have been being put back because I know Hyrax and DRO were supposed to come to Perth, but that cancel was stalled. I know Violence are heading over to Adelaide, but only to Adelaide to do a tour. And I think Hex are touring as well from the States, coming to Australia.
So there are some shows that are starting to come back.
Oh,
I like that there. There are some shows starting to come back.
So yeah,
Fred,
there's local bands are doing, but a lot of overseas bands are still, I think, sort of waiting a little bit more because with this COVID, you never know what's going to happen. With borders.
Yeah. I mean, I see a lot of shows here in the States, and with people packed into these smaller clubs now, like Nick was talking about going to see, Exodus and Death Angel and stuff, and the shows I'm seeing, the people are just packed in them, man. And you don't see many people, if any, wearing masks. And I mean, if I go with my immune system issues, I still don't know if it's worth it, man, because I've been sick with COVID once, and it was awful.
it sucks.
It affected me so bad. I was sick for 5 weeks, and right now I don't know if I have some what looks to be permanent lung damage from it because I just had to do a pulmonary function test 2 days ago, and all my numbers came back very low, and that is it's really like, what the fuck is going on here? Why am I getting worse, not better, 5 months on from it? It's like bizarre, man. So I am really leery. I should get the vax, but it's not that I'm an anti-vaxxer, because it's not that. I'm just a little leery of getting the vaccination because of my autoimmune system. I'm afraid I'll get sicker than most people. Like, I might get laid up for a week feeling like shit again. And that scares me. But
if I run in, like for example, we're talking about going down to Death Fest, and I'm like, man, if I'm there, I'm almost maybe gonna have to like stand way far away from everybody, except for the guys I'm gonna hang out with. But even then, I'm gonna have to probably mask up, and I'll look like
Yeah.
that pussy that oh, look at this little pussy boy over there. But it's like I don't give a shit about that. People can give me shit, and I'll be like, fuck off and die. But I I'm not gonna lie, I don't like wearing a mask, especially out in the public where you're outside. I don't want to wear a mask out there because I don't really like wearing the mask. They bug the shit out of me, but they make my already problematic breathing more problematic. So I don't want to do it. But if I go down there, what's that?
I still wear my mask outside when I go to the shop.
Yeah, I do when I go into shops. I don't when I'm, walking from the car into the shop or when I'm walking around outside somewhere where there's not a throng of people. But at these shows, there's going to be a lot of people, and I guarantee you, probably only half to 60% are going to be vaxxed, and I guarantee you, probably only 10% are going to be wearing masks. I just know it. And because it's going to be death metal dudes, and it's going to be drinking, and that's a combination for not wearing masks. So I don't know. I gotta sort of take a look at it to see how things go. I gotta think it over long and hard, but I do want to go. I really would like to go that Sunday. Now, I'd like to go to all of them, but I just don't think I'm going to be able to afford it and physically do it.
It'd be a shame to miss it, if it's something that you really want to go see.
Well, yeah, I mean, it really is. It just sucks that we're still in this kind of, do I want to take that chance? I will tell you, I don't know if you guys follow, you probably don't follow Prague that much, but last weekend, I don't know if I said this the other night when we were talking, but I could have, but I don't remember. But last weekend, my buddy, not this past Thursday, but Thursday before, he got on a cruise ship called Cruise to the Edge. It was like a Prague cruise with like Marillion and Yes and Al Di Meola and Old Riverside and all these bands. And when he got, he's double vaxxed and boosted, right? When he came home, he wasn't feeling good. He got fucking COVID.
Oh.
Turns out, get this shit. There were 3,000 people on this boat, and already they've got like 400 people that are positive from the boat.
Oh,
so everybody might get. It might have been a super spreader event by one or two people coming on that had it and passed it. That's how easy it can get from one person to one person. And one guy may have it and have a cold and have a little bit of a sniffles and a sore throat and feel shitty for 2 or 3 days. And another guy like me might get it 6 or 5 weeks. Or another guy might get it, go in the hospital like my landlord and die.
You know what you need? Those
you just don't know,
Those hamster balls, those bubbles. I think the Death Fest should have bubbles, where people can go into those little bubbles and then.
Yeah. But here's the deal. We just can't live locked in our houses forever. It just because we're already seeing how much of an effect that's had on a lot of people's mental health, including my own, to be honest with you. Maybe even yours. Yeah. And it's the economy was damaged so bad from it. And sadly, if we don't have an economy, how are you going to eat if there's no food being produced and shipped? And
we're fucked.
How are you going to, if you don't, a lot of people didn't go to the doctors, including myself the first year when I was not feeling well because I was scared that I was going to get this disease and bring it back and maybe infect everybody in the house, which is what happened, and kill my dad or kill my landlord or kill me.
Yeah.
And, so I didn't go to the doctor for the first fucking year, and that was not a good decision for me. So we just can't live like that. And so you got to make choices. You got to make decisions. And maybe some of those choices may mean going out. But here's the thing. Do I really have to go to a death metal festival?
No.
Am I going to die if I don't go to one? No, but I might die because I went to one.
Yes.
So it's just,
we're still in a weird period, man. It's still very weird.
It's
Yeah,
very.
And
what,
that's the last thing I'll say because I'm mouthy. But my buddy is a prime example of a guy who's pretty healthy at 58. He's pretty thin. He doesn't smoke. He doesn't drink very much. And he was vaxxed and boosted, and he fucking got it. And I just talked to him today. I'm like, how you feeling? He's like, pretty fucking shitty. And he's about a week into it. But he does feel that because he got the vax and the boost, that kept him from getting seriously ill, like
Yeah.
some people. So.
Yeah, well, I'm happy that I got vaxxed because I worry about my mum because she's 83,
Yeah.
and she got vaxxed because she doesn't want to die. She's 83, she could easily pass away, So we were vaxxed, but we were thinking like before when all this vaccination was coming, we decided if we were going to get vaxxed or not because of the deaths. People were dying from blood clots, and that sort of scared us of getting vaccinated.
Yeah.
And so we put it off for a while, and then I said to my mum, Mum, we need to get vaxxed. It's important, and we got vaxxed, and everything was okay. But still, knock on wood, we could still get COVID. But not as bad as if we didn't have the vaccinations.
Well, here, Frederick, I was talking about my old man, and let me just tell you this. So he gets sick with it. I don't even know about it for almost a week that he's sick, right? The landlord's in the hospital by this time, pretty much dying. After a bit, I realized he's not coming home. He came home for 2 days and had to go rush back in, and then he never came home. And I'm like, I'm like, Dad, you got to go to the hospital. No, I'm not going. Then he became nonsensical, and I couldn't understand what he was saying, and he couldn't put a thought together. He didn't know who was president, didn't know his birthday, didn't know his last name, all that shit. And I'm like, you're going to the hospital. I'm calling the ambulance. Don't you dare. I'm like, fuck you. You're going to the hospital. So I saved his life because by the time he got in there, the doctor told him, if you'd have gone a couple more days, you'd be dead. He was already going into a diabetic coma because he wasn't eating. I wasn't taking his medicine. I couldn't force him to take his medicine. I'm like, you are going in. He was in there for 16 days, I think it was, something like that. And that's when I got really sick when he was in there. And so I thank God he was in there because if I'd had to try to take care of him when I was at my sickest, I couldn't have done it. But he comes home, and I'm like, hey man, when you get home, we got to talk about the vax. Oh yeah, I got to get the vax. He comes home and he wasn't really over it. He just was not ready to be over it. And so I had to have him back in after about 4 days because he was literally shitting himself and couldn't keep any food down. And he was just delirious at times. He had a sore on his leg that was all fucked up. And I'm like, you got to go in, dude. Because he's got diabetes, right? And so I get him back in. I call the ambulance. We couldn't get him out of the tub. I had to call the ambulance people to help me get him out of the tub. Get him in. He's in for 8 days. He comes home. He goes to a rehab facility for 10 days or 12 days, something like that. He's in there, and the whole time, yep, getting the vaccine, absolutely getting the vaccine. As soon as I get out, yep, getting the vaccine. He comes out. He talks to his doctor who says, well, you've got natural immunity right now. We're going to wait until the end of December or early January. And guess what now, man? Nah, I ain't getting that. I'm not getting that vaccine. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? You were dead twice. If I didn't save you, if I didn't have people come save you, you'd be dead. I don't give a fuck. I said, well, I'll tell you what, man. Here's the deal. Here is the deal, and you hear me. Hear me out. If you get COVID, man, and I get it, you won't need to die because I'll kill you. And I don't mean it in the sense of murder. But what I mean is, if he gets that sick, I'm not going to fucking take care of him. And I'm not going to call the ambulance. I'll let him sit over there and sit in his own shit until he fucking expires or he gets scared enough that he makes the phone call. Because he wouldn't do it this first time around. My sense is maybe he won't do it this time around either. But if I get sick from him not doing this, I'm going to get really fucking pissed off. Because I went through hell back in December and January with dealing with him, man. So, and he's the guy that he's the guy that needs it more than
Yeah,
anyone.
yeah. The older people do. Yeah,
Yeah, 81, diabetes. You know, he's lucky he made it through the month of December. He's very lucky, and January for that matter. So
Right.
yeah.
it's fucked up, man.
It is fucked up. Yeah, but I'm happy that we get vaxxed and but still we have to live in a society that where COVID will still be with us for the next maybe 2 or 3 more years
It might even be longer than that.
I hope
Yeah,
or longer. Yeah,
I think it's kind of here to stay. I think it's just going to morph into something that's less dangerous.
yeah. It'll die. It'll die down. It'll be
Right.
like having a flu.
Yeah, it's gonna be the new flu, is what it is.
flu. Yeah, it'll be the flu.
And I can tell you though, from when I got it around November 20th, when I finally around the 13th of December, I kind of started to feel human again. I've never been that sick, man, and I've had appendicitis, and I've had cancer, and I've had broken bones and torn rotator cuffs and ligaments and shit. And nothing was like this, man. I just Ben, you said you had it?
You just it makes you feel weak, tired, everything.
But you had it. You had it, Ben?
I did.
When did you have it?
Now when I had it, luckily it wasn't bad. I only had it for a week.
Okay. When was that?
Back in December.
Oh, you had it back in December too?
It would have been around, I'm going to say, the second week of December.
Wow, right when I was getting rid of it. And that was, where did you test positive? Did you go and get test?
Well, it's kind of funny. I never actually went and got tested. I just kind of figured I had it because I was not feeling right.
Right. Okay.
But,
yeah. So you're not 100% sure, but you're fairly certain you had it. Were you around people that had it, or did you know somebody that had it, or?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, it was actually going around in our household around that time.
And that's the thing. You just don't know how sick you're going to get. You might be laid up for a couple of days. You might be laid up for 2 weeks. I know people that had it for about a month like I did, and then I know people that had it for 3 days and barely were sick. They really didn't feel anything. And I'm like, man,
couldn't eat.
Like, how the fuck?
Couldn't do nothing.
Well,
yeah, Brody there. He said he just had it.
I'm lucky. I never had it. So
well,
I'm
I think
glad.
I think back to when I got it in November, and frankly, I'd been pretty damn careful. Like when I went out to get groceries, I went at like 10:30 at night when the grocery store closed at 11, and I saw nobody, and I wiped the handlebars down with wipes, and always wore a mask or a gaither or something, and didn't tried very hard not to go down an aisle where I saw another person, and that kind of thing, and then bam, just it got in our house, and that was it. There was no way we were getting out of it.
Yeah, because you never know. You just never know. It could just hit you just like that.
Yeah.
Like
all right, guys. I think I'm gonna roll out, man. It's 5 something here. 5
yeah.
I gotta.
It's been a long one today.
Yeah, well, that's cool. We had some good discussions tonight. We got into some fun stuff, and
some serious shit as well.
Yeah.
Man.
No, that was serious. Talking about that early stuff. I mean,
I
really don't care. I really don't care if I should be pushing up daisies or not. It's just empathy and sensitivity. Just don't be a dick, man. Don't be a dick.
Exactly.
And that's hard. And that's hard for some people. It's really hard for them not to.
Oh my god, it's fucking worse nowadays with people when it comes to just being a fucking dickhead.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, boys. Well, you have a good night. It was cool hanging out with you, Ben. Thanks for having me on, like you do.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Frederick.
It's been a pleasure. It's been a great chat.
Frederick, hang tough and thrash out down there, my friend.
Yeah, you too, mate. It's always great to talk to you, Jeff and Ben.
Yeah, great talking with you too, man.
All right,
Definitely
brothers.
gonna do it again.
Peace
Yes,
out.
we
See ya.
will. We will. Take it easy,
Later,
guys.
guys. I'm out too. What's up, Brody? Get ready to end this long stream. We are almost on the 5 hour mark. Damn. But yeah, man, that's the stream. That is the stream for tonight. Oh, getting tired, bro. I was actually up almost all day yesterday, so I might have got maybe an hour of sleep. But gonna head out for now, man. It's been fun. Take care, everyone. Thanks to everybody that stopped by. Thanks to everybody that joined the stream. And yeah, man, we're gonna do this again. Keep it metal, keep it real, and we'll see you next time.